What's up, everyone? Happy Sunday. We're back here in New Orleans, and it's going to be a wild day of Scrabble. I am Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, and I am joined here by my good friend who is not in New Orleans, but we'll pretend like he is because we miss him, Will Anderson. How's it going today, Will?
Doing well. I'm there in spirit. It was a pretty wild first day. I'm really looking forward to our games today. So we had 8 rounds yesterday, 8 coming at you today. I think our players are almost ready to get started. But man, yesterday was, I think, the highlight of the stream had to have been Austin versus Austin Shin, one of the organizers of the event and a former US and UK national champion, against Chris Lipe, a former finalist at Worlds, having literally the exact same tiles on their rack in the middle of the game. I've never seen that before. A lot of other crazy happenings in pretty much every game. Really excited for 8 more games today.
Yeah. Looks like we're blessed with Scott Jackson in our presence today, alongside some other people. Please tell your friends twitch.tv/Scrabble and come talk about words with us, and maybe some math as well, and maybe even some nonsense. Who knows? We may even devolve a bit. We'll see. So it looks like our first game today is going to be the one and only Dr. Bing, Dave Wiegand, 2-time U.S. national champion, taking on Ben Schoenbrunn, who's otherwise right up the road from Will, but a little farther than Dave, who is all of 6 blocks from where I live.
Yeah, in the Pacific Northwest. So, yeah, I mean, players from all over the country competing at the Crescent City Cup, which is in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's a tournament that I have been to, I think, 3 times, and that Conrad has not only been to pretty much every year, he's also directed it, played in it. He's, Conrad's literally every year. Conrad's done everything there is to do with respect to the Crescent City Cup, and it really is one of, if not the crown jewel in the North American tournament calendar outside of the national championship. And that's no slight to, there are a whole bunch of other awesome events on the calendar. But this one, I think, has a special place in a lot of players' hearts. So I am there in spirit, even though I'm here in New Jersey right now. Conrad is on site, like he said. So yeah, one of these years I know that I will be back, whether as a commentator or a player. I look forward to it every year. And hopefully you guys are looking forward to our live coverage today.
I hope so. We're going to be bringing you 8 more games today, 4 games followed by a lunch break, and then 4 more games. And then 4 more games tomorrow morning. I think if you scroll up, oh yeah, there's the standings. Can check those out. We have 2 Collins divisions and 2 TWL divisions using the American Dictionary. We will be focusing on the CSW or World English games for this tournament, but you can check out the other divisions as well.
Yeah, lots of interesting people in both divisions. We have some awesome players in the UK English Collins division, but if you are a fan of other streamers on Twitch like Axer Typo or Binac or several other people, Churro, I know, is also competing in NWL. So one of the things I'm most excited about so far is just seeing kind of the influx of new players that have learned about us from Twitch and from some of our efforts to popularize online play during the pandemic. We're seeing that bear fruit. I got to say CL Smith as well. Any chess fans out there? He's competing in his first ever Scrabble tournament. Hope that all of those guys and gals are doing, at least having a lot of fun. I know some of them are doing very well. So, all right, I think the players are about ready. So here we go. Game 9. First of the day. What are we looking for in this game, Conrad? I don't even know what to expect between these 2 awesome players.
Yeah, I mean, look for the person on the left side, so Ben, to draw a blank on his first rack. But other than that, I think the thing to watch for is just like speed. These 2 play very fast, and so it'll be interesting to see just how fast they play. Ben tends to make a lot of quick decisions. Dave is kind of like a methodical machine. And
There's
oh,
the blank for the first
wrong
time.
seat. Maybe today is to right side today. Maybe right side will get the opening blanks.
Another thing to look for is you're going to notice on Ben's rack, the tiles are going to be every which direction. Yeah, Muffin with Tentacle points it out there in the chat. You will see Ben's tiles in every possible direction except right side up. So it's going to be, that's just how he likes to play. And yeah, Benji mode, exactly. So,
Yeah.
you know, we'll do our best to make clear what his letters actually are, but don't be afraid if you think one of his W's is actually an M.
Or if his Z is an N or his N
or
is
if
a Z
his
in this case.
exactly.
Well, it looks like Ben forgot to draw vowels. So unfortunately, with his nice remaining tiles from last rack of R and T, there will not be a bingo coming down. Most likely, Dave will play, I don't know, some sort of bingo atop dram, maybe, not giving Ben too much to come back. He had botany spelled out at one point.
Yeah. It's worth noting that Dave has some obscure bingos with this rack, and some of them have an S, like Obentos is being pointed out. It's definitely important to note that you could play Obentos with the drams hook going down, but as Conrad alluded to, we're gonna see Dave play. Yeah, we're gonna see Dave play something like Boonist, which again, strange looking word, Boonist, but it is valid, and he's gonna play it with overlaps here. The reasoning being the fewer tiles that you expose to a really strong opponent like Benji out in space, the fewer tiles that he will be able to play an 8-letter word with. So this is a nice defensive positioning, and Boonist being a superlative adjective, if you can believe it, it doesn't take any hooks. So.
And it's going to be kind of a boon for Dave, as Ben has absolutely jack to come back with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, this is it's kind of fun. We've been talking about this a bit, that you've been surprised to see, Dave taking more of a defensive approach, that maybe our styles of play have been rubbing off a little bit.
Why would you do this to us, Conrad? Dave was already a fearsome enough player, and now you're teaching him even more gears of how to be a monster over the board.
I know, right? I was starting to teach you online years ago, but yeah.
Well, I'm better than I was at understanding defensive principles. I'm not sure I'll ever go full defense, but I definitely have it as a gear that I can turn to a lesser extent. I feel like in my forays back into NWL, I'm able to sort of turn that on a little bit, but it's definitely not my forte. But for somebody like Dave that's been playing a very, very aggressive offensive style for quite some time, it is a little bit scary to think of him sort of evolving in more of a flexible direction. So we saw Dave a couple times yesterday, a couple of losses on stream, one big win on stream as well from him. But apart from that one very, very unique for him, like a lightning strike, he actually missed a bingo yesterday, which tells you, why we use the name Dr. Bing for him. He's such an automatic finder of those long words. So, yes, I will update this.
Yeah. So, interesting chat talking about plurals or not. I think what is weirder about Obento even being a word in the first place is that the word, I believe, is just bento. It's adding the O is what makes it is an honorific. So why is it that specifically bento takes the O and like no other Japanese words do? I think there's a couple other ones that do, but like for the most part, like cha does not take an O in front, for example. So why is obento good? I don't know. But then again, I'm not the English major, so or the well, okay, I did study some Japanese in college, so that would be slightly not correct. But why is Japanese food honorified? Because they place a high value on food because it's amazing. I don't think otaku is an honorific though. It's not taku, right? It's not otaku. I think it's just otaku, but I could be wrong. Otako would be an honorific for octopus.
Yeah, isn't otaku has to do with like anime liker or something like that?
I mean, it's like it's a nerd basically.
I see. Got it.
I'm a bit otaku. Ben is definitely otaku.
Oh, we don't have any nerds in the Scrabble community, so that's
no anime nerds even.
Definitely not. Yeah, so all right, there's a suggestion that we've seen in the chat. The classic combination WU, really not ideal to have. We saw WUD be played yesterday, WUD, that's a word you see all the time in Scrabble, and WAR is another one. These are just words you see often because there are so few words comparatively that have the W and the U together in them. Great words to learn if you're looking to, get some extra oomph in your Scrabble game.
Well, it's looking like Dave has picked up another bang, so see if Ben can score some points before the impending bang.
If Ben picks up, he has a really nice play, but actually it's very tricky to see the ut hook on the board. UT is one of those classic words that it's a 2-letter word that most people wouldn't think is a word, but once you do, there it is. I was wondering, is he gonna see the utu hook? Mods, we got to get this guy out of here. Hold on. How do I do this from this view?
Finds Ulzi. Also outduel would have been really cool. What would you have taken, Will? Go for the Z setup or just take the points now?
Man, I didn't even realize that outduel through UT sets the Z up next to a triple letter score. Wow. I did not notice that. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, not 100% sure which of those two is better. I didn't notice that. So hold on a second. Let me.
Well, Aerosat is going to come down from Dave, and so it's going to be a big deal for Ben to get a bingo right here if he possibly can. And the answer is his tiles are terrible.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, hold on. Let me get these scores right. So Aerosat for Dave, and this is really like the tiles coming back around for Dave Wiegand. We saw a couple games from him yesterday where I think Erickson Smith and then Walker Willingham in the first game really had him on the ropes with really good tiles. And certainly this is the tiles shifting back around. If you play enough Scrabble, those bad draws will eventually even out and become good draws in other games. So,
exactly.
Yeah, so we may be seeing that a little bit from Dave. But Ben is not out of it. He will have ample time in this game to potentially come back. But at this point, against a player like Dave Wiegand, Ben's going to need a healthy dose of luck.
Yeah, I would say Dave is just one of the hardest people to come back on again. For if you weren't watching yesterday, Dave and I live we live on the same street literally in Portland, Oregon, and so we have a little club where we play every week. So we play a lot of games, and he's just one of the hardest people to come back against. Once he has a lead, he's so good at just scoring points, and now that he's playing a lot of some more defense too, I've just started not giving up, but oh man.
Yeah, it is a daunting prospect to play against Dave, but frankly, in my experience, I feel like Ben has given me a lot of really difficult games. When Ben is on his game, he is really can play with basically anybody. But there have been times in Ben's career where he's had some amazing tournaments and then other tournaments where if things don't go his way, sometimes he can get down on himself. He really is his own biggest enemy. He's such a talented player that I love seeing Ben in top form playing really well. So I'm hoping that we'll see a lot more of him on this broadcast.
Yeah. Well, now he's doing a call out to the speedrunners, having Glod set up on his rack.
Yeah, not sure if we there is actually some overlap as well between some of the speed running communities and competitive Scrabble. I feel like every time I meet somebody from speed running and explain to them what it is we're doing here with our game, it's always a sympathetic ear. It's always people that sort of get what we're doing.
Yeah.
This is not the most speed run friendly content. We have players with 25 minutes on their clock, but we definitely think that Blitz Scrabble online is a great sort of entry point for people who are into speed above all. So.
Yeah, though I would say I think the biggest overlap is the fundamentals of speedrunning, i.e., doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again. That may seem absurdly repetitive. Really applies across Scrabble, right? Like
certainly with studying
yeah.
words, right? You can turn studying words into a type of speedrunning. And honestly, when I was first starting out
soon.
when I was starting out on Twitch, I felt like that might be the obvious entry point, right? Like because I am very fast at anagramming words, and I have personally turned a lot of my word study into kind of a speed running style game for myself without ever broadcasting it. So I was hopeful that might work, but not yet. But maybe there's a code to crack there where we can make that element of word study more interesting from that perspective. Nice. Sorry. Is that a conceited quote?
No, it's just giving you some crap. I did see Quizzical was streaming some video gaming this morning. It's I guess former Scrabble player at this point. I don't know. Haven't heard from her in a while. So, but I was like, oh, I recognize this person now.
Yeah, she was streaming Battle Royale too and doing quite well at it. So hopefully we see more of her. So,
yeah.
All right, so here we go. Ben eventually is going to grudgingly just play IO. Again, for the Babel Royale players out there, you're going to recognize this word. For the NWL Scrabble players, you might be saying, well, what is that? That's not a two-letter word, but actually it is valid.
Absolutely a two-letter word.
Yep, nice way to get some of the 4 vowels that Ben had off of his rack. Ben's really hoping for maybe an N here to go with his ing, and just generally he needs a bingo in a hurry if he can get it here.
I mean, the nice thing is this leaves an E open on either side.
True.
Obviously, Dave is most likely to play on the left side, is what Ben would expect. So this does leave him a chance to get some on the far right. Although as we look at his tiles, it does not appear that he managed to do that.
Yeah, the W draw, not what you want to see. No. Basically, in general, anytime you're trailing in a game, if you are a player at Ben's level or Dave's level, you're looking to get that bingo, that home run play. Basically, a bingo is kind of like a home run of Scrabble. And the high-scoring letters in the Scrabble set are at odds with that goal. The low-scoring letters are low scoring because they're in more words, they're in more longer words. So typically you see a W come onto your rack and you need to bingo as soon as possible. That's bad news for you. So every now and then you'll still get a bingo down because these guys know so many words, but that's not the tile Ben was hoping for.
No. So yeah, if you're Dave, you really just play some board control here.
This looks fine. Yeah, this Faye scores well, blocks that one of those 2 E's, and maybe next turn you go get the other one.
Yep. I think fine would have been better, FYNE, but somehow that's not one of the.
That's not in the dictionary.
I swaps that you can do in Scrabble. Yep. Lots of archaic words that we don't know where you can swap out an I for a Y.
Yeah, this one happens not to be in there, but Dave does pretty well to score 34 points there. You can see he's up by well over 100 here.
Yeah, we'll have to look out for digestif, which actually the other day Dave put an F out in space, and I had digesti as a
wow.
Domino mentions aperitif and sans serif.
Yeah, so you literally played a word that was called out there in the chat by 14
Yeah.
Domino. That's
Yeah.
nice. But did you have the rack of AEIMORT at any point?
I hope not, because it's kind of a terrible rack.
Yeah, it's a shame that if we're gonna see that lightning strike that we saw yesterday of both players having the exact same rack, it's a shame it wasn't even more interesting than that. But I guess we
Yeah.
should just be thankful for what we can get as
Yeah.
we see Ben play Gout
Although,
here.
in fairness, they did both miss the best plays.
True, the asported hook. That's right.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, I think Ben's play of Goud here, scoring 33 points with those weak tiles, sets up an S hook. He doesn't have one yet, but maybe he will draw one, and he'll need some threats on the board if he draws well. This is a perfectly good play for Ben.
Yeah. The nice spot from Sidewinder in the chat of
Very nice.
zoogeny, or zoogeny, as I would prefer to pronounce it.
That's a great spot. So extending Zoo on the board. And this is the sort of play that I really feel like Dave, this is what, as Conrad said earlier, Dave is really annoying to come back against. And part of the reason why is that he sees plays like this with more regularity than almost anybody. So I would not be surprised to see him find this at all. This is the sort of thing that is his forte. Oh, and I feel like he sees it. Look at that ENY that he's lined up. Oh, maybe he's going, oh, I'm so sorry, Conrad. Do you see what else I think he sees? Spelled out on the rack, the first 5 tiles.
Oh, my favorite.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Conrad, a former victim of dengue, and that looks like a decent play, and Dave may end up playing this. Okay, this is a good play, but it's not the best play here.
Yeah.
So this is like, I mean,
it's like a finding small.
Yeah, I mean, Zoogeny would have scored 13 more points and left ENU instead of NY. So I feel like NY is maybe slightly more flexible than ENU, but nowhere near enough to cover the 13-point gap between the two plays. But again, that's if this is your biggest mistake in a game, you're doing really well. So.
Yeah. The thing here now is, now that Dengue has been played, and I assume that Ben will play something like Jailer down to the R and War, the board is now kind of much more open. I wouldn't call it wide open, because Dave will play Jaibi over neutralizing more of the board, but at least Ben has some space to work with, if nothing else. Hey, Wumble, good morning.
Morning, Wobble. Nice to see you. Thank you to lots of people already in the chat. Thanks for watching, everyone. Our day 2 coverage of Crescent City Cup. This is just the first game of the day, so it's going to be a marathon again today. The stream, there was a break in the middle of about an hour and a half, but overall, when all was said and done, the stream was 9 hours and some change yesterday. So we're going to have to pace ourselves.
Oh, I had another 9 hours in me, other than eating dinner. But hey, looks like we're gonna do it today.
That's Conrad speaking for himself only there. I'm not sure I could have done too much more. Well, so I feel rested and ready for the day right now. So excited for what we're gonna see today between many of these truly some of the best Scrabble players in the country and the world.
Yeah. Well, Quaff, I am way younger than you, so that is why I have all of the energy. To those who don't know, we are not that many years apart. Only
I did say that.
4.
But those 3 are pretty. Those are some big years. Oh, okay. So no Jailer here. It looks like we're gonna see Jural. Oh, I thought we were gonna see Jual here. So I wonder.
Yes, I think it's a miss.
This is probably a slight inaccuracy from Ben, if I had to guess. I feel like, why would you keep IO instead of IR here? The much better bingo combination. So I think
he wants to add more O's to Zoo.
Yeah. I think that's probably a slight imprecision on his part. I think if you're going to play in that spot, you should play Jual. And I think I probably prefer Jailer for the reasons that you mentioned earlier, just to get an entire new chunk of the board a little bit more open. And even if Dave does, so Jailer would go down from the top of the board to the R of War, opening a whole bunch more lines. As you said, Dave would then play Jivey for a great score, but at the very least, you would still have a few tiles to play eights through after Jailer.
So here's the thing: Jailer's only one more point than Jewel. If you can
Yeah, I
imagine.
mean, maybe Jewel is the more careful, logical play here, just because you do the board after Jewel is kind of devoid of scoring opportunities, and it still has some good bingo opportunities. You can see Benji's just drawn an S, and now he is threatening the bingo of toddies. That's going to pluralize Lig there. So Ben has a threat that is available to him here. So maybe playing in that Jural spot was the right move all along. I guess it's also worth noting that with the Ben left IO on his rack, I think with the same draw that he would have made with a leave of IR, which we were saying is slightly a better leave. I don't think there's a bingo there. So Ben is maybe the galaxy brain in effect here for him.
Yeah. Did you know this definition, like the actual definition of, I'm not going to pronounce it correctly, but Joual?
No, has somebody queried that in the chat?
No, well, Jesse knows what it is because he's a flight attendant, but it is a non-standard, chiefly urban variety of French Canadian.
Wow.
Like I don't have the language.
Sorry, guys. I'll get my define bot up here in just a moment so that we can do those queries.
But it looks like, yeah, Toddies is coming down after Dave played some defense with Vying.
And, Vying, a totally reasonable play. Yeah, Vying does great against pretty much everything except an S-containing 7-letter word. Maybe you still get hit with a bingo to the E of Olsey, but Ben has closed the gap quite a bit. So it looked like Dave was doing well. He still is in pretty good shape here, it should be mentioned. But the gap is significantly less now after Ben's big J play and bingo.
Yeah. I mean, really, if Ben can come up with a big draw right here, that would obviously be very helpful.
Yeah, this is where he could turn the tide if he gets maybe that second blank.
Yeah.
Okay, he has some interesting stuff, but certainly not the best draw he could have made here.
Yeah, I mean, if he sees the A hook for Lods, that would definitely be a nice way to score points, keep a good leave. Like Cage, that's pretty solid leaving ECK.
That's very nice.
The K. That's but pointed out in the chat that Dave could play Doti, which while a terrible leave does score a ton of points.
There it is.
I suspect he'll probably do it.
Yep, too many points there for Dave. 39 points with that play, even leaving LNN. LN gets a little bit of flack at the sort of expert level in Scrabble for being a combination of two 1-point tiles that don't really mesh very well together. They're not terribly toxic, but they do not compare well. LN does not compare well to things like LR, RN, RT, things like that. So LNN is even worse with the duplicated tile. Oh, look at this. Okay,
so it looks like
GAC is the play. That looks decent. Maybe the Alod's hook would have been a little better, as Conrad alluded to. Do we think? I think so, because the K is just so powerful, right? There's good K spots. Kutu, if nothing else, later on. For sure, that's the first thing I saw. So that Utu hook on the right side of the board, you can put a K at the top of that. So if there was a way for Ben to keep his K, which there surely was, he could have played Cage or something. Maybe he could have played like Eke or something like that on top of there with Claudes too. So a few options there. GAC is certainly competitive with all of those. It scores quite well, but there were probably slight improvements again for Ben to make there.
Yeah, and mostly a positional thing, right? Like he is still losing. After this, he's down 25 or so.
Right. So you really do need to continue to safeguard your chances of scoring really well on subsequent turns. Like it's totally not impossible from Ben's perspective that if he just continues to score in the mid 30s to 40s every turn from here on out, he could overtake Dave on the scoreboard. But you have to really maximize your odds of having that nice play on your next turn. And to Conrad's point, keeping the K here was probably key to achieve that goal.
Yeah, and you'll note Ben played very fast.
Yeah,
he spent very much time looking.
Yeah, Crafty J said it earlier that maybe he spent a little too much time earlier on the IO turn when he played that. He spent a lot of time there, as we see Dave play thin to block off more of the board. That looks like a really nice way to score well with all those consonants, and could play a little more defense while he's at it. But yeah, that time expenditure for Ben early on, he may be feeling a little bit more pressured to play quickly here. And boy, I'm not sure now. I really don't know how Ben's going to keep scoring on this board.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about it, like, right, if he plays, say, Cage or something last turn, I mean, he's keeping ECK with that, and he draws, EHP or whatever.
Yeah, Chape or something.
Holy cats! He's got all sorts of stuff he can do, and now he's just boxed himself in.
Yeah, the crazy thing about if Ben had played Cage, forming Cab and Allies, it would have put that E right in that triple lane where you could play a 5-letter word down. In fact, though, Dave's rack was extremely poor to hit that spot. He had all those consonants. There was almost nothing that Dave would have been able to do short of burning his blank to block that spot effectively. He probably would have had to play something weak that got in the way of the spot without scoring very much. So anyway, all this to say, it's not that Ben made some kind of massive blunder there, but it is so frequently the case in Scrabble that these little nuances between plays are the difference in the game. So, there's definitely a huge healthy dose of luck that goes into the game of Scrabble, but being on the right side of those nuanced decisions on a consistent basis will get you really far.
Yeah. Well, when we were talking yesterday, Will, about how we tend to call people named David by their last name, another very solid Scrabble player who we also tend to call by his last name.
Yes. Hello to David Eldar. Nice to see you today. Hope you're having a good day. Former world champion who, that's definitely something interesting. Like in the early going on, in our attempts to grow Scrabble on Twitch, I feel like something that it stands out for us compared to like chess broadcasts that I'm seeing is like when I'm streaming Scrabble, I can reliably expect like a lot of people who are, either as good as I am or obviously better than I am to be stopping by the chat. And I just feel like that's not an issue that chess streamers have that much of, like, Magnus Carlsen coming into the chat and just hanging out with you or something.
Yeah.
I hope it's not that intimidating. If you're watching along and saying, oh, well, I'm not a Scrabble champion, what could I have to contribute? Please don't feel self-conscious. We really, really want to be accommodating to players of all levels that are watching along.
Yeah, and if you convince Hikaru to rate us after his stream, then I'll buy you a beer.
Well, I don't know if Hikaru knows me, but we have made some.
That's to the stream in general. I'm not going to buy you a beer.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a specific request to me.
Yes, I would ask, or I would offer to buy you a beer, Will. That's
I see.
Not even trolling you.
Yeah, that would be very nice to get a raid of whatever 15,000 people or something like that. But hey, we can dream. We can shoot for some similar level of growth in our game. So yeah.
So,
what's Dave gonna do
what are you thinking here?
Geez. So first of all, let me get Ben's points for A on the board. He's up to 294.
Hey.
So Dave continues to struggle with not that many vowels. He only had one vowel on his previous turn, and he only has one now. So he is going to play Yelper,
I would
which
assume Yelper is what I was gonna say. That's the
yep.
only thing I even saw.
Yeah, so the question for Dave is, does he play Yelper and get as many points as he can, or does he sacrifice a lot of points to try to block the E of Ulzi, which is kind of the
No.
scary spot? I mean, I think Yelper is completely fine. The
Yeah.
score is close enough that if you take a really, really small score to block that spot, you could easily get outrun. There's still
Yeah.
the X. There's still, if you're finding a way to score well with the Q somehow, maybe that hurts.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of the things, as someone who loves playing defensive Scrabble, is there's nothing I love more than when someone makes a huge unwarranted sacrifice for no reason to try to block a lane. In the process, sacrificing like 30 points or 40 points across multiple turns to do so. I just love it. And in this case, Dave's tiles were good enough that he's drawn both nines with the IN as well as down to the E.
Yeah, that's definitely something that when I see that, I kind of rejoice again. We were actually talking yesterday about the idea of quote unquote rushing to the end of the game,
Yeah.
as being sort of born out of panic, right? Like something
Yeah.
that sounds kind of good, but in practice, it's mostly a panic move. And that kind of is similar to me, like, blocking that E in Ulzi for like a handful of points, 5 points, 6 points, or something like that. That's that feels like, as you said, I like it when my opponents do stuff like that. So
Yeah.
all
Well, this
right.
is this is what we all live for, right? Is Dave Wiegand looking for a good nine, and since we know that it's there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so here the problem though is, yeah, he has an amazing find here at the base of the board. I'm not sure. I think people in chat must have
Yeah, yeah.
been
They
pointing it out.
the chat has seen it. I can confirm, since Dave is my roommate at this tournament, that he says he slept just fine last night. I do not
Great.
think that he took any of said supplement.
Yes, but I think, unfortunately for us, who love nothing more than getting great content on the stream, I think it makes much more sense for Dave to play something for a couple fewer points that blocks the C of Placer, right? You don't
Yeah.
want to. I have the tracking element up, so we can now, if we want, we can see what Dave is looking at. Not sure if we're able to cut to that. I have the tracking display on.
Yeah. I could see like Dave putting melatonin down like for the swag. Oh, spoiler alert. I could definitely see him putting it down for the swag and then picking it up and then playing like Mika Nate or something.
Yeah, I think honestly, that's something that I would do just because I am insecure enough about my long word knowledge that if I was on stream, I would want all of you guys in the chat to see that I saw this. But Dave is Dr. Bing. He doesn't have that insecurity.
Yeah.
He can just know that, you know what? We all know he probably would find melatonin with a blank.
Oh,
And
he's already found it.
oh, he did. Oh, he found. Did he?
Oh, no, 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 no.
rearrange?
I'm just saying I'm sure he's already found it.
Okay, got it. I thought we had concrete evidence.
Oh no,
like
we
he
have
rearranged his letters or something.
no,
But
no concrete evidence yet, but
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
it is incredible how good Dave is with that type of thing, finding 9-letter words with a blank on his rack, and that is not something very many people can say. He really is among, I don't know, only Nigel. I mean,
Yeah,
is it
probably. I think
only
only, yeah,
Nigel
only Nigel.
is better than Dave Wiegand? Nigel Richards, who we call him Nigel in our world, just assuming everybody's going to know who that is. But Nigel Richards is kind of the GOAT of Scrabble, greatest of all time. He's not at this tournament, just for the record, but yeah, always a treat to watch him play. But short of Nigel, Dave is truly the best with those longer words. So let's see. Let's see what he's gonna go with here.
I'm expecting Mika Nate to come down because I think that's the best for the board.
Yeah, agreeing with that. something to that E of Olsey does seem sensible. Yeah, I mean, maybe not be. I mean, the with this pool, I'm not really sure how many triple triples there are through the P of Placer. It's probably not that big of a threat, but you also do probably stop a bunch of other bingos, maybe through the L, A, and C of Placer as well.
Right.
So
Yeah, if your other options are to play through the L or to play through the A, then like what's the point? You're just going to open more stuff to parallel afterwards.
right. So all that being said, if he plays Melita, oh, he sees it. Okay, now we know. Now we have confirmation.
Well,
Right?
he found it.
He literally just had his tiles arranged on his rack of ME blank a tone.
And look, and there's Mikanate.
And now he's so that is
almost like we could predict what he's gonna do.
Yeah, that is as demonstrative as Dave will ever be. He's arranged his tiles just to let us know, or just because maybe he only now just saw it. Who knows? But he clearly sees his choices here between Melatonin and Mikanate, maybe Nematode, whatever. It's not a big deal between those 80-point plays to the E. Will he play Melatonin just for the lulz, or no?
Yeah,
he's
should have gotten a poll going here, but
yeah.
I think,
unfortunately, I can't. I don't think I can do polls until we get to affiliate status on here.
Yeah. So unsurprisingly, Dave spells out Melatonin and plays Mikanate.
Yeah, which I think
Sorry for spoiling it 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that is the safe play. I think that's just the prudent play maybe, but of course we would have loved to see Dave play the swag play here, the baller play of Melatonin to the IN. So that's okay. This is not a mistake. No. What is this? It wants me to block a word. Yeah. So all right. So nice play by Dave. Obviously, now just having. Oh, so hold on. Let me get what Ben is looking at, I guess, from the tracking, although it's very, very close to the end of the game. So most of those tiles are on Dave's rack, but not all. So let's just make it look correct. So Ben with the Q and the V and other junk on his rack, this is basically, there's very, very little that Ben can do to salvage this game. If he fishes his Q with Chin at the bottom of the board, he could play Cot through the A of Placer. The problem with that is it empties the bag and gives him only 6 tiles. So he is almost forced to play off that Q at the bottom of the board and pray that he gets a bingo somewhere. I just don't even see what that bingo would be. Also, Dave will block it because the bag will be empty and Dave will have perfect knowledge of Ben's rack. So looks like a win for Dave Wiegand here to start off the day. No Melatonin needed.
Yeah. I think they're both awake. And I mean, easily the best played game we've had on stream thus far. And, we're going to have to come back and say, well, Gak was probably the worst play of the game. Okay. Can't feel too unhappy about that, right?
Yeah, and shout out to like Dengue too as being not technically correct.
Right.
Instead, Dave should have played Zoogeny from ZOO on the board. These are very high level quote unquote mistakes. If you're making those as your biggest mistakes, you're going to be a really good Scrabble player. So
yeah. So an odd play from Ben in the sense of like he's going to get hit with IN most of the time, but
yeah, interesting. Yeah, I mean he's getting 36 points for this, so even though you're getting hit much harder in response, maybe you make out close to as well. I don't know. So I agree. I probably would have passed that up, just seeing that there's a really good chance I get hit for 50 points on the bottom. So yeah, bag empty now. Players' racks are pretty well set.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Oh,
So I would expect to
difficult.
see IN at some point, either this turn, maybe next turn. Yeah, play Ibex now. Nice.
Oh, good idea. Oh man, that was fast too. Like to see from Dave's perspective that he could play Ibex now and follow up with a play to the queue that's literally impossible to block. Ben can play his S or his T underneath the I, but that will still yield a chi play in the lower corner. There's literally nothing Ben can do
You
to
can play
stop
QD.
that. Yeah, which
I see Qs.
are those? Do you think those words are in the future of our lexicon, or are people going to go bonkers if
No, I think
QT is added?
no, QT and ICQ, that's like 90s
Yeah,
slang. I
true.
doubt it. I mean, we did get MySpace in like 2014, so what do I know? Um, yeah. So here's, as we're seeing, Dave just played a very nice. Oh, thank you, Dan.
So kind. We're not even on
Yeah,
screen.
yeah. Uh, so we were talking yesterday about, Dave being one of the top end game solvers in the world. So I guess I would throw it out there to any of the international players for, Will and I haven't played abroad as much. Who is the best end game solver other than Nigel, obviously?
Yeah, that's a
The
good
obvious Adam
question.
came to mind, but I don't know. Is there someone who's like notoriously a good end game solver outside of the obvious Adam and Nigel, which we discussed yesterday,
Yeah,
and Dave?
Adam is amazing. Dave is amazing. Nigel stands above all. No, he literally Nigel Richards, when he doesn't solve an end game correctly, it's cause for like alarm or like noteworthiness. Whereas all the rest of us are like, okay, I didn't get
Oh,
that
it's a
one.
Puneet sighting.
Oh, there he is.
Shout out to Puneet for being awesome.
So Dave does cash his chi play, and then Ben is going to go out and finish the game off with his highest scoring outplay. Final score of the game, 389 for Ben Schoenbrunn, 483 for Dave Wiegand. So at the very least, we got a pretty accurately played game from these players and not a
Yeah.
total blowout, as at the very least, after Ben's play of Toddy's, he was only down
Yeah.
by 25 or so points. So more of that, please. We don't need any
Yeah.
more of these 200-point whitewashings that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So
I mean, 7 more games like this, I'd be very happy. I think chat would be very happy. Chat is
yeah,
rapidly approaching 69 viewers, so thanks for showing up in the early
nice,
hours here,
very nice.
and in prime hours over in Europe.
That's a nice from me.
Hello to Arg and to El Jefe Ray and
Yes.
Jalopik.
So yeah, lots. Really appreciate all you guys in the chat hanging out. While we have the break between rounds, definitely want to continue to call out. Hopefully, for those that were watching yesterday, you've already heard. But for those that weren't, this tournament is sponsored by Scrabble Go to the tune of $5,000 that are going into tournament expenses that benefit all players, live streaming equipment that you're seeing the benefits of that on the production side, and obviously the prize pools for the players that we are covering on the stream. Really, really appreciating that contribution. Additionally, definitely want to call out that in that same vein of sponsorship, we have playscrabble.com, a new website that has a very different look and feel from the more modern twist on Scrabble of Scrabble Go. Playscrabble.com is a more classic experience. Hopefully, the future home for Scrabble fans and competitors alike, united in their love of Scrabble to learn, compete, and belong to a vibrant community. Worth noting that this website is currently in beta and only available in North America. So I apologize to all those watching from around the world. We're hoping to roll this site out on a wider scale sometime very soon. And additionally, I've already been seeing some really nice social posts from a lot of the folks down there at Crescent City Cup. Basically, we are going to start featuring some of those potentially this afternoon. Yeah, basically we're trying to encourage you guys to join the action as much as possible. So it's going to be any photo or video of yourself playing in the tournament, playing on Scrabble Go, playing on playscrabble.com. Post that on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. You see our ats right there, Scrabble Go in all cases, and use those hashtags Scrabble Go, Play Scrabble, or CCC. And eventually we are going to start featuring some of that content on the broadcast. So thank you very much for bearing with me there. And hopefully some people head on over to playscrabble.com, try it out. It is in beta. Still a lot of room to improve and grow, but very excited about the future of that site. And yeah, there you have it. So round 9 in the books, and at some point, I'm sure we're going to get another great round 10 matchup. So yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, well, Ben is in the chat now, and he wants to be roasted. Unfortunately, all we can really tell him is that he played Gak way too fast. That was it.
But Ben, you didn't. But
great.
Ben, you didn't miss Suogeny. That was Dave. Am I crazy? I thought Dave played Denge.
Yeah.
Ben, when did you miss Suogeny? so yeah, he'll have to clarify that. Yeah, I don't think Ben missed hardly anything.
I don't know if he's trolling us, in which case, good job. Honestly, you played great. Gak was the, I think, only mistake, right? And Jewel over Jurl.
Yeah, Jewel over Jurl, but ultimately you bingoed with Toddies on the next turn, so that really erased that mistake pretty quickly. So it's not, it's not much of a mistake when you end up benefiting. Of course, that is fallacious reasoning, right? There are many, many times when you make a mistake in a game of Scrabble and you benefit directly from it. As a result, that doesn't really make it any less of a mistake. And definitely players that make very, very few mistakes. The reason plays like that are mistakes is not because you benefit every single time you don't make the mistake, but that over the long haul, those plays will work out better in more scenarios. So yeah, Ben, the Gak play was really not a big error. If that's the biggest mistake you're going to be making, You're going to do great. In this event, and nobody will be surprised. So yeah, we'll just have to see. I think there is some question about who we're going to feature in the next game, but I think there's a lot of other really solid matchups that we could showcase. Not sure if it's possible to take this time to get a wider look at the standings in this division. Oh, I think it will be. So let's just take a look and see. So these are the partial standings. You can see that little red band at the top of the player's screen means that their result for the previous round has not yet been recorded. But otherwise, you can see we've got some of the usual suspects from yesterday doing quite well. Dave Koenig currently in first. We just saw Dave Wiegand defeat Ben Schoenbrunn to move into second, and Rashid Balagun in third place. We haven't seen Josh Castellano on the stream, so hopefully he can notch a win. Well, no offense to Walker Willingham, his opponent, but it would be cool to watch some of Josh Castellano on the stream. And then you see some of the other, usual suspects that we saw yesterday. And again, these are the elite players in the Collins division. We actually have other divisions of play, including the Collins Light, and then, of course, the NWL divisions as well. And you can see the standings at any time by typing !standings in the chat and using those links.
Yeah. So
any surprises for you here so far in the standings?
Honestly, my main surprise is that neither Eric nor Dave, nor Leip, nor David, nor David have updated their pictures in the last decade and a half.
Yeah, these are some outdated pictures of a couple of these people.
Tish is not known for being up to date on what it's pulling from. Yeah. No major surprises, honestly. No. Excuse me, swallowed funny. No major surprises on people
It's still
who are
early
doing
yet,
very
too.
well.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's still early. There's a lot of time left for players to make a move up the standings. It's, as we were discussing yesterday, Conrad, the two of us, you especially, are not a fan of looking at the standings if you don't have to. And
No.
I try not to look until it starts to matter a little bit later on. So yeah, 20 rounds in total. And actually, we have a cool shot that we can provide for you guys of the full playing area that the players are experiencing. We'll cut to that in just a moment, just to show you that actually is really impressive how much space is there. It's totally different from what I remember. So many players packed into a small space playing at the Crescent City Cup. You can see they've got a ton of space. This is sort of a panorama shot of the entire playing area, and it gives you a pretty good sense of the full scope of this tournament. We have something like 80 players in attendance here, despite the challenging conditions. So kudos to everybody that have been sort of braving that to go out there and play some Scrabble. You see everybody masked, and that's what you want to see. So
yeah, and what I would call out here is you see that half wall. Players who have been in the past would recognize that, or may understand the context that that wall usually separates the entire playing room. So really, just to the right is the entire venue, or venue as we would call it, and we would fit 120, 130 people into just those 2/3. So the jury in kind enough to give us a third ballroom to help, more distancing. But you can imagine for the future what this means. Where in the past we've had to cap this event at 120, 130 people. In future years, we may be able to see 200 plus again, which would be great.
That would be amazing. Yep. And I really think that is within reach, especially if we continue to create that linkage between live events, really the biggest live events on our tournament calendar, and live coverage, and sort of having our tournament community be this really important piece of an overall growth strategy for Scrabble. So I'm really excited for it.
Yeah. It's going to be a really, really cool next couple of years to really #grow the game.
Yeah, right. That's not one of our hashtags for the social sharing, but a hashtag that I can get behind. #grow the game for sure. I think the players are seated now, and our matchup that we're going to get here.
Dun, dun.
I'm going to reset the scores for the players in just a moment. It's going to be Austin Shin, one of the event organizers here, versus Erickson Smith, a veteran of Scrabble Twitch channels across the spectrum. And we saw him notch an extremely impressive victory over Dave Wiegand yesterday, in fact. So I'm eager to see this matchup for sure. Not sure. I guess the players are, getting the go-ahead to start putting their tiles in the bag, and we're going to get started with round 10 in a moment, Conrad.
So we all make you, those two and myself, make you look like you're a newbie to this game, because both Eric and Austin were playing even before I started playing competitive Scrabble. Eric was one of the top-rated children, like when he was a kid, and Austin, of course, was like the crown jewel of UK Scrabble as like a 10-year-old.
So I started playing in 2009 at the age of 25, and you started playing in like the year 2000 at the age of like 1 or something like that, practically.
Yeah. My first tournament I was 14, but started playing when I was 3. So.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was definitely playing loads and loads of word games, just not tournament Scrabble.
Not tournament Scrabble.
Anyway, you see the players seated. Austin again with his stylish orange mask, and we'll see. This will be a good test. We're gonna see whether the scoring will indeed never stop for Austin, as he has proven that is his catchphrase for good reason. He is a very, very talented player. Erickson, no slouch himself. We saw him play something like 4 or 5 bingos in a game, en route to either 600 points or close to it, against the best player in the field, Dave Wiegand. So All right, players are about ready. Jalopnik one says, I'd love to hear the story of Will's first tournament. Yeah, that was in 2009. And at that tournament, I sort of went there with not much of an idea of what to expect. I knew some words from having played a lot of Boggle before, and I did very well in the lowest division, but I did not win because I lost both of my games to Jalopnik. One, I went 6-2, losing to him twice.
Well done.
So of course he loves to hear that story for good reason, as Austin leads off the game here with kind of a tweener rack here.
Yeah, it sounds like your first tournament was more interesting. Mine, I lost my very first game because I couldn't come up with disease as an anagram to seaside. My opponent then went on to go 6-0, and I went 5-1. So, go figure.
Yeah, but the most important thing about those first tournaments are not the individual results or the games, but more to the feeling of, wow, this is like an amazing community that I want to continue to be a part of. And I really believe that we were talking before that there are a lot of first-time players in attendance here. In pretty much all divisions at least have some representation, the light divisions, of newer players. And I really believe that once you get people to take that plunge and to go to a live tournament and sort of be among such like-minded, cool, quirky people, it really does form a habit pretty much immediately that you just want to continue to play this game, be around this community. It was a life changer for me in every sense.
Yeah, and I've written about my story. It's conradbb.com/my story.
Awesome.
If you want to read a little more about it, but I think getting back here, Eric has 2 playable bingos, one of which will depending upon which one he plays, will drastically alter the future of this game.
Oh man, yeah, I'm seeing
one will end
what
very
you're
poorly.
Okay, so what Conrad is saying is that Erickson has a bingo of mortgage here. Oh, he's not going to play it. Okay, so he plays Hag instead. This is actually a surprisingly decent time for Erickson to miss that bingo. He still had a much more obscure bingo through the eye of Dahoti, which would have ended up being pretty safe. And would that have blocked? I wonder if that would have blocked.
Oh, no, it gives it, no, Acridine.
Acridine, sure. Okay. I was going to say.
But Acridine into a triple, slotting an E in a nice spot, so.
Okay, so what we're remarking on, though, is mortgage has so many hooks, including not just mortgage with the D, mortgager, mortgagee, another E can hook onto that. So if Eric is going to miss his bingo of mortgage, now is a decent time because Austin's going to bingo with Dyneric, a very nice play for him, I might add. And yeah, it's coming. And so, yeah, the scores currently are 18-87 after the bingo. That was a good time for it just because Dyneric would have hit so much harder as a hook to mortgage there. So.
Yeah. And I will say I was chatting with Eric over a game of anagrams yesterday evening, and he said he really wanted to play Eric, the word, on stream. Instead, Austin has just thrown it back in his face by bingoing with an Eric word against him.
That is, I did not even realize that nuance. An Eric suffix word. That is some psychological warfare, next level stuff right there.
Yeah. But he will definitely bingo here. It's really... this is also kind of a turning point, right? Like he has tea time spelled out, which I guess would be a pretty defensive approach, or he can just really go and open it up, maybe something to the D or something through the R, or probably, I don't know, something through the C or something. What do you think? What would you consider here?
So tea time would go on top of Dahoti here with that. So that would be a very defensive choice. It scores 68, and mittened to the D of Dahoti opens up the board hugely and scores 8 more points. It is worth calling out. I wish I could take credit for seeing this myself, but probably the quote unquote best play here for Eriksson is through the ID.
Oh my God, I don't know that
board.
word. Wow.
He could play mid-net for 86, which again, I'm pretty much going to say only Dave Wiegand has a chance to see that in this field.
Yeah. And I bet he would find that. Like it's right. It's just amazingly, it's a top 10,000 probability 9, which for those who are not word studiers is like common enough that if you study the 9s, you might actually get to it in your studies. But Scott Jackson, of course, found it. He's well known for having a bromance with Dave Wiegand and an elk. Interestingly,
I mean, can you really blame him? Dave Wiegand is, he is. Yeah. As you get to know him better, it's impossible not to have a little bromance going with him.
Yeah, yeah. Do I sense an air of jealousy that you wish you could be a little more broier with
yes,
Dr. Bro?
Yep, definitely a little bit jealous. Definitely also believing, like, for years that there are players like Dave. When I got into Scrabble, he had already become a 2-time champion, I think. Mm-hmm. So basically, guys like that, for years, I thought to myself, like, these guys probably don't even know who I am. Like, what have I done in Scrabble to be noteworthy to Dave? And for some reason, I still feel that way a little bit to this day. Like, I still feel like, does Dave actually even know who I am? And I know he does, because we were on the same team at the Alchemist Cup, and we've become friends. Like, we're friendly now. But there's still something where, like, he's Dave Wiegand. Who am I compared to that?
Yeah. So. I mean, yeah. Once upon a time, Dave was definitely, a little shyer, but. Now he's certainly, actually, I think it was at the New Orleans tournament where we really start to see him come out of his shell almost a decade ago now, and obviously we've become very good friends, and in my case now neighbors. Here's a cool one. I'm guessing that Austin could really go ahead and blow up the board here if he played Arroyo and Remitters.
I mean, this is the true question here is, does the scoring ever really stop, right?
He puts his money where his mouth is, then we're going to see Arroyo and Remitter right here.
If the scoring truly never stops, he has to play Arroyo here. Yes, yeah. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe, is it possible that he'll opt instead to play Yarer or something? Like, okay, maybe that's the tiniest bit more safe of a variation, would you say? Yarer and Remitters?
Yeah. I would play Arroyo for sure. I'd play Arroyo and Haggy. I've gotten away. I once stole a game from a top expert by playing Haggyist as an intentional phony.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
I won't dox that person, but suffice to say they were very high rated.
Yeah.
Nylonite. There we go.
Yeah. So you were just talking about Xylonite yesterday, I think.
Yeah, Xylonite anagrams to exit only. I noticed in my walking home. To our hotel.
That's classic Scrabble player brain there, just anagramming signs and anagramming whatnot. I will say that in high school, long before I ever played Scrabble seriously, I noticed that my high school baseball coach was a guy named Ed Wisner, Wissner, and I noticed that his name anagrammed to weirdness.
Nice.
I think I literally was in the outfield just thinking about that. And hopefully I didn't get hit a fly ball at that time, because I was probably very distracted by that epiphany.
Did you know that one of your opponent's last name was valid in Scrabble at the time, or did that come later?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know. Yeah, in high school, for any baseball heads out there, our team played against now Major League pitcher Adam Ottavino in high school. We went up against him, and he was a freshman on his baseball team at that time, but was already batting third on varsity, and went 5 for 5 with 4 doubles against our team. So pretty good. All right. Wow. Austin is playing a little more carefully than maybe we would have expected. I don't mind this choice from him here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he's seen Remitters, right? So he's keeping the R's knowing he's got this great bingo lane.
True.
In reserve. I thought about it more. I definitely do prefer Arroyo to Yerrer. The reason being, if I'm gonna open up a triple lane that aggressively, why not open two? Because really, I mean, it's a lot of volatility, but you're gonna get one of them.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's something that is, I think, for a newer player to Scrabble, I think that's a surprising thing, right? Opening up a triple is known as this, I will never do this, right? This is something you should never do. Newer players are very right to be scared of doing that. But at the same time, there are some plays that you can make that necessitate opening a triple because they score so well or because they get a lot of bad tiles off of your rack. And then to Conrad's point, there are times when you can open two triples at once. And that, ironically, is sometimes better than just opening the one. Because as Conrad said, you guarantee yourself at least a shot at hitting one of the two.
Yep.
So, all right. Erickson still working on this kind of weird rack with the two. Oh, wow, Conrad.
Oh, no, he's doing it. I jinxed it.
Austin's going to challenge this. No chance this gets past Austin. Let's be ready with the challenge cam here because I absolutely, in no world does Austin not challenge this word.
I was going to say, if anything, shorter words tend to be one of the only things that Austin is not one of the best players in the world at comparatively, but
this is too, a word like Haggy is just too, there it is. The challenge computer working beautifully. Check this out. Oh, I guess we're not seeing the, okay. So we saw the shot of them using the computer, but not the result of the challenge, which we can tell you that this is going to come off. You see Erickson pick it up. And that's going to be a tough blow to him right there. Yeah, we'll work on getting the challenge cam to show. Did you guys actually see the challenge screen? I didn't see it actually. I don't know. Maybe
no. We saw the cam though, and the cam is still like that is half the excellence. So like,
okay, the cam is good. Yeah, that's an improvement. We'll get there. That's again that is our first attempt at bringing you challenge cam. So yeah, 5 points is the challenge rule here, but of course, when you challenge off a word, that has nothing to do with the score. You just take your word off and you take a 0 for that turn. Had Haggy been valid, Erickson's score would have gone up by 5 there. So a lot of incentive in the 5-point challenge rule to challenge any word you're unsure of. Many of our players in the North American field are more used to the double challenge rule, which when you challenge a word that is when you challenge a valid word, you lose your turn. So it's very scary compared to just giving your opponent 5 extra points. Not nearly as punitive.
Yeah. So strategy talk here, Will. Now that your opponent has played a phony and you have something like Parol, whatever it is, Parol, you know 5 of your opponent's tiles, and none of them are an E or an S.
Oh, clever.
Do you go ahead? I mean, I guess I didn't know Porl. It's a obscure Collins word. Okay, so Porl. Okay, fine. I take it back. Say it wasn't a word though. Do you take the risk there?
That's a great question. So to your point, I do think that even though my opponent is playing 5 tiles on the previous turn and none of those tiles is an E, which the word we're talking about here, just for the record, is parole with this spelling, right? So it doesn't take an E hook. We all know parole with the E hook, hopefully not because you've gone to jail, but because we have good vocabularies. But I do also think that the E is such a common tile that players will keep on their leave. Even if you're playing 5 tiles off, I would still be a little scared just because that E is so frequently going to be in a 2-tile leave as a tile that you would keep for next turn for a better future. So I would still be a little scared. I think if the scores were reversed, maybe, and I had to, be aggressive to make a comeback, I would consider doing that.
Hmm.
In this
But
situation, probably not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I would play this over it though. I'm not sure about wrap.
yeah. Though it's
Um,
worth calling out that given that those tiles are nylon plus E plus blank, what's the worst thing you're gonna get hit with?
Good point. That is a good point. You can't really get hit super hard after that. So maybe it is okay.
Yeah.
It's a really, really great shout out by you to the way that you can use that extra information after your opponent makes a phony play. To me, that is one of the most fun and complicated elements of Scrabble, which at this part of the game, it really is a very much a game of imperfect information. Towards the end of the game, you have perfect information if your bookkeeping is accurate. But in the middle game, when your opponent does something to give you so much more information, that is a really unique challenge. It's one that's taken me a long time to, and still I feel like I burn a ton of time on moves like that. How about you?
I mean, yeah, it's one of the rare times that you have perfect or close to perfect information, so you really want to get it right. So it's and it's one that's kind of hard to prep for, right? You never really know when that situation's going to come up, and an AI doesn't play phonies really.
Absolutely.
So
yep. So only through experience, really, only through experience, and it takes a lot of time and games to get that experience. So yeah, look at this. Austin is sitting, waiting for this kind of kill shot here with Jailers, which would really put him a huge amount ahead. But there's nowhere for it to play right now. So basically, Erickson has to. Well, he can't know this, but it's very much up in the balance here. Will Erickson make a play that puts an S hook on the board in a good spot, or will he play something a little more guarded? That's going to change the direction of this game in a big way. What could he play that would put an S spot, an S hook on the board here? Well, not that.
I don't really see much of anything that. I mean, I would prefer playing Yawn or something in the kind of the top center
With those overlaps, maybe.
Yeah.
Or, oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, that Jan might do a little bit better. He plays only, which isn't significantly worse, and it's not going to give Austin a place to play Jailers. It actually also blocked Austin's possible jails and hags. You know, like there were some big J scoring plays, pluralizing hags. Haggy, no good, but hag is valid with the two Gs. So only does have that unintended effect of taking Austin's highest scoring plays away from him on this move. But Austin will still have his choice of some good scoring plays with the J that leave him really nice tiles here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even a small play like Jol, yeah, he's got it spelled out top center there.
That looks perfectly fine to me. Is there any world in which you would? You can't keep the L for 6 fewer points. That's too much. Definitely got to play your L there. Yeah. Obviously, the reason that I would at least consider keeping my L. So we're talking about playing Joe with or parallel to Rap. And we're going to see Austin play the L, which Conrad and I agree that is the correct choice here. You're getting 6 more points to play your L as opposed to simply leaving it off. The reason you would at least consider it is when you're close to a bingo, every subsequent bingo tile that you can keep beyond the first has a really positive effect on your ability to draw that 7-letter bingo eventually. So you got to at least consider it. But 6 points is too steep of a tax to pay, especially considering the odds of you drawing another good bingo tile are still pretty good, right? Like you can play Joel, get 6 more points, and draw 3 good bingo tiles and still get a ton of bingos down. So it's not worth that sacrifice here.
Yeah, and especially with that L hanging out with only the C hanging out in generic, which is not as important to the point, but yeah, and so he still didn't pick up a bingo with that AIRS.
He drew KF, and again, we've mentioned it a couple times. when you're trying to bingo, you're hoping to avoid certainly as many of those high scoring consonants as possible. Certainly duplicate vowels is another thing you don't want to see. But the high scoring consonants have those high scores because they're in fewer words. So that's going to make it tougher to get those 7 and 8 letter bingos. And ultimately, even though Austin's not very likely to bingo with this rack, he's still going to score well, and he has a nice lead, which I need to update the scores for you guys. 176 to 106 right now for Eriksson, who's on turn.
And he's just not much good stuff that he's looking at here.
Yeah, what can he do here?
Yeah, this may be a. I hate the idea of fishing here because there's just not much to play through.
He's got just the one vowel, so that's obviously, you're going to want to hold on to that I if you're Eriksson here and do your best to get rid of some of these consonants. I guess maybe something through the double E of Dyneric and Oye. I mean, it's, Neem, Peen. I don't love those plays.
I mean, that's Peen is. I see the Peen here. I don't know.
Sorry, Twitch admins for that, but we have to admit we both do see the Peen.
Yeah, shout out to Big Mouth.
Nice, yeah. That's the Netflix show, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, Eriksson can do something like that through the 2 E's, or all right, he's gonna play.
Yeah, I mean that's
fine, I guess. I mean that's.
It should be playing pint. That's obviously not as good, but.
Yeah, pint, a little bit better probably. Just in general, always. The M may be a little bit more flexible than the P. They're very, very similar bingo tiles, and the M is a better scoring tile in general. Or is there a specific reason on this board that you're calling out?
Oh, no, just MNS versus PNS, I think.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. So anyway, Mint is certainly a reasonable play. Let's just see. Oh, he drew decently well. Bingo through the L doesn't fit. So yeah. Anyway, let's see.
Pretty close, maybe not quite. Would have a bingo with the M instead of the E. Yeah.
Good call. Yeah, it's that again, as I mentioned, these tiny little details, right? Like the difference between the leave of PNS versus MNS. That is as splitting hairs as it gets, but in this particular situation, Eriksson would at least be threatening a 7-letter bingo on his rack. If you switch that P over to an M, he would have Osmunda. I'm not sure where that fits here. Does that play somewhere?
I don't think so.
But you never know what might open up. So
yeah. And so what does Austin do here? Frack, I guess, is what he has spelled out. It certainly seems like
frack is, yeah, I mean, frack. So worth noting that Dyneric is an adjective. There's no S that you can put onto that. So that's the first thing to point out. If Austin plays frack through that C of Dyneric, it looks a little bit scary to give that triple up, but it's actually going to be kind of difficult to hit the triple sometimes, in particular because the R of frack is going to be a part of that word. If Eriksson does not have an E, it's going to be impossible for him to really do much to that triple, right? It's going to be hard for him to have a 6-letter play extending all the way up to the upper right corner of the board. And if he doesn't have an E, it will be literally impossible to do a multi-tile overlapping play to the triple letter score right next to that C of Dyneric.
And really, he'd need 2 E's, right? Because both Y's are out. So you could have an A, I guess.
Totally,
that's not going to score much.
Yeah, even though this looks extremely scary with that triple lane wide open looking, it's actually a little less scary to me than some openings would be in that spot. So I like it actually for Austin. I think that's a reasonable form of aggression. There were other plays he could have made here, like Kafila through the L of only that maybe are slightly less crazy and open to variance of like big scoring plays going down. But this is fine, I think. I don't really have a problem with this. And Austin's drawn great, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's a wow.
So, although hold on, I'm just looking around the board. Is it, does he? Yeah, where is Austin gonna
Lineates.
Lineates is a very tempting play, but yeah, unfortunately not. I'm not sure where Austin's actually going to play with this. So maybe he's sort of dependent on Ericsson's next play. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If nothing else, he has the chance to just play off a couple vowels and, shore up some holes in the board a bit, maybe, if that's how he wants to use the time. He's not quite up enough that the game is a conclusion, foregone conclusion, but let's see what does Eric do here first, because for him it's he's getting to the point where he's going to need to do something soon.
I mean,
and he wants to leave the top left. You want to leave that as alone as possible, because that's your long term. That's what you got to work with.
So for Eric here, his choices, as I see it, are: does he burn the S to score like 30 points somewhere, or does he try to set up an S hook somewhere for many, many fewer points, right? So for me, I would be thinking about playing OUP off of the K of Frack. I would consider that, just because I've got an S and there's nowhere else on the board that's any good for that S. Another thing that you could consider is, if you want to burn your S, you could play something like Spa and Lamp and Oars or something like that. That scores 31 points, but you leave very poor letters for next turn, which really, I mean, you're getting way more points, and then you really need help from the tile bag after a play like that. So, I think I would probably favor getting an S hook on the board here, even at great cost on the scoreboard. But depending on how he does that, he's got to be careful, because Austin is sitting on really good tiles here. So
yeah,
we'll just have to see.
Well, a good morning to both Choco PB and Jello Mochas, both Pacific Northwesters.
I didn't see Choco PB there in the chat.
Yeah, Choco is mentioning the merits of mint over pint.
True. Yeah, that's definitely the emo and dit and e and rit spot to end words in ed and er is definitely worth some consideration there. So long term, maybe mint does have some benefits for him to complete this comeback. That's a really good point. So this is a tough turn. Eric's time is dwindling. He's going to have to come up with something here. What's he going with?
No. That's no. Don't do that. No.
So a play like Pound, taking that D off of the board as a potential place that you can bingo, it does kind of hurt. You really do want to try to preserve that if possible. So given that, like a play like Oop that I pointed out there off of the K of Frack, that scores 14 points. Pound scores 16 points. So it's really not that many more points. You would be sacrificing only 2 points to get a really nice extra S hook on the board. So I think positionally, Eric may regret this.
Yeah, but he was apt to note that his leave was sad. And just like, just for a little bit of color commentary, like if I'm in Austin's shoes and I see that Etesian doesn't play and my opponent plays Pound, I am jumping for joy after that play. I am so happy to see Pound, because the work was just done for me.
Yeah, that was a really helpful way for Austin. Obviously, helpful is relative. But that you love to see that D of Dahoti and the lane that Choco PB pointed out in the chat with Emo both get taken out in one move, and really almost nothing given back. It is technically possible that an 8-letter word could play through the P or O of Pound, but those spots are significantly worse than the spots that existed prior to that play. So, it's interesting. That was definitely a tricky play. Those are the types of plays that I feel like historically I can misevaluate more often than most, but I feel like I finally got my instincts to the point where, just like you were saying, no, 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 when that went down, I could feel my heart drop a little bit as well in that situation. So, yeah, let's see what to do here. Suggestion of maybe Satine parallel to Frack. That would certainly score quite well. Austin's up by a lot of points. I think I would still strongly consider just playing off an E or maybe EA parallel to Frack.
EA. I probably would have already played EA like a minute ago.
So you can score a lot more points by playing 6 of your tiles here, but you are, with that leave of, if you play EA leaving TINES, you are still, even though this board is terrible, you're still going to bingo through the L of only a lot of the time. And you have to also realize that Ericsson has every incentive to create openings on his next turn that you don't see now, but will see when he makes them on his next turn.
Yeah, and that's why you don't want to blow up the rack here.
So I think, Austin, you see him just put his finger on EA by itself. I think he's clearly thinking along those same lines. That being said, I wouldn't say, that it's impossible that he might play Satine here. It makes some sense to score a boatload more points with the score being what it is. Austin up by, something like 60, not quite 70 points. If you take points with Satine to go up by over 100, that is a great way to stay ahead of basically any bingo that Ericsson might have here. But I do like the waiting game and just assume that Eric is only, what 2 things can happen that are good for you after playing EA parallel to Frack. The 2 good things are Ericsson opens up a spot for you to bingo, or he continues to make plays like Pound that block more threats, right? Like, what if he inadvertently makes another play that closes more of the board? So,
yeah.
See you later, Jesse. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. Jesse's, I think, finishing up his final day of 7 straight days of flying around Canada as a flight attendant for Air Canada.
Oh, man.
My goal is to have him as my flight attendant one day. I don't know how he feels about that.
Do flight attendants get in trouble for showing favoritism and stuff?
Oh no, that's definitely. I have received free drinks on flights before.
Okay.
No, it's the service industry. As someone who comes from the service industry myself, a few years back, we always hook each other up. That's that's just what you do. I don't know.
Part of the drill.
Yeah.
So Eric had the cue there. He obviously, that was not helpful to his quest to draw a bingo here, and he very, very quickly plays Souk through the U of Pound, keeping great letters. Well, okay, now both players are sitting on pretty monstrous racks here. Austin has a rack of 16 on this rack, and Ericsson has readies and dearies. So the only problem is the board is nice and tight, and there's not a lot of space for that stuff. The L of only does have some opportunities for Eric, though. So what should Austin do here? That X. I wonder if he's going to play EX and Ego. I don't think that's the best play. I think that's pretty much all he'll be able to do to stop Ericsson from playing like to play something like Resailed.
Yeah. So what's the sex rate here, Will?
It's not quite 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be a really strong. Well, Austin's getting ready to get sexy with it and score 46 points there.
Nice.
That's a lot of points.
You love to see it.
Very, very sexy play by Austin.
It was not lame.
It's hard to turn that down, actually. That is a huge score, and at this game score going into that turn, scoring so many points is going to make Eric's bingo not nearly as scary, right? So now he's up by well over 100, 115. So once we see realized be played, and we are about to see that go down. Oh, look at what Austin's drawn too.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing though, right? So now realized comes down. Now imagine pound wasn't there. You have a whole quarter plus of the board to use.
Yeah, true.
Now really all Austin needs to do is play anything above realized with with an E. I mean, his tiles aside for a sec here, and you've kind of run out of real estate to do anything.
Actually, oddly,
yes.
In this situation, the only bingo that Austin has here is through the P of pound. He actually has an 8-letter bingo, which we were talking before about how unlikely that was. And just because he drew Terpenic through that P, which he sees it. Should he not play this?
No. I think there's a better play than the bingo.
Oh, so just play down to the Q.
Yeah, I think CI and Q I think is the best play here. I should say I'm not looking at the tiles that are remaining, so Austin has knowledge that I don't have.
I'll show that. Let me get that in just a moment, and we'll show everyone that. The tiles here are the tiles that Austin is looking at. Just a minute, they'll come up on the screen. So these tiles are the ones that Austin was looking at. So you can see there is a blank, right? There is a blank in there. There is some gross stuff too, like UUUVVWW. But what if Eric had some really good combination of those better letters in a blank and triples through there? That would be unappealing for sure. Yeah. But Terpenic, obviously, it's hard to find too much fault with that. He's going to go up 334 to 225. But as we were talking about yesterday, the score of the game really does matter. The same play is not always the right play given differences in the score. So
I would have at least thought about it. At the end of the day, it's going to be hard to not take the bingo and go up over 100.
For sure. Let's not try to, I'm not trying to say that Austin just made some massive mistake.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, this is just kind of a fun thing of, well, maybe there was an option that was slightly less risky for him there.
But yeah, here's the thing, like even with a terrible rack, now you have that big, huge triple lane open. I mean, it would obviously behoove Austin to play down to the T, without us looking at his rack. Again, given what he has, he might have to give Eric another chance of the triple, right?
He has that Z that goes down on top of realized, is what you're saying, right? So he has this massive, massive play. All right, there have been a bunch more tiles played and drawn since we looked at the unseen last. I'm updating that now. So now this is what Austin's looking at. Really ugly. There literally no E's. No E's available. This really apart from the blank, the unseen tiles to Austin are horrific. There's no S's. He's got the last S. He's got the last E's. He's got the Z. This is, this is a pretty good situation for Austin for sure.
Yeah. And so this was Scott was asking before a defensive board versus a controlled board, and I was trying to explain the difference is a defensive board is more short term, because even though this board has been defensive for most of the game, all of a sudden right there you have that open T, you have that open D, you have all the stuff on the bottom right, can still open the bottom left. Anyway. So interestingly, Austin does now choose to play the defense. Part of that is noting that there's a pretty good chance that he's still going to be able to get that bottom left spot too. So he's thinking across multiple turns. If nothing else, he would have gotten SEZ says, but now he's drawn Waz. And Eric,
which he's going to hammer that Z spot now. So Austin made that very clever play of felt just knowing, I can block the triple triple now and very likely hit my Z on my next turn without worrying. So that's good recognition by him there, and it shows that he is kind of thinking along the same lines as we were there. Of this is the spot that we need to worry about. So he blocks that T, and now he's going to hammer his Z here.
Yeah. And Eric appears to be picking up some vowels. And, Ovular, great play, obviously, but, destroys most of the remaining real estate. Not that he shouldn't have done that, but, this obviously puts the game out of reach here, leaving Benz on his rack after Waz.
Ben's Waz, yeah, which is, I'm sure a sentence could be made with that, but maybe against TOS. Just kidding. But
I don't actually know. Is Waz a bad?
Doesn't it mean to pee?
Oh, it does. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know. I thought it was just another form of was, like every other.
Oh
word.
No, I think Waz means to pee.
Yeah, you're correct. That's what it means. Actually, it is a dialectic word that means to urinate.
Yeah. So there you have it. So Austin hits really hard there. Nice play of Ovular, I have to say, by Eric to get a lot of those clunky tiles off of his rack. But he still finds himself down a lot. Oh, and Austin's drawn the second blank here. So definitely this game headed in Austin Shin's favor with pretty much all the good stuff. And you can see Eric's tiles, not what he needs here.
Yeah. Well, a good morning to the re-inked. A good morning to Zevkov, and of course to my mom. Are we gonna have a mommer sighting today?
I'm gonna text her.
Yeah, we've had both. Again, yesterday we had my mom, dad, and brother, and today we have my mom and my dad. Hopefully we'll get your mom on, maybe even an Allison sighting. An Allison sighting as in your wife, not my mom. They are not the same person.
All right, I have texted my mom.
Oh, his rack is now Evans BB.
Nice.
I appreciate that he has BB spelled out on his rack down there at the end.
So yeah, looking like the tracking is indicating that there are 2 tiles left in the bag. Erickson down by over 100. The tiles that are actually in the bag are AW, so that really has no chance of helping him. If you are Erickson here, maybe you have to pretend that the tiles in the bag are something like S blank. But even then, it's not looking good. I don't think there's really any way that Eric can make a threat that Austin can't simply outscore with whatever he's going to play next. So, interesting game.
Yeah, I now learned that the gift that I got for you and Allison is still with Kate. Do you know the story of how this is making it? Making it to you?
I'm not sure I knew that. No.
So I bought something. I bought something in Portland. Was going to give it to Kate and Tim in the Bay Area during the holidays, except instead, I figured just in case they don't make it to the Bay Area or something else happens. Well, I was in Utah, so I drove from Utah to LA, stopped in Vegas, dropped the thing off and something for Kate and Tim in Las Vegas. Kate and Tim then did not make it to New Orleans or to the Bay Area, but as a result, because they made it to Vegas, have your stuff.
Wow, I feel very well taken care of. Thank you very much. That's a lot of effort that people have gone to on my behalf. I can't wait to see what it is that I'm getting. And Scrabble Kate in the chat says, I also have cake for me. So all I had to do was just sign on to do something I already like to do, which is do Scrabble commentary and help the Crescent City folks get set up with this event. Not that they need my help. But certainly, the idea of getting the sponsorship piece in place, all I had to do was do something I already want to do, and I get cake and I get treats and all this other stuff.
Yeah. Well, in fairness, you hosted me at your house. I made multiple trips to Princeton, New Jersey this year. Stayed with you, stayed with Kate. Always fun.
True.
Hoping to do so again later this year.
First of many. Yeah. My mom says she's eating lunch and she'll try in a few minutes, but I'm not sure I'm signed in.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know. We'll see if we can get her hanging out with us for any period of time. So, ooh, look at that. What is this? Oh, an E,
Venice.
Vennies. Yeah, Vennies. Oh, what a
Saving,
nice
sa
play.
saving BB.
Saving
You
BB.
do love to see it.
That's very nice. Good play, Austin. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a really, really snazzy play, scoring 40. If you're like me and couldn't tell what the heck he was playing there, it's this. An archaic word meaning it's a venue.
Oh, it is literally a venue.
I didn't realize that.
You learn something new every day.
So yeah, that's going to be a solid play. I guess maybe Eric can now block Ebb, and where will Austin will go out with the
And then
Ebb
he'll
under
go out with Ebb
realize.
or
Yeah,
Beeb.
so 2 outs. Yep, 2 outs for sure. Beeb as in the Beebs, Justin
As in the
Beeb.
Beebs.
Yep.
Beebs. No,
So
I
nice.
believe that's a sticky S. I think you have to have the S to have it be Beebs.
I
Sorry,
see.
I'm trolling the stream. I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine, and I agree with you. It should be a sticky S play. So, all right. Well, this is just not a very good set of tiles here for Eric. Man, I mean, this game could have been very different at a number of points. I think no matter how poorly Eric draws down the stretch, I think we have to look back at Haggy as a key moment in the game when Eric tried that Y hook on Hag, which Austin challenged off. That was a pretty big inflection point. And then obviously Pound is a play that we didn't love as a board closer. So, but otherwise, definitely not the best drawing game that Eric's ever had. And Austin played quite well. Only real tiny nitpicks on our part. So it's another well played game here on the top board.
Yeah. Especially solid from Austin, who probably has settled in a bit, being one of the organizers of the entire event. It's hard to play, the thing that you love at the highest level while also trying to be one of the people who, runs the thing.
And as somebody that has been someone that runs the thing, Conrad, you have been a director and heavily involved in this event's organization before.
And I did not play.
and didn't even play. So you know how much work it takes to get events like this set up. And I feel like I have not always been that involved in organizational things, but this year maybe a little more so behind the scenes. And now I can really appreciate more the sheer amount of work that the Crescent City organizing team, not just Lindsay, Austin, and Lila, and Kate and Tim, have done, but also Christian behind the scenes as the producer. It really is impressive, the amount of effort that these guys put in. And I'm really, really thrilled to have been able to secure some financial support for these guys from PlayScrabble.com and Scrabble Go. I think it's incredibly well-deserved and hopefully the first of many instances of this. And we have Eric's mom in the chat. Hopefully Erickson Smith's mom is aware that he has had some incredible performances on stream, including an amazing win over the top seed in the field, Dave Wiegand. So even though this was not his game, he has acquitted himself extremely well so far from what we've seen. So you should be proud. You should be proud of your son.
Yeah. So here's a question for you, Will, while we're kind of in between games, talking about, organizing and directing events. How about you? Do you think you're gonna get your feet wet as a tournament, either organizer or director?
So it was definitely on not necessarily even my bucket list, but it was on my wife Allison's bucket list to become a certified tournament director at some point. And then the pandemic hit and sort of derailed those plans. So we, back when we were living in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, we had this idea that we were going to do a tournament that we would call in an homage to the Amish population in the area. We were going to call it Buggies and Bingos and have a big tournament in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So now we're in New Jersey instead, as Kate says, that maybe we have local folks who can help mentor us to become directors. But I think I would love to see that happen. I think it's going to take, for me to really want to take that plunge personally, I think it will take a little bit of an easing in the pandemic to make me feel comfortable, organizing lots of people from out of town. The Ranking says that's such a lame name for attorney that it transcends lameness and becomes cute. Yes, I'm a believer in the horseshoe theory there for sure. That name is so bad that it's actually good. But yeah, I think I mean, in a perfect world, I would love to have some tournaments come back to Princeton, New Jersey, and the Central Jersey area. Would love to also see if I can start a school Scrabble club at my wife's school. I think that would be an awesome thing to sort of create a stronghold here in Jersey for school Scrabble. So it's all dependent on free time and whether the world lets me do that stuff. So do you have any, I mean, Conrad is already a pretty experienced tournament director. So do you have any particular plans that you have in mind that you want to share or plug? I mean, I know we have some plans, but
yeah,
your personal plans.
Sure. I mean, in terms of events that I will be running, I became a homeowner during COVID, and now that I can host small events at my house, for me, I don't really want to deal with the trouble of having to book huge hotel venues and stuff. So look out for a couple of events with the Collins Coalition, cocoscrabble.org. Look out for a couple of those in the Portland, Oregon area. Maybe certainly in October. Had one of those last October, was a lot of fun, and maybe this spring. So
nice. Yeah.
We always show people a really good time of Portland, where one of the best Scrabble cities in the world, obviously, but just the food and drink culture, like New Orleans. We like
Allison and I, as you remember, Allison and I visited, and it was a really awesome trip heading out to Portland, play some Scrabble, explore the downtown Portland area, go into Powell's Books for the first time. Yeah. It was awesome. Jalapic says, daily plug for Coco Scrabble tournament running with Becky Dyer in Austin in April. That should be another great event. At some point, once this event, we still have a ton of Crescent City Cup coverage to do. But once this event's in the books, we'll turn our attention to other stuff and see what's next up on the list of events to stream, promote, grow, all of that sort of thing.
What do you think? It maybe stream the Austin tournament. I'm hoping to play in it, but
I right now I'm very hopeful that we can get something set up for that tournament in that regard, but time will tell. We'll see. Yeah. Don't want to overpromise. So
yeah, we're all about under promising and over delivering. Let's be honest.
That is the safest, always the safest approach. So anyway, again, just while we have a moment, just not to inundate you guys unnecessarily, but as we've been saying, this event really is what I hope is a starting point for a future where we have lots of events on the tournament calendar airing on this channel, receiving sponsorship support, getting really big audiences, hopefully, and just want to call that out. And again, say thank you very much to Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com for their support here. Really do want to sort of just emphasize that we're sort of all in this together. If we can make this a popular, a successful effort, I should say, and get Play Scrabble at being a little more popular, get some people who are watching to head on over and sign up some accounts and play a few games, that's going to increase the likelihood that we can do more things like this in the future. So I also think, I should also mention, if you are interested in helping out that effort, but you are not located in the US or Canada, sit tight for now. The site is North America only, but hopefully we will expand that to worldwide very soon. So
we clearly need to be sponsored by like NordVPN or something, and then we could say
I
go to
know.
NordVPN and download your VPN so you can play at playscrabble.com.
I know the NordVPN or I don't know which other Coinbase. Are you out there? We're coming.
I don't know that Coinbase is a VPN, but
no, I mean, I'm just thinking about, I know they're not a VPN. I'm just thinking about like people that I see sponsoring things left and right on Twitch. That's all.
Yeah.
So I see lots of NordVPN on Twitch. I see lots of Coinbase on Twitch. So
yeah,
we're coming. We're coming, sponsors. So.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so tell us in the chat what events are you most excited for to come back, hopefully in 2022, be they IRL events or online? What are you most looking forward to? Will, again, what are you looking forward to?
While people are thinking about that, I can give my answer. Definitely. So are we talking me as a player or a broadcaster or just a viewer? Because definitely that Austin tournament looks like it'll be a lot of fun to potentially broadcast. But as a player, good question. I'm trying to think, like, will there be any big international events on the calendar? Yeah, nationals will be an incredible experience to go to. Also got to call out that I think it will be possible for me to go to a cool tournament that's being run in Kingston, Ontario, with kind of a Premier Collins field, kind of akin to the old BAT Premier Boston area tournament fields. Josh Greenway is setting up a tournament there that I'm pretty excited for. If it comes together, it's going to be made pretty specifically for the purpose of streaming that top event. So most tournaments are usually organized to sort of optimize the player experience, which is totally great. But having tournaments that are organized to optimize the streaming experience that's kind of, it's close, right? We're not ignoring the player experience, but making a really great tournament for streaming will be pretty cool. So I'm excited for that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm open to suggestion. I can't wait until I can feel like I can travel anywhere and not feel like there's any risk involved. So
yeah, well, that weekend that you mentioned, that Kingston event, probably won't have the strongest Collins event of that weekend. Unfortunately, was scheduled over a different tournament. But
is that the same as the Coco one?
Yeah, there's a tournament that I'll be at in San Diego with probably Dave Wiegand, Evans Clinchy, a bunch of other top players. So yeah, I mean, look out for a super strong event in San Diego as well, which obviously I'm quite excited for. Don't think I'll make the trek to the cold.
Yeah, different climates for sure.
Yeah. But I'm looking forward, to the usuals beyond that. Hood River, Oregon Coast. Looking forward to hopefully playing in the World Cup perhaps this year.
World Cup,
which is probably the closest thing we'll have to a nationals. Really, I know there's an event in Baltimore as well, which is the North American Board Game Players Association Nationals thing. May make it to that as well. We'll see.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff on the calendar. I'm definitely remiss in not thinking of World Cup there. That's one that I will love to be involved with in some way, shape, or form, whether it's as a player or who knows what. So yeah, however I can be most useful. If people want me to play stuff, I'm ready. If people want me to broadcast stuff, I'll do my best. It should be a really exciting year of Scrabble. I'm really excited for what this year is going to bring. So
definitely, I'm hoping that we're going to have a lot of cool stuff in the hopper to show up soon. So I guess everyone can stay tuned for now, but let us know how you want to get involved. And I know I'm excited. This is it's the most exciting it's been for our game probably ever.
In a while. Yeah, certainly in a while. So there is a lot of reason for optimism. So hello to C Komatsu. I'm not sure I don't think I need to worry about with a Twitch name like that. I don't think I need to worry too much about doxing Cooper, our former school Scrabble champion and definitely mutual friend Conrad in the chat there. He says excited for nationals. Hope I can play Kingston. A couple other tournaments being shouted out there. Yeah. Any idea who's next, says Sidewinder? Good question. I bet I can see if any matches are. Rashid. Oh, it's Rashid Balagun versus Dave Koenig. Okay. So that's a pretty good matchup between players who are doing well in the standings right now. So we'll get some of that ready. I don't think the players are seated just yet. So we'll be ready for them when they are.
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's see. Yeah, the last game, it's definitely when a game finishes quickly, there's a slightly longer wait to get to that next game. So I think Conrad, if you want to talk to chat for a minute, I'm gonna go get some water or something.
Sure. Yeah. As you know, if you don't hydrate, you might dehydrate. So
oh wow, okay, that's even worse.
Don't want to do that.
Yeah, even worse than I thought. So I'll be right back, folks.
Gotta be careful. I've actually just been hydrating with coffee. That's a very great way to stay hydrated. It's mostly water. Shout out to Fourth Wall Coffee. Oh yeah, well, there's no actual brand on there despite my blurred background, but yeah. Well, it's funny, Scrabble Kate. I was expecting like an absurdly fast game between Ben and Dave Wiegand, and then they both had like under 5 minutes on their clock, and I ate my words or drank my coffee or something. So we haven't really had any fast games yet, despite the preponderance of blowouts yesterday. Fortunately, the games thus far have been pretty cool. Yeah, tell us, who are y'all excited to see on the stream today? Yeah, shout out to the fish poster from Jucko666. I'm not sure if he's here yet today, but also shout out to the jumbo shrimp shirt. Very, very appropriate for New Orleans. I have mostly been eating shrimp myself. You can check out my Instagram, which I will not plug. But there's some good pictures of shrimps on there from yesterday. Hello to Axer Typo, also playing at this event. May not see him on stream this time, but I will plug for Will while he is getting some water that you're going to see some collaboration between the Scopely team and twitch.tv/Scrabble and Axer Typo doing some Scrabble streaming coming up. So that's going to be pretty cool. Good morning to, or maybe good evening to Chalky. Consistent hello to Muffin. We wish you were here. Hello to Reina Saber as well. Anand played Long Case on Duplicate Scrabble today, and he saw it yesterday. It was played against Dave Koenig yesterday, but still. Zev, as I mentioned before, we will not be streaming any NWL games this event. We are producing the Collins side of things. So if you want to follow along with the TWL action, you can check out the standings at !standings. I guess I can just type that in myself. But no NWL streaming at this event. The thought is, we want to keep it easier for those who are trying to join for the first time. Eliminate the sheer number of variables that it takes to understand getting involved with competitive Scrabble. So yeah, this would have been a great opportunity for Will to open the door so that his cats could come in. And maybe he did. Maybe there is a cat walking around right now. For those of you who don't know Will from his actual streaming, he's probably our most prolific Scrabble streamer, having done it for a couple of years now. Well known for Cat Cam, which is really why I watch his stream. I mean, board games are cool and all, but cats are lit. So 2 more games coming up pretty soon, and we'll take a lunch break and have 4 more games after that, and of course 4 more games in the morning to crown a champion. And it looks like, as Will is walking back into the room, there are no cats. That is most unfortunate, though. I see him. You can kind of see him. Maybe is he petting a cat right now and it's just out of the way? That might be a Fitzer. I don't know. We'll have to see. My mom's cat says hi. though will not be on stream. And looks like Will is heading back, so I would appreciate the chat.
You want to take a break too?
No, I'm good. I've been taking breaks during the stream. Can all the chat can give Will some hate for not using that opportunity to let the cats in.
I just pet a cat at great length.
I noted it. I was hoping that you were actually going to bring the cat in for a brief hello, but
yeah,
you know.
I could maybe I can start sharing on social media using the social media hashtags and say Zoe wishes she was in New Orleans, hashtag Crescent City Cup or CCC. Yeah. So yeah, sorry for those interested in coverage of my cats. I know that's disappointing to see me on any stream without my cats involved, but those will, my own Twitch channel at Wanderer15 has lots of cat content, hopefully, although it's been mostly Battle Royale content lately. So I look forward to playing more Scrabble and other word games at some point, but I am hopelessly addicted to Battle Royale right now. If anybody is watching that's coming from that community and sort of dipping their toe into Scrabble from there, definitely glad to have you guys aboard. And yeah, I'll be interested to chat more with some of that group just to see what they think of what we're doing. What could we do better? Do we need faster games? What makes our game the most entertaining sort of esports style content possible?
So maybe I'll put myself on the hook here. I'm hoping in the next few weeks. Hello to RTRB. Hope you're having.
RTRB. That's a Babel. That's a really strong Babel player. So
yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping to join the Babel train. Work is too insane for me to do it right now, but I'm hoping to use it as an excuse to get back there and do a little better my own stream as well, just to learn, if nothing else. I mean, the game is obviously really fun. How does Battle Royale work? I mean, I'll let you actually explain it, but the TLDR would basically be it's a mix between Scrabble and Fortnite, which also may not help describe anything. But it is a play on the concept of a Battle Royale game. Will, if you want to give a quick overview, since I think we still have some time.
Yeah, I think you nailed it, as I can also see that the players are actually getting set. So we'll watch as these two players, Rashid Balogun and Dave Koenig, get ready to play. But just as a quick answer to that question, it really is kind of a real-time version of Scrabble in which 16 players drop onto a shared board, much bigger than the normal Scrabble board. And you start forming words kind of like you would in Bananagrams, just as fast as you can play words. It's not limited by turns. And it's a lot of fun. So we can get more into Battle Royale during breaks of play. As you can see, just out of curiosity, does Dave Koenig actually have a tie in his record, or has
he played an extra game?
Yeah, just want to sanity check that record. Maybe they're both 7-3.
Dave is he's a little bit ahead of us in general. It does appear that he is in fact 7.5 and 2.5.
Oh,
so he did tie another David.
So Whitley. he's like 7-2-1 or something like that.
Yeah, so he is leading the pack by half a game on atop Dave Wiegand, as we've seen, and then Rashid, who is about to take on Dave here. Then some people in striking distance at 6-4. Solid start from Puneet this morning, as well as Lucas and Austin, who we just saw.
So yeah, things still pretty packed, but these two players are definitely doing very, very well in the early going. We watched them both yesterday at length, so we're going to hope to have a great game between these two very experienced and solid players. Couple questions about the Battle Royale lexicon. It uses a lexicon that I would say is a little closer to Collins than anything else. It's technically called Wordnik, which is an open source dictionary, just because I think the creators of the game we're looking to get a dictionary without incurring licensing fees.
Well, I don't know if that's true, because I can say a certain other team has chatted with the Wordnik team and they want to require money. So I'm not sure that Wordnik is If that's true, I don't know if they are as genuine as they seem, but not to call them out too strongly. But
Fair
if
enough.
you're out there, consider supporting other not-for-profits.
Good point. Didn't realize that. But yeah, I think in terms of what dictionary does Babel Royale's lexicon most resemble, I would definitely say it's Collins. And I do think there's something instructive there, which is that game has already gotten pretty widespread popularity, and people aren't really that concerned about the ability to play IO or OO or EE. They see that word once or twice and they say, oh, okay, that's part of the dictionary of this game, and I'm going to roll with it now. So Rashid exchanges to open this game. I think that's pretty reasonable with his imbalanced vowels, and it looks like he's just drawn a bunch more vowels. So not the best start for Rashid, but still very early.
So I'll type out the word sucks with spaces, since I get auto-modded every time I say the word sucks.
We should make you a mod. Hold on. Do you want to be a mod of this channel? I think we could make that happen. Hold on.
Sure, I'm happy. This is Collins Scrabble, and every game this weekend will be Collins Scrabble on this channel. But if you do ! standings, you can see how the other divisions are doing that use the American dictionary.
Okay, Conrad, you are now a mod, so if you want to ban anyone, you can.
Oh, but I still can't say sucks.
Oh, that transcends moderator status, I guess. Anyway, it's everybody is there's people who are just asking for you to time them out in the chat, but I know you will use, with great power comes great responsibility.
I only time out Cesar as he's wanted for me.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what he does to warrant that. So, All right. So Dave plays Choir. That looks like a really strong play. 48 points for him to start the game off, and he's drawn some good stuff to go with it. I don't think Dave had the S when he played Choir. I think he left ZO, and so Kui, a nice way to dump vowels here. That seems reasonable enough. There's really no great way for Rashid to score well at all here, so I guess I don't mind playing this. And is there any? I don't think there's any extension to Choir that Rashid can hope for. Like, he has Inquire and Inquire, but they're not that useful. Is there? Oh man, Verquire is now possible if he burns his blank, which I don't think he'll do. Yeah, Muffin with Tentacle confirming. Cool. He's not going to play that just because he'll have better bingos for sure. Wow, Rashid's threatening some big bingos here through the O.
Yeah.
Sidewinder points it out.
Yeah. Worth noting that, Squire could certainly be played, and then
that's what I was thinking.
And then that would set up Squire Archies.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. What was that second part?
I think Squire Archies is good, right?
I have never heard or know anything about what you're saying. Yeah, Squire God. I have never heard that word. That's amazing that you know that. As we see Dave play Zooey. So, wow, a big Q play and then a big Z play, one after the other for Dave to start this game. So he's up to 93, and Rashid still languishing with 10, but he's going to do something good here. What is he setting up, though? He's not going to play.
He was setting up Pavanine before, but that just got blocked. So I don't know. Is there a
repaving or something through the R of Choir? I mean,
yeah, it seems to be what's there. So
is it possible that Verquire is better than that? Probably not. It's probably close though, right? Like.
It's very close.
It's a 7-point difference between those two plays.
Very close.
Repaving opens just a ton of stuff.
And as per usual, we've noticed a couple times that when I've said something, Koenig has immediately done something that made that possible. We might see him play Scaglia and Squire next turn.
Oh
Keep
yeah.
the Squire Archie's dream alive.
Very true, which I don't know how many players would be thinking of Squire Archies here, but this is gonna. So Dave clearly ready to play Scaglia, a valid 7-letter word. He's counting up repaving for a moment, but as soon as that process is over, as you said, I think he's gonna hit a really high scoring, pretty nice find here.
Yeah. It can't quite be worth playing Scaglia and Quires, right? It destroys the board so wonderfully. It's so tempting. It's so defensive and controlled, and it's so wonderful. And my heart just I can just.
So my issue with that though is even when you play Quires, you still have the big S hook on the other end, right? So it's not, the board is very close to 8s, but it still has that really live S hook that can reopen. And yeah, I mean, ultimately by playing Scaglia on the left side of Quire instead of the right, you do get 12 more points. Oh yeah, and Esquire now.
And Esquire, yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of, this has been a pretty action-packed start to this game for sure.
Yeah. Interestingly, it appears there are, I may have cheated to find this out, no 8s with Bathier, which is what Rashid has right now. I certainly would have thought about Batchier. It just sounds like a word.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like a great set of letters. Oh, we had challenge cam, but it was too quick. So yeah. So anyway, this is a valid word. It's not, there's not a lot of drama here. It just Rashid checking Scaglia. He might not be familiar, and Dave gets 5 extra points on top of that to go up to 189 now.
Yeah. So noting that Rashid did get 5 of the 7 letters for Squire Archies. And why this is funny, I think it was you and I streaming last year where, was it Jesse Day and Dave Weekend where Arquebus was played and they actually did have a playable Arquebusiers?
Oh my God, that's right. But wasn't there also a Dave game where he was going to try to play Audiologies or something like that? There was some...
I don't doubt it. I can certainly tell you many crazy things that he's done in the past, but...
Yeah, so you never know what's going to come up. I mean, yesterday we literally saw a Scrabble game. I saw something in a Scrabble game that I've never seen before, and as long as I have been watching and playing the game, which is both players in the game having the exact same 7-tile rack at the same time in the game. So if we could see something like that, I mean, there have just been so many other crazy situations that come up. You never know when a crazy situation is going to come up in a game of Scrabble, but if you watch enough, you will eventually see some pretty amazing stuff happen on Scrabble boards here. So anyway, Rashid is trailing in this game by over 100. He has pretty good bingo tiles. I am going to guess that he is not thinking of the Squire Archie's possibility, and instead he's going to be thinking about how can he play this B, probably, and where can he play either his B or his H or both to score a nice amount of points. It's probably a little crazy to play on the left side of Scaglia, opening the triple, right? That spot next to that A, the triple letter score in that deep blue, is a really appealing place to... Yeah. Oh, I think Jalopik is talking about Bath down the other side of Scaglia.
Oh, making GA?
Oh, never mind. So either way. Not going to fit, I guess.
If you're gonna go for the phony 2 play, I would go for maximum points.
Yeah.
Choco notes Bright to go for some points. I see the appeal of that. Also makes it very tough to block bingo lane. I like
through the G of repaving. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, you can also just play it. You can play a little shorter, perhaps, but Bright's a lot of points.
39 points for Bright through that blank G of repaving. We've seen a couple of times that actually finding your plays through the blank tile is more difficult than you would expect, right? You know that blank tile is a letter. You know it's the letter G, but your brain is kind of looking for the actual letter G to find those plays through there. So I do feel like we've already seen it yesterday, and we've seen in general, from my personal experience, I do feel like sometimes I miss stuff through a blank that I might not miss if it was the actual tile. But I still feel like Rashid should be able to spot a play like Bright if he wants to go that direction here and play more of his tiles for a higher score. So,
yeah. Chaco notes the Ba setting up bot. That was certainly one that I was thinking of being pretty useful to maximize chances of bingoing. Right, Rashid needs to bingo as soon as possible, and setting up another big hook could be useful. Obviously, Esquire looms large and will likely be hit at some point, but it's also possible that Dave may neutralize the spot himself next turn.
So just to confirm, we're talking about Ba off of the Y of Zooey, just getting that T hook out in space. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes some sense.
Zooey Anderson.
Yes, my cat Zoe, not quite. Although I do like that Collins has a word Zoe form, which I now and this word is like the form of my cat. Hold on, I'll put it in the cat. In the chat, I'll put it. I literally wanted to say I'll put it in the chat, but I accidentally said I'll put it in the cat. So that's where my brain's at.
Put it in the cat.
So yeah, Zoe form, shaped like my cat Zoe.
Yeah.
Any Wanderer 15 subs in the chat that had? Yep, there we go. There we go.
I outed myself as
that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. You can give me a sub.
Yes, anyone can do that. But yeah, we got some Zoes in the chat there. That's a Zoe form. So, man, Rashid's taking a while on this. Rashid is normally a pretty lightning quick player. So I do feel like this turn does have a bunch of different paths forward here.
It is definitely a choose your own adventure here for sure.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, how a lot of Scrabble positions have a pretty uncontroversially best play. Like, for example, on Dave's first play, Choir, right? That scored 48 points using his Q on the double. That was the only word that did that. It was clearly correct. And on Dave's next turn, Zooey was also pretty clearly correct, hitting the Z and Y on the triple letter scores. But on this one, that is not correct. I don't think that's. I don't like this play, frankly.
No.
So this play scores way too few points for not nearly a good enough leave. That just can't be correct. There were ways that Rashid could have scored 39 points on this turn. Instead, he scores 14 for a leave that's really not that strong. He drew well to it, and he's gonna bingo, but he probably would have bingoed a lot of the time anyway after a move that would have scored 20 or more points more than that. So anyway,
hopefully he finds re-attain here, the double, which is just great for keeping the board wide open, keeping that G open at the bottom. Kind of exactly what he's kind of looking for here.
Yeah, and just to define this in the chat, I think this is a fish.
Yeah, I just did. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's good anymore.
It is. Yeah, it's a fish. We're not doing anything against anyone's sensibilities here. Re-attain is the play here for Rashid. So all's well that ends well after his previous play, which again, he's still going to bingo a lot of the time after a ton of his candidate moves. I just think he probably could have come away with something closer to 120 points on the bargain or maybe 110 points or something instead of whatever that two-turn sequence was, 96 or something. So,
a nice spot from Dave here. Unfortunately, does not look like this obscure word is going to play.
Oh wow!
It makes 1-8, which is probably a word people could come up with if you want to try to come up with that in the chat. But the letter that he needs is not currently open.
I don't see it yet. Hold on. Let's see if I can find this. Why am I not?
I don't know. It does not involve changing many letters. It's fine. would have found
I'm
such
still
gaming
looking. Let's
sometimes.
see
Yeah.
if I can find it before. Oh,
Oh,
there we go.
there's
I've spoiled for me. Yeah, I didn't
yeah,
see
the
that.
big likes to be a spoiler, I would say, spoiled it for you.
Yeah, that's fine. Good find by Jello Mochas there. I think I would probably find it if I had a T to look at, but
Yeah.
so anyway, Dave's still up. He's got nice tiles. Um, and the board is, I don't know, it's kind of an in between. I wouldn't say that this board is incredibly open, but it certainly feels closer to open than closed. Maybe
Well,
that'll
it's certainly
change.
not closed, but it's gonna be pretty hard to really close this board down completely. So I think if you're Dave, you really just want to keep the pedal to the metal and just keep scoring.
Yeah, you've got some stuff open on the bottom of the board with repaving. The nice thing also there is that a lot of the plays that you might see through the G are going to create another lane on the bottom of the board, depending on how far through the G you can form a word. You've got the reattains hook. The C of Cooey is going to be open for a while unless Dave plays an F with FY. So there are definitely plenty of options to score and play some nice stuff on this board. Still a blank and 3 S's to come as well. So there have been a lot of fireworks so far in this game, with Dave playing his Q and Z for big scores and a nice bingo of Scaglia, and Rashid playing 2 bingos of his own.
Yeah, honestly, nothing really jumps out to me here. I think this is actually probably one of the toughest positions anyone has had yet this tournament, where Dave is right now.
Yeah,
Unless there's something really, really obvious that I'm not seeing, but
no, I don't think there's anything obvious here. You can sort of tell by his pace of deliberation that he knows that this is not going to be an obvious play. Okay, it looks like he's going to play Parged. This is a reasonable pathway to take here.
So
He keeps his F for a Phi play if he wants to, or for the spot above the A of reattain. He blocks the triple. It seems okay.
Yeah, I think that's the thing like that you're really considering here, right? Are you trying to go for the bingo fast, or are you trying to score points? And as Sidewinder notes, the other main play that I was considering was ref through I assume the E and Zooey saving Drape, which is a fantastic leave, and you're going to score pretty well. So I think that's the thing to keep in mind, is you're going to keep scoring well. But here, just the same, Dave's much less likely to bingo next turn. But he's still got that F he can use and probably just score some good points. And it does look like he will have have some good opportunities next turn.
Yeah, wow. Choco PB identifies Iconify through the C of Kui from this rack of Rashid's. He's got 2 I's, a Y, probably one too many vowels, duplicates. Iconify would be a wonderful play here.
Well, he had Ionify spelled out. Yeah, he's bringing it back here, so I think he sees it.
Very nice.
Yeah. So I think the Rashid was the one who actually found it.
Good play. This is a great play by Rashid. This has to be the best play here.
Yeah, I think that makes up for Ba, because that's a great. I don't even think I would have found that, honestly.
Yeah. Very, very nicely spotted by Rashid. An obscure 7-letter word, Iconify, that gets him completely out of that messy rack that he just had there. Yeah. That really does a lot to hasten him towards a better future. He's still going to need something good, but with an E to work with, he could easily draw something like S blank and be right back in the game. So we'll see what he picks here. It's a very important draw for Rashid.
Yeah, it does close the board a bit. It uses up a lot of real estate. It is true. It is potentially reopenable to the top right, but it seems to be so much better than anything else. And
as I said, what if he draws something like that? And
that's what he needed to draw right about here, because I think Dave will continue to keep scoring well.
But the scary thing is, if Dave plays what I feel like he very well might here, if he plays Fa, if he's tempted to play Fa on top of the Y of Iconify instead of parallel to Dewey, he's going to get hit with Townlets for 1,000,000 points. So this This is so like normally I would consider taking those points, but at this score, Dave doesn't need to do that, right? Like he's up by 60. He can take a 2-point sacrifice to play something a little more careful. But if he's tempted by those extra points, he is going to pay the price. I think Rashid will find Townlets here.
And I mean, and here's the thing, right? Is like, if you think about overall average score, Fa over on the left isn't, it's actually probably gonna give way to maybe even a higher average score because it's just there's so many snapbacks that happen there immediately. Whereas most of the time, if you're playing through that W, it's like, oh, it's a 30-point play, right? So it's not really helping too much.
Oh my God.
So so here's the thing is to give some insight into probably how I think Dave's mind works and how mine would work here, being a math guy essentially. All in all, this is actually a reasonably safe play given his other options, but it's kind of one of those like high, we would call it a high standard deviation or high variance, where like when you get hit, you're going to get hit really bad. You're just not going to get hit very often, and the upside to Dave is just so high here. But
yeah. So you okay? A couple.
But
things
all my
totally.
explaining goes out the window in the sense of, well, this is one of those times.
Yeah, a couple things though in the chat. First, people are pointing out there's more than just townlets. It's toe lines, townlets, townless. There's actually 3, and you can see now Rashid's already set up townless on the rack. He's probably just thinking to himself, am I going to hit this massive play? And wow, this is just amazing swing here. Dave is up 95, but we are about to see Rashid hit an absolute hammer through this W, a triple. Amazing. And I also have to call out a couple of comments of like, I want to borrow Will's crystal ball. Will, can we ponder your orb, please? First of all, I channel
would love to ponder your orb, Will.
I know, I understand the phrasing of that, but also the channel points on my own Twitch channel are called orbs out of an inside joke. Somebody was complaining once about not having enough orbs to buy cat cam. And I thought that was really funny, so I renamed my channel points orbs on my channel.
Excellent.
But anyway,
excellent.
So we're gonna see Rashid here. He's already spelled it out. There are a number of other things that he can find. We're gonna see him scoring 149 points on this play and taking the lead. But Dave still has good tiles, actually.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Dave first looked at an S. It looked like he had smear, picked up GH, which I think isn't going to help too much this turn. But after he plays, say, on his next turn, he's really only going to be down by a few points, and then have, let's say rages or something for his next turn. So really, this is just going to make the game close. Whereas oftentimes if you triple, it usually puts the game out of reach, right?
Yeah, totally. And just to clarify something in the chat, RTRB asked, whoa, what were the other largest ones? When S. Jackson said 5th, he just meant 5th position of the letter F. There haven't been 5 plays heavier scoring than this. This is definitely the highest scoring play, I believe, that we've seen on the stream. Okay, toe lines.
Dave's eyes get serious sitting in the confident position.
Yeah, so toe lines is the play here. And yeah, tile pool coming momentarily after this. Let me just get all the scores and stuff updated. So Rashid going from down 90 to up over 50 points here. So Dave, that is certainly a reversal of fortune. And let's just see now what Dave's looking at from the pool. Stand by, should be up in a minute. So Dave has most of the good tiles left. You can see there are 31 tiles unseen. Dave's got most of the good ones. So this game is far from over. That was a huge, huge blow for Rashid to get back into the game, but Dave's winning chances are still quite good here.
Yeah, I mean, Rashid still needs to draw something good to keep scoring, and the 7th tile he drew was a vowel, so that almost
saved
was,
him. Yeah,
almost heading towards pain, but not that this is a great rack by any means, but he should at least be able to score some points and keep it going.
Yeah, Dave's got really good enough tiles. The nice thing about toe lines is he's now got a T to play with in that upper corner. Maybe you can end something in EST. He's also got a lane alongside toe lines to play 7-letter words. So even though, I mean, Rashid's going to have to play his 149-point bingo every time, pretty much all the bingos that he could have played, maybe Townless is the I don't know. It's really splitting hairs between all of those plays. So, yeah, we'll just see. Dave can play HM on top of Reattain. He can play He can play Ham. Okay, he's playing Ham. The reason he's doing that is to set up another spot for his S for Sham. I'm not sure I like this though because it really gets hammered by reparallels that you don't need to expose here.
Oh wow, that is not what I expected.
I would.
But he hasn't hit his clock yet, so that's fair. I mean, if he's going to consider it.
So just playing through the A on top of the A and I of Reattain, that does block some of the board off for yourself. So you're not thrilled to make a play like that, but I think it's much safer in terms of it scores more points. It keeps both of your two vowels.
Yeah.
And there are enough opportunities on the board in other spots that Rashid is going to be hard pressed to close them all. And in fact, he really can't do much to close anything with this rack. Like it's going to be hard for him to make a really productive defensive play with these tiles. So he's going to hammer this reparallel here if this is what Dave plays. Would also kind of be nice to see him try to get rid of the G, just because the G, we all know, well, not all of us know, but I think the G is a tile that even when you have it alongside the I and the N, is a very okay. All right, he's come to his senses. I much prefer this.
Yeah, he's maybe he's just trying to troll you and me, Will, but I suspect he's gonna play this. I assume.
Suggestion of just next to Scaglia. That's maybe a little safer. It does have some scary overlapping potential just because HI hooks with so much, and AMA and OMA and even SMA are all possible here as overlap reparallels there. I guess it is 5 fewer points as well. It's definitely worth consideration playing those same 2 letters alongside the I and A of Scaglia, but I think I'm okay from Dave's perspective with playing this. And actually, we're going to see a pretty good closing play for Rashid, a bat. This looks nice, Conrad.
I mean, it's almost as if he's looking at Dave's tiles, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does perform very, very well against those tiles specifically. But don't you feel like a play in that spot does really well to close both the 7s line off of toe lines and the I of repaving? I feel like those are.
Yeah, and the S hook on Reattains. I think it's a nice way to kind of what we would say like reduce the volatility overall on the board. It certainly makes sense. Bat, of course, taking some hooks, so it does give some stuff back. But given that Rashid still has the lead and Dave after is probably going for a bingo, you feel a little safer about it.
Yeah, just going to get the tracking updated so we can continue to look at what Dave is
Dragster
seeing.
does fit. Oh, it does fit.
Wow.
Dragster fits. And just like you and me, it looks like Dave is going to miss the spot.
Oh, no.
I'm pretty sure I would have found it over a board because I saw a Dragster and then it didn't fit. I'd like to, again, so Dave has done this multiple times. He's put a play down really quickly, thought about it, and then picked it up.
Okay, so again, just for anyone that's confused here, Dave can actually play a bingo through the first tee of bat, hooking his S onto Reattains, and it looks like it's going to escape his notice here. He just played grade and then picked up his E, but he's not picking up any more of his tiles to reconsider this play, and that's going to be a huge miss for Dave. Oh, man. He could get 85 points on the bingo here, seizing control of the game and leaving Rashid with a terrible board and 6 consonants and only 1 vowel. So this is a big, big swing.
Yeah. I wonder if he's seen Dragster, period. I would assume so, because like most of the tiles to play through are T. Um,
Yeah, you
but
just
yeah,
have to
I
notice
don't
that it
know.
still fits. Oh, I do miss plays like this
Yeah.
more than I wish I would, where I just, yeah, as Jalopnik says, similar miss to Alamroot. It definitely is. I'm very confident that Dave would see Dragster if the T was completely open in space.
Yeah.
But that's a
Yeah.
big one right there. He's
And so
gonna
he has hit his
threat that
clock. Not dead yet. He's still saving ERS. There are still
for
places to
sure.
play. He's opened up a new lane, plenty of
Oh,
vowels to draw.
look at that draw.
But he
You
drew
for
too many
Dave.
of those
Oh,
vowels. Yeah.
brutal. That is a brutal draw for Dave. Rashid can continue to close things down as he sees fit. Looks like he's going to play Dink. Not sure why not Mink, but that's okay.
Yeah, I think he's saving the M for Jam, most likely.
Okay, that makes
He's,
sense.
he's using the K here.
Yep.
That's my best guess.
It's going to be hard
Rashid.
to hit that M, though, but that's okay. It's
Yeah.
overlapping that spot is not super easy. I guess he could just draw an E and have a pretty good scoring play there, though.
Yeah. I mean, Rashid has made it clear that he's trying to just to outscore Dave and just write it out. He seems to have just enough vowels to do that every turn.
Yeah,
And
he's
next turn is
had
gonna be
one
no
vowel
difference.
on most of his last few turns. Let me update the
Yeah.
tracking so you can see what Dave's looking at. I fully expect an exchange out of Dave here. I'm not sure. Well, maybe he can
No, I
play
think
short.
OU has got to be getting pretty powerful soon, right? If there's
Yeah,
I guess
you're
there is
right.
still another U unseen to him. So
Is it worth playing OU on top of the O and N of Iconify just to make another lane for yourself? I mean, it's kind of decent to hit that. I don't know.
the only
Maybe
thing
it's
is
not
that
good enough.
the RS doesn't quite fit.
It
though,
doesn't
right?
fit. Yeah, it doesn't fit there. So where to play this? It's
Batu maybe OU and Batu, because that way you kind of leave the board completely alone. You save that T up at the top, you save the G up at the top, and then you save really what's powerful for Dave. Having those vowels.
good point.
Is
Yeah.
that bottom lane? So maybe you just go ahead and take OU right now. I don't know.
Yeah, so Conrad is noting that the bat play that Rashid made moments ago, BATT, that actually takes a U hook and playing OU there. Yeah, I like what you and Sidewinder are both saying. Makes a lot of sense to me. Just try to keep that lower level sevens lane alive and hope that you hit a 7 that plays down there, or maybe you get lucky and hit the T of toe lines in the upper right corner.
Yeah. Because
also, the G of Grad technically is a threat. So there are, the threats are not amazingly good for Dave, but his time. All right. Well, he does opt for the play that I suggested, which I don't like as much now that we've considered it.
I think he's going to stare at it for a couple minutes.
He's about to play. There he goes.
Oh, nope. There it goes. Wow. I'm surprised.
So that was my first instinct. But as we noted, when we look at that spot, it's not that as good of a line as it looks at first. So,
I mean, like now Rashid, could play Mung setting up his X.
Wow.
It's so safe. Mung is sick.
That would be amazing. If he plays this.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Let's see it, Rashid.
I mean, he has a good X play staring him in the face with X-Ul under Zooey, right? So he has a good X play there. But Mung would be a hilarious play.
So I don't think X-Ul's necessarily that good of a play, though, right? Because you want to play some defense here.
Sure. Mux is better. Mux is better.
Yeah.
Mux is a better play. Yeah.
But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Mung is a better play.
I mean, it's certainly a fun play. Yeah, it's a fun play for sure.
And maybe it's because there are very few vowels unseen to him, but no, think about it. It blocks all the things. It sets up his X in a nearly unblockable
way. Yeah, pretty devastating.
I mean, it outruns every bingo. So actually, I think Mung is a really good play here. Oh no!
Wow.
All right.
And
Well,
large. Okay, so
that
now
was the draw
Rashid.
of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, now Rashid to his leave of I don't even know what he just had, but it wasn't very good. It was like L. It was like oh, it was all the consonants,
It was
right?
all the constant. He literally just drew the vowels out of the
He
bag.
just drew AEE for enlarge. So well done to Rashid. If Dave, I mean, Dave now has a very similar situation to last turn where he doesn't have a bingo and he has to try to fish again in a way that also gives himself some chance of actually hitting something. And Rashid is going to play enlarge and finish this game off. So
Yeah.
he
will enlarge his lead to a point where
he surely will. Yeah. Where it generally, if we can be gleaners of it, we will know that he's too much.
So if you're Dave, do you still fish here one more time? I mean, like at this point, I think he can feel pretty confident that he's not going to win anymore, just because he's no bingo is going to score enough. So is he trying to still get maximize bingo chances and just make it a close game, or?
I think I would still go for the win. I feel like I have seen Rashid make a word mistake in situations like this before. I would just want to make Rashid continue to play valid words, even though the chance of him playing something invalid is microscopic. I would still probably try to win this as opposed to pack it in and just play for spread. Also, we need to note, Conrad, Dave has a tie.
Oh, that's true. He does have a tie, so he can. Unless I've been in multiple tournaments where I've had a tie and then got a second.
And
tie.
Someone else got a tie, or got a second tie. Yeah, that's true.
I've gotten second tie even at a nationals. It sucked.
Yeah. So basically, the reason that we're remarking that Dave Koenig having a tie is important is that by definition, he can't be on the same win level as anyone else that doesn't have a tie. So he no longer needs to worry about spread as a tiebreaker. He is almost certain. Well, I mean, as you said, he might have to in some very, very unlikely chance. But I don't think I've tied more than, I don't know, between 5 and 10 games in like 1,500 games that I've played in tournaments or something like that. So basically, the odds of another tie coming along are just pretty low. Dave can be pretty content here with going for the win at all costs in most of his games. And if someone else gets a tie, he just has to say, "Wow, that was unlucky for me that I played this way that sacrificed a lot of point spread."
Yeah. So one thing I was gonna note before is when I was saying, go just try to play for spread, tie aside. Really, what I meant was, I think his best way to play for spread is to be super, super, super open, to try to go for a bingo, like guarantee a bingo. In which case, I wonder what the best way to do that is. I like the play that he made. I think. Still tiles in the bag, actually scoring points to keep himself in scoring range, which is what he really needs to accomplish here. So I definitely appreciate this play. Obviously, it would take a miracle even without Rashid having, what he does.
Yeah, this play makes a lot of sense. Giotto, I like that choice by Dave. It does make a great deal of sense. Keep your score to the point where, if you do hit your bingo, it actually matters. But of course, Rashid, as you said, he's going to enlarge his lead momentarily here. And that's going to be it for Dave in this game. So a pretty wild game, I have to say.
This was a fun game to commentate on for sure. I mean, both of them played quite solidly. Only a couple plays that we were...
So going back to Faw, right? Faw was really the inflection point, and I feel like
I think it was the right play.
I honestly agree. Like in these situations, like Faw, you get hit with these disaster triples very rarely. And if he played Faw for 32 points opposite the board, parallel to Dewey, you get hit with overlaps with that J, re-parallels of that just hammer you. And they're so much more frequent than the triple. So I do believe that I can definitely, I have in my mind, I can imagine that there are a lot of players who are saying, are you crazy? Like opening the triple, how could you possibly do that? But like there were many 50 and 60 point overlapping plays after after the other fall that Dave would have regretted terribly. But yeah, Dragster.
Was that was the killer. Rashid did not, get punished for Ba, which was definitely not what we would have wanted to see there, but made up for it with Iconify.
Yeah, for sure. A really interesting game. Very nice plays on both sides. The mistakes that were made were typically really high level ones that were fun for us to cut our teeth into. More of this is more of this.
Yeah, it's fun one to discuss for sure.
Yep.
And unsurprisingly, view count over 100. That's excellent. Please tell all your friends. Twitch.tv/Scrabble. No Squire Archies. Still
maybe
almost,
next game, Toadopsky.
Hey, Colin, or dang it, I did that again. Clabbers, Squire Archies. Oh no, the Esquires are now, so Squire Archies would not quite fit anymore.
Yeah, the dream will have to live to another game for that word to hit the board. And perhaps we'll go a long time before we see that word be played in Scrabble. But yeah, very interesting game. A lot of you guys agreeing that this had some drama, had some interesting moments to it for sure. And totally concurring with everyone's thoughts there. Yeah, and potentially Dave Koenig will have to shake it off. His reward for coming up short against Rashid in this game is very likely to be we're going to get to watch him face off against none other than Dr. Bing, the other Dave Wiegand. Although I guess in deference to Dave Wiegand, maybe Dave Koenig is the other Dave. No offense. Yeah. But this was a great game to cut our teeth into for sure. Jalapik says Dr. Bing just lost by 286 points to Chris Lipe. Oh my God. That's amazing. It seems like just it feels like Dave Wiegand has had some rough goes of it. I guess you would know better than anyone, Conrad, because he can tell you himself how those draws have been.
He was just sort of just like, yeah, well, yeah, not great.
Yeah, he's never gonna moan or emote that much.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I think honestly he was probably more pissed off about Alan Root, if anything.
And as we were saying yesterday, that really is the best attitude you can have. Don't worry if you get outdrawn. Don't worry if the tile bag is just brutal over a few games stretch. Just worry about what you can control, and you will end up doing very, very well for yourself in Scrabble. All right, we see Rashid go out. Final score, Rashid Balagun, 536, Dave Koenig, 414. Crazy to think that a pretty solid distance into this game, the score was Dave Koenig, 228, Rashid Balagun, 88. And 140-point lead for Dave Koenig after 4 turns. Yeah, you look where Dave's pointing on the board. You can tell he's saying, I thought about playing Fa over there, but I played it where I did because of the overlaps, and Rashid had the goods. So, ouch. Yeah, do you have any answers to what are the answers to the questions about Wiegand and Worlds, Conrad? I guess you're answering.
Yeah, I can't remember because it's been a while, and I have unfortunately not been able to go to many Worldses myself. It just always seems to be timed at the most awful time for me. But I do recall the Tagier game. I know he did lose to Nigel in a finals one year. 1 or 2 times where it was a play-in game, and just some word just escaped him at the exact wrong time. But to Dave's credit, he had to beat Nigel twice at the 2009 Nationals, I think, or had to beat him twice or 3 out of 4 or something. And
I thought it was like 4 out of 5.
4 out of 5, yeah. It was something out of something.
It was something insane, and he just beat Nigel over and over and over again until he won Nationals, which is like, I remember watching that. That was the first Nationals after I had started playing, but I didn't go yet in 2009. I remember watching that on like, I don't know which old computer I had, and refreshing the annotated game screen over and over just to see, like, oh my God, is he really going to pull this off?
Yeah. No,
And he did.
that was cool. That was one of my nationals, is where I was like mired in mediocrity, so I didn't, nothing interesting. I wasn't even really paying attention at that point.
Yeah, nationals can really take a lot out of you, because it's that tournament where if you feel like you are in that zone where if you just play your best and draw decently, that you might have a chance to win it, and when it doesn't go your way, it's really demoralizing and hard to stay focused. So
Yeah.
I feel like that's the case for, I mean, a lot of players, myself included. I can remember the year before I won, 2016, I thought like maybe I would be good enough to pull this off. And I had a terrible stretch of games where I played poorly and drew poorly, and I was just out of it for the entire rest of the event. It was hard because it's disappointing. You only get one crack at it each year. So
Yeah, only one crack, but honestly, a tournament like this, I feel a lot of pride trying to do well here. I, have not won this event. I also haven't played it in many years. I've been more a part of the organizing and directing team, and just the I'm gonna go hang out in New Orleans team. That said, you know, looking forward to having a chance at another something championship in the next couple of years. I know I've been studying nearly every day during COVID. Actually, I think the last couple of days I haven't studied. This is probably the longest I've gone since the pandemic
oh, that's scary.
kicked off. But knowing that my word knowledge is fine for my level, whereas someone like yours is, awesome.
Well,
It's not quite the same.
Yeah, this is the least that I've ever studied Scrabble words this past year. I feel like I always have some other Scrabble thing that I should be doing other than like bolstering my already good word knowledge, that I have not studied very much. And I feel like I'm starting to feel the cracks seeping into the tower, the fortress of my word knowledge. So at some point, I'm going to have to hit the grindstone again. But for the time being, I'm coasting a little bit, and it's going okay. So,
Yeah.
but I do feel, as I said yesterday, I feel like Dave Wiegand is back on his grind. He looks great. Looks like he's lost weight, in good shape. I feel like also his word knowledge, alum root notwithstanding, I feel like that was a really, that was more the spot than the word that he missed. Otherwise, Dave has been in really top form.
Yeah.
I guess he just lost to Chris by a huge amount, but I think we're going to see him next on board one. But yeah, it's exciting. I'm really hopeful that over the course of this year, we will have so much cool Scrabble content and so many cool tournaments that are getting support and getting streaming, and that it will become more and more of an obvious value proposition to say, yeah, I got to study my words. I got to book up and be my best Scrabble self, because there's a lot of cool stuff coming on the Scrabble calendar. That's my hope for 2022. So
That's definitely my hope. I don't think this will be the last time that you and I are streaming together. I hope this spring maybe it'll happen again soon.
yeah, I something tells me it will not be the last. So yeah, and part of the reason for that is that we're really hopeful, and maybe we should continue to acknowledge our sponsor for the event. You see in the stream title that our Crescent City Cup 2022 is powered by PlayScrabble.com and Scrabble Go. Just again, want to shout that out. $5,000 in sponsorship going to the event to support defraying some of the tournament expenses, the live streaming equipment that you're seeing. If you're watching and you're saying, wow, this live streaming setup looks really nice, a huge amount of that credit goes to our producer, Christian K, behind the scenes. He makes it look so beautiful each year, but also we got him some extra cool gadgets to play with this year with that sponsorship money. So definitely want to call that out and say thank you very much to Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com for that, and hope also we can drive a little extra traffic towards PlayScrabble.com if you are from the North American zone, US and Canada. If you are from other parts of the world, have to sit tight and wait for the website to be available to you. So players are ready for the next game. It's going to be a Dave off, Conrad. What word would you use for this? Who's going to out Dave?
Yeah, out. It's very Dave-ful, as we saw yesterday evening or late yesterday when Eric had the rack of Dave-ful against Dave Weekend.
Yeah, which he somehow missed. I don't know how you could possibly miss that, but that's fine. Just kidding. Dave-ful not valid yet, so wherever probably. But a fun word to have spotted there. Yeah. Oh, he played faux from that rack. I'm remembering. So.
Ooh, the Davening. That's good.
Oh yeah, that's it. Oh, good suggestion by Scott in the chat there. So all right, this should be a good one. Dave apparently just got stripped of a lot of his spread in the previous game, so he's going to be out for blood if he gets some good tiles here. And Dave just lost. This is kind of an interesting test for Dave Koenig, right? He was just up really big in the previous game. He made a play that I think we agree was the correct play of fall in the middle game. He got punished to the maximum extent possible for that play. Again, I say punished. I just mean, he paid the price for the particular decision that he made, not that it was a mistake. Can he sort of rebound mentally and say to himself, well, I trust my instincts. I made the right play and I got punished for it this particular time. Or is it going to weigh on him? Will we see that in his play? I guess the thing that I would be worried about is he going to learn that he missed Dragster, right? Like that would make me the most upset.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, this is why I personally don't look up things in between games. Again, not that I think that Dave missed the word Dragster. I think he just missed the spot.
Yeah.
I'm willing to take the risk, and it has burned me a couple times to not look something up and then have it come up again immediately. I'll maybe check something because I was the person who had to make the decision that I wasn't willing to, play it.
Sure.
But I don't really want to put in a random position and see, ooh, I missed a play here. I don't want to deal with it.
You don't want that knowledge. Yeah. So for me, my approach, as many of you guys may know, my behavior at tournaments is when I complete a game and there's a position that I'm curious about, I have to know the answer to what was available there. And I will run off after play completes, after dinner maybe, and I will quackle every game. Quackle being the strongest artificial intelligence opponent and game review tool that we have for Scrabble right now. That's another potential, cool area of improvement for us. But I run off and look at Quackle immediately to see what I missed. And I feel like if I find out what I missed and I missed something bad, I'm able to distance myself from that. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't do that. It feels a little bit like compulsive behavior for me. So
yeah, I mean, anxiety can certainly manifest itself in many ways. I mean, to be honest, I rarely even review my games. Even maybe if there's a specifically really interesting one that I want to look at, sure, I'm willing to open Quackle and go do that. But I'm kind of like Nigel in that regard, where it's once the game's done, the game's just kind of done. I know how Quackle thinks. I kind of know what to expect. So if I truly think I'm playing that badly, then maybe if I just need the reinforcement that I'm playing that badly, otherwise it's kind of just play the letters in front of you, and then if you do it enough times, probably maybe win. So.
That is a very healthy and balanced viewpoint, and I will simply have to aspire to get to that point. Oh man, look at this! Holy crap!
So is this Dave or Dr. Bing, Dave Wiegand? You'll hear us refer to him as Dr. Bing this game, I think, since we have two Daves. Basically, his second time drawing a blank on his first turn on table one. Is it Jekhez or Hekhez? Will is also a national champion, though. So while yes, winning nationals definitely mellowed me out, as it did, say, probably Dave Wiegand and some other people, it doesn't hold up when we consider that Will himself is also a national champion.
Yeah, I mean, the national championness, that makes me feel less anxious at nationals, I guess. But I do feel like my journey as a Scrabble player doesn't just stop because I won nationals. I feel like I'm always like the compulsiveness behind running off and checking my games right after I play them that's not going to change because it's born from an idea of I want to learn as much as possible from games that confused me or gave me trouble in some way, shape, or form. So when I have a particular game, especially one that I lost, where I say to myself, man, there must have been something I can learn from in this game and do better in the future, it makes me want to go do that. And whether or not I won nationals or whatever my rating is or any of that stuff, I don't care. I feel like winning the nationals is great, but that doesn't mean that I've ascended the mountaintop and there's nothing more to learn or that I'm some perfect player. So that's kind of my mindset behind the compulsion. So anyway, back to this game. When I saw Dave's rack, I was sure there would be some 7-letter word or something in here, but I guess after looking more carefully, there isn't anything. So he's gonna just play pause. Yeah.
And there's not even like a 48-point Z word or something that you would expect for sure.
Unless burning the blank, which you're not gonna do here.
No.
So
yeah.
I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, pause for 28 after your opponent exchanges 5 or whatever, leaving AER blank. Still a great position to be in.
Pause champ.
Yes.
So yeah. Oh, and Dave
Pausers.
After pausers. So Dave plays his Z, but then draws a J back again. We've mentioned this a number of times. The J, you might be happy to see the J sometimes when there's a big spot next to an O or an A, but when you're bingoing, it's not as good. But I think he may be able. Well, it depends on what Dave plays, I guess. We'll just see. But
so think about this: if you swapped out the Z from last rack with the J from this rack, he has 7s on both. I mean, obviously he has Pejorate here, which was found.
Oh,
but
that's so funny.
Jeopard for 1 million last turn, Trapeze for 1 million this turn, etc.
Yeah. So those higher scoring tiles, certainly when you have a blank to go with them, your chances of bingoing are not 0. But your choices will be restricted quite a bit. It's going to be hard to find longer words. But in this particular case, as you said, swapping those power tiles one for another, Dave's timing just a little bit off. You would have had bingos in both cases. So yeah, we'll see. Pejorate is not a bingo that makes me feel really excited, though.
No, definitely not.
I'm not loving that as like a bingo that makes me feel great.
Yeah, I mean, the odds of him playing Pejorate next turn are about 0, right?
Yeah, surely we'll see some underlap of the Z that blocks that here. There's almost I can't imagine that Dave. I mean, the issue for Dave is Dave Koenig, I should say Koenig and Wiegand for the duration of this game. So Dave K is probably seeing something like web to go underneath pause, but that leaves him with IITT, which doesn't feel very nice. So I'm not 100% sure which direction to go here for Koenig, but surely, as you say, whatever he plays will block Pejorate.
Yeah. I mean, if you're in Dave's shoes, really, you see the J and you're like, really the first thing you do think is pause champs.
Wow, this was not on my radar as a play, but maybe this is okay. Actually, this is a weird choice. I guess I'm wondering.
It's not a bad play, I don't think.
I'm thinking my first instinct was like, wow, I don't like this. But I'm looking at it and I'm trying to say like, well, is this really any worse than like web or wet or some of the other options? Maybe not. It's not a disaster. It doesn't there's
Waterjet's going to come down immediately, but
oh yeah. Okay. Well, that's not going to work out that well, but of course Dave had a really good rack that Koenig was going to struggle to avoid some of the the nastiness of that. So we're going to see a really nice play. It came down immediately. No surprise at all, at least in my mind, that Dave would already have been thinking about that as a potential play. Water jet. That's just really that's classic Dave. That went down in what, 20 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, he was probably just confirming there was no double-double. What I do want to call out about Zibit is, probably from Koenig's perspective, is it looks like he's going to challenge Waterjet just to make sure it is a valid word, and it is a valid word. That when you see your opponent taking a really long time and then making a play like pause for 28, and for someone like Dave, who's, someone like Dave Koenig, who is a chess master and has a background in mathematics and engineering, he's probably going to try to be making a read on what Dave could have kept after a play like pause, right? So it's possible he came to the conclusion that that's a pretty safe opening to only play downwards, save that whole top side of the board for later, and kind of let the game play out that way. So I don't know. Maybe that's what he was thinking. But all in all, not a bad play, IMO.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position where all the plays have major warts, right? So you're going to have to play something that when Dave played Zibet, when Koenig played Zibet, you're going to have to play something that feels slightly uninspiring in some way, shape, or form. And as you said, maybe that's the choice that makes the board that Koenig is most comfortable with long term. So.
Yeah.
All right, he plays Bow underneath Waterjet. That makes a lot of sense. Koenig had the B, the P, and the W. 2 of those 3 tiles definitely need to go on whatever the next turn. Yeah. Whatever you play on your turn there, I should say, and Bow does the trick, 31 points.
And I'm assuming Cager is going to come down very fast, as that accomplishes exactly what what Wiegand would want to accomplish here. Score a bunch of points. That lane is not that easy to use because it requires an E, and Dave already has the R to go with Ewer in the future. So
looks really good. Yeah, that's it's so interesting. Like, there are certain plays where the play that scores the most points and keeps the best leave, that combination, which we call equity in Scrabble. It's so nice when that play also has great positional attributes as well, right? Like if you can come up with those plays, and not only are they good for score, keeping good letters, but they perform some important function to the board. That's always like, as soon as you spot a play like that, you can just say, you know what, I'm playing this, and this is wonderful. So for Dave, this totally makes sense. He will be up to 148, up by exactly 100 here, but Koenig's got some good letters, so we're very likely to see something.
I mean, interestingly, with how good that rack is, lots of bingos in there, I'm only seeing one bingo. Is that true?
Yeah, only playing through the eye of Zibet, and it is. I think this will be Dave Koenig will see this bingo for sure. The only question is it possible that he will have another dragster moment where he doesn't think of overlaps? I really, really doubt it in this case. The eye of Zibet is much less obscured than the previous game with the dragster. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say Koenig will find epitasis here for 71. And when that happens, I think Dave's got pretty good letters. Does he have anything? Maybe not, to go through
the S. I don't think so.
Not quite. It would really just be the S, I guess. So
Dave might think about playing ATS underneath Jet. Scores a lot, keeps a good leave. Probably not quite worth it, but amazing to score that many from that few. Which is ATS score like 35.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to point out there.
So what do you think? Which placement of epitasis? One scores more, the other one is positionally.
Yeah, so
Probably better.
so the thing to note here, in my opinion, that makes this epitasis that Dave is playing clearly superior is that after Dave plays this, not only is it two more points, but Dave Koenig is still going to be down by a pretty sizable amount, especially when you factor in that you're playing Dave Wiegand, somebody whose average play is what, 35 to 40 points.
Yeah.
So you can pretty much, a play like Cager could mean anything. I'm going to give Dave credit for, let's say, 35 points on his next turn on average. And that means after my bingo, if I'm Koenig, I'm still going to be facing a pretty big deficit. And look at the board after epitasis in this positioning. You've got two S's to play to and a sevens line, hooking lane, PE. Those two lanes are critical, although we see that Koenig has drawn horrifically to his post-bingo draw. But ultimately, he needs that openness that this positioning of epitasis gives him. So that's my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's depending upon who you are, you play the other one, right? If you're Wiegand, maybe you play the other spot.
Yes, totally. And there are situations where I might play the other spot. If I'm Dave Koenig, I'm looking across the board at me, and over there is sitting two-time national champion Dave Wiegand, and I'm saying, I'm on the ropes here. I'm down by 100 in this game. I need an open board, and I need some luck.
So I'm not surprised to see Odick coming down here. Desier is a double-double, certainly worth a look, as well as perhaps playing, all the way underneath with Seabid. But that neither of those really prevent the defense that I think Dave would like to play imminently. Now, it's worth noting that C is going to be a pain to block later on. So it's kind of it's a short-term gain for a longer-term question mark. But it's also possible that, hopefully you're winning by enough that you don't have to deal with that long-term variance that he's kind of making a trade-off for.
Yeah, and the C there as the final letter of an 8 is not as scary to me as putting a C out as the first letter of an 8. I feel like you're totally right that C is going to sit there unblocked basically the entire game now. Yeah. So that will allow, if Koenig gets into a situation where he has, now it's getting blocked. I don't like this.
I think play. That's not. I think he's probably going to look at this for a bit. I would think. No, he's just going to go ahead and play it. I don't.
Yeah, so a couple things here. He does get 14 points for that, which is nice. However, he also blocks that long-term threat that we just said is going to stay open forever, and he keeps OOU, which is just no way to start your next path forward in this game.
Yeah, if he's keeping a good leave, sure, that's a nice way to ensure that top right part of the board is going to be open this game. But not when you're leaving OOU. I mean, exchanging. Yeah,
gotta exchange there. But just to go back to Dave's play of Odick versus Desier as a double-double, it's definitely nice for Dave to start his next rack with a leave of EER after Odick, just knowing if he draws a bingo, a 7-letter word ending in R, it's going to play with per on this board. So he did one better than that, though. He's going to play Narians probably.
And don't forget, he played Cager setting up Ewer and Re. So
exactly,
he's also saving that power. Desier is just completely unneeded volatility. There's just no reason to do it.
So here comes Narians for 66 more points for Dave. That's going to bring him up more than 100 points clear of Koenig now. Sorry, I need to be more specific with my Daves. Wiegand 246, Koenig 133. And you can see, let's see what Wiegand draws here, because we know Koenig is sitting on pretty ugly stuff right now. All right, a bunch of vowels. Ooh, some potential here, maybe here, out here, not quite, I guess.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, here onto almost fits.
Yeah, well, a water jet.
Yeah, a water jet. It's the Japanese honorific. For,
like Obento, exactly. Yeah. So
yeah.
As Mo Green pointing out
the cool Mo.
Well, yeah, I guess compared to some, not all Mo greens are, are created equal, but this one's pretty cool. The H hook on Zibet is going to be a pretty crushing play here. It's going to also block a nice lane, right? Like Zibet's and the H hook there is technically still a threat as a bingo lane, and Dave's going to score a ton and just hammer that spot next turn.
Yeah. Looks like Dave's considering playing Vogie, which again, I mean, gets rid of all the crappy tiles, but
that also can't
block the board. So
but Vogui is actually not. You have to have an E.
Sorry,
Rogi is the one. Why? I don't understand. I don't know why that is the case, but it happens to be the case.
I was thinking of Vougy, which is Voug, and just it's almost lunchtime. Streamers are allowed to be idiots too.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. But this is this play scores Axon scores 33 for Dave Koenig and leaves GOUV. Wow, that's actually a relatively decent draw. Not that it gives him anything great just yet, but Dave drawing AEL to that leave is he's working his rack back into shape a little bit. But Dave is about to score Wiegand is about to score really well here.
Did you know Time No Guy? Or Tim Eno Guy? Where's Jesse Matthews when you need him?
What the heck? Timino Guy?
Time No Guy.
Time No Guy? I've never seen that word before. Amazing.
Brian Eno's brother.
Tim Eno Guy. Yeah. That's amazing. Definitely not familiar with that word, and I guess we're just querying which words end in guy because we're talking about Vogie, right? So anyway, okay, Dave.
There's Here Out.
Yeah, Here Out. I hope Dave Wiegand doesn't get any ideas in his head to try this, right? He won't. He'll play Here Too. Or something.
Maybe he's gonna play a There Out and Pozu, which would be a Japanese. Almost. I think it's a name. Yeah. But not Ponzu.
So Dave. Okay, Wiegand has Here Too set up on his rack. He's gonna play it with Zibeth and score 50 points in that spot. He'll leave a U, which is not ideal, but you're gonna do that for 50 points.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, Wiegand being a good friend of streamers and many people in the chat. He would totally troll us. As we saw with Melatonin earlier, he put it on his rack. That was not to show the stream how great he was, but just to get the stream kind of excited. Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if he did Here Out completely as a troll.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with that. Dave is kind of a wry, sarcastic humor guy. He's one of the funnier, he's actually very funny now that I've got to know him better. Not in the way of Chris Farley. But more subtle. What is he? What's he thinking here?
Other all the way to Joe.
Oh, okay, interesting. Got it. So not hitting the double word score, but that's interesting. I wonder if that is that any better? I feel like the interesting thing about other is that it offers no overlaps at all, whereas hetero and Here Too have pretty damaging underlaps and overlaps, right? The consonant vowel consonant. Other still does make this pretty big spot. So
but it's not. It will give back more.
True.
Right. That underlap is easier, but the underlap will score a little less, maybe be a bit more frequent, but offer more back.
That is so. Oh man, that's really high level stuff right there.
Yeah.
To be thinking at that level of depth. I'm so impressed by that. Just the idea that there are fewer overlaps possible now after this. There were way more after hetero or Here Too. And any play that Dave might have, that Koenig will have underneath the ER of other, will give a triple back almost by necessity.
So Dave is not going to play Avulsh.
Yeah, good call by him not to do that, or to play Voulage or something like that. He plays Voulge.
Louvage.
Koenig up to 196, Wiegand at 295 after his very heavy play of other with that H hook.
Yeah.
Really strong play. You just draw, what is that, a K? Okay.
Yeah.
So, wow, Dave Wiegand can play something like unmake parallel to Yannick if he wants to do that and score a boatload of points there.
Yeah.
Um,
It does offer a bit of risk, but
certainly.
I mean, obviously we know that it won't matter, but
yeah, in this situation though, the score being what it is, we've seen this as a recurring theme, right? There are certain plays where if the score was even, I would play unmake in a heartbeat here. But given that unmake scores 43 points and the best that you can do playing in other spots, well, maybe.
but here's the thing. If you go and look at the standings, Rashid is in first place right now. His spread is quite low at plus 330, 388. Dave Koenig has the biggest spread, so this is a chance to take some kind of tie aside. But Austin also hanging around there with 710. So this could be a time where you really want to go for spread because, getting to my point is that Dave Wiegand's spread is only plus 233.
So would that make you likelier to go for unmake or something in the triple triple, or would it make you likelier to play something like Yumiak off of the R of other?
I mean, I would say like everything aside, I'm more willing to take some short-term risk if it means that
you win the game
term,
by more most of the time. Yeah.
Yeah. In this case, Umiak is one play. Mink also very solid. You probably don't need to open the triple here.
Yeah, the Q is also lurking unseen, so maybe keeping the U as the game continues. Let me actually get that tracking and show you guys what we are actually looking at here, what Dave is looking at. Might help to put his play into context. Okay, should be ready with that. So the Q is still lurking. Keeping the U is going to start to... The U is obviously never a wonderful tile in general cases, but as the game wears on and the Q has yet to make its appearance, keeping the U starts to make more sense. And wow, you can see Dave is sort of acknowledging that. I'm sure he saw unmake in that same spot. Instead, he's going to play mink for 2 fewer points, leaving AU. And let's see if he's rewarded for this by picking the Q here. Because I think I like this. This is like a good intermediate playing a lot of points in this spot without opening the nightmare scenario of losing the game. And Dave draws not the Q, certainly, another U and a V to go with it. So yeah, that's okay.
And funny enough, on Koenig's side, an open Q would be great.
I know.
That would be the rack saver, but it looks like he'll probably just go ahead and fish off. Yeah, a reasonable play to fish off UI. And try to go for a bingo next turn.
Yeah, that seems like a totally normal play for Dave Koenig, who, again, his winning chances here are pretty low. Unless, I mean, it would be crazy. Obviously, well, had Dave Wiegand played unmake, how dangerous could a U be in 7th position there? No more dangerous than a W in 3rd position, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so... all right, hold on a sec. Let's get Dave's now what he's looking at here.
A bingo was drawn by Koenig. We'll see what he's able to do, though. However, won't be surprised to see Wiegand play some sort of defense here, given his kind of terrible tiles.
Oops. Sorry, Christian. Sorry. I'll get this fixed.
Yeah.
There, should be fixed now.
Yeah, almost adenosine, but unfortunately wrong. Would need a second N instead of the S.
Yeah.
For those of you who like upside down boards, this is your moment to shine. Tell us what words you're finding that you wouldn't have found otherwise.
Yeah, I've never been capable of playing upside down. I have a lot of respect for those that have that ability.
I enjoy it. I don't actually do it, but I do enjoy it.
Do you think it does anything to throw your opponent off at all, or do you think it helps
No,
your opponent
yeah, I think
unnecessarily?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if someone is really bad at playing upside down, then obviously having the board facing you the entire game is nice. In my case, I think I just happened to grow up playing the game in an area where there were lots of people who play upside down.
Got
The
it.
late great Lester Schonbrun, Bruce Ward, Isaac Apindi. All the experts I grew up playing against played upside down.
Happen to do that. Interesting.
So yeah.
So Dave plays duh. I was wondering for a second if there was any chance that Dave was gonna set his D up by playing duh, right? Which would have been
ended very poorly.
very bad news. Yeah, as Dave does. RTRB in the chat. Koenig's Rack looks like there's a bingo somehow. You're absolutely right. Your spider sense that there is a bingo in there is correct. That is the bingo. So had Dave played just UH, leaving the D off, this play of Aniseed would have gone down on the top row, making duh for a lot of points. Koenig still would have been down by quite a bit, but for Dave Wiegand's quest to get some of his missing spread back, that wouldn't have gone well for him there. So, oh, look at that. Nice idea. I think this is almost, throwing in the towel a little bit for Koenig in terms of winning the game, which he's really not likely to win this game no matter what, but teased for 36. I think that's pretty reasonable idea.
I think it's a good idea. I mean, first, there's only one I, one N, and no E's left. The S does not have that much of a benefit here in the sense of it's a great tile, but you're not really going to end with an S. You're more likely to end with, say, the D. And this allows him to keep scoring on that quest to get a bingo. So I do like the idea here.
Yep. So Dave, I have to imagine, is about to play quad here through the U of Volge. I can't imagine what else he will play. Just that U sitting right there next to the double letter score, the entire word being on the double word score, definitely going to jump out. Anytime you have that Q, it becomes the focal point of your decision-making process. How can I use this Q, get it off the rack? Any open U like that is going to be, Dave's going to play quad for sure. Easily the best choice for him here, I think.
Yeah. And Koenig almost did, in fact, draw a bingo because the pool was playing well to his EIN leave. But here, I mean, we're either going to probably see just dropping the F for 20 very quickly, or perhaps this is.
I got to say, this is me operating Quackle behind the scenes. I wish I could say that I saw this myself.
Oh my God. Oh, wait.
There is an amazing play available here. It's not going to secure Dave Koenig the win in this game, but if he finds this would be like a play of the stream type play.
Yeah, it's not what I thought it was, so I'll keep looking.
Let me just get the tracking right. So Flinted scores 36, is a pretty solid play. You're not going to win this game if you're Dave Koenig. It's not a bingo. The play that I'm teasing here is not a bingo. It's not a 9-letter word, nothing like that. I will reveal in just a minute the best scoring play that Dave Koenig has on this turn. It's beautiful. It's so nice. These types of plays make me smile when I think about Scrabble. I would be astonished if this play is found. I would never find it. It's a totally regular word.
But would you have to be pretty reliant on board vision to find
you would
it?
You would have to be highly reliant on board vision. Yeah.
You'd have to be pretty reliant on board vision.
Correct. Yep.
We don't have to tell them that was a spoiler, right?
Well, I guess we can now. So the play that I'm referring to is through the A of epitasis. You can play Reliant, making iotic as a hook. Yeah, you guys are, 14 Domino says, is it an iotic word? You can play Reliant, making bend and eat, hitting 2 double word scores, leaving your F over for next turn. Reliant in that spot scores 47 points. I don't think there's any, I don't imagine myself finding that ever. Maybe. I don't know.
I probably sound like a dick if I say I think I might find that, but
No, you don't. No, you don't. This is
but
just not my strength. This is
yeah,
not my strength.
to
And
be honest, I would probably play of and fa fairly quickly.
yeah, I mean, in this
So
situation, I think the game situation would do more for me. If this was a perfectly even game and the score of the game was 412 to 412, maybe I find it.
yeah,
Maybe in that case, where I'm looking all around, I'm saying, man, I need as many points as I can get, or else I'm not going to beat Dave Wiegand here. I might consider it then, but not in this situation. I'm down. If I'm in Koenig's shoes, I'm down by 160 odd points or more. I don't imagine myself seeing that there. So
yeah.
let's hope. I would be so chuffed to see this play.
Yeah, and as Jello Mochas points out, Reliant still remains if you play of now.
True. So if you could play of in the O and A spot next to Volge and Quad, right? And just fish for Reliant. If you draw any tile, you will have
or better yet, fish off the R and just go for Alephiant right now.
There you go. Beautiful.
And we're going to teach you how to play Scrabble good.
Yeah. These are all plays that are pretty much completely well, of is not crazy.
Oh, no, of is perfectly reasonable.
But that,
I don't, yeah.
Yeah, that previous suggestion is just for the lols. So yeah, Dave Koenig is doing his, just making sure he's using his time productively. But this is, I mean, I would probably be throwing in the towel and playing Flinted here, or I would just pop my F down.
Yeah, I would play of. There's still tiles, he knows that he can draw to get another bingo down next turn. It's not like super likely, but it's a pretty clear path forward. And with the A being the most unseen tile to him, certainly, as we know, Dave has most of them. But we shall see if he draws the O.
Okay, he drew the A as you predicted, as you suggested. That is a common draw that happens after this. So good idea by Koenig.
Yeah.
So there's a play of Va that blocks the D. I was just wondering if Dave was going to see Vayward to the D. Right, he could have potentially scored a few more points there. I would say if that's a mistake, it's a very, very microscopic one. But theoretically, I would probably play Vayward there if I see it. So that word being spelled like this. And Dave's going to bingo here. Koenig will bingo to trim the deficit slightly.
And it looks like there's a pretty good chance he's going to pick up a blank and a full rack, but not very good tiles otherwise. So it's going to be hard for him to say, draw another bingo out of the bag or something.
Got it. So the bag, that's going to empty the bag here. I see. Yeah. So that's it. Bag is out, and we're going to see Koenig draw that second blank as you suggested, and have a bunch of weird consonants to go with it too. So, man, pretty a lot more stuff to cut our teeth into in these games here. Some really interesting positions again. I just think Dave Wiegand is going to be tough when he's drawing and playing so well. It's hard to point to a single mistake that he made. Pause, Waterjet, Cager, Odic, Narines, Other, Mink. These are all perfectly good plays. It took until Va, maybe that's the tiniest mistake, if anything, but that's completely meaningless at that point in the game. So Dave Wiegand appears to be in very good form, in my opinion. And not that Koenig is, hopelessly outmatched or anything like that, but he just drew kind of poorly. I would say Yannick was also an inflection point where maybe he saves himself some of those, the 3-turn sequence of Yannick, Axon, Volge. he could have avoided that with an exchange a lot of the time there. If I was going to point to an issue that I had with any of Dave Koenig's plays, but really he just didn't draw very well.
Yeah, yeah, and that's basically it. We're talking about maybe a 1% chance versus a 0.1% chance.
For sure.
So, not much you were gonna do. I do see that Dave Koenig could play something that you're now familiar with that is very relevant to my life, which is Figma.
That's right. A beautiful sort of UX sort of art tool, I guess. I'm not sure how I would describe it.
Interface design tool that I would assume was very instrumental in the creation of a Scrabble web. I would think.
Yeah, there are Figmas for Scrabble web for sure. I have seen. I can confirm.
Yeah. Lukeman, you did in fact miss Rashid on stream.
Yeah, you missed. Oh man, Lukeman, you missed.
He's played 2 games already.
You missed Rashid come back from 140 points down against Dave Koenig in the previous game with an epic triple. Right now, that's probably the highlight of today's stream. That was a shocking turn of events in that game. All right, Dave plays Alular. I think we saw Alula as well at some point, or no, that might have been on one of my own streams. So Fisty the play for Dave Koenig, and that is the best play for him in this endgame. Good job. So very, very disciplined play by Koenig to make his best endgame play, and Dave Wiegand is about to finish this game off. Let's see what he ends up playing, and he plays his best play as well. So good endgame playing on both sides, and the final score is going to be 488 to Dave Wiegand, a much-needed win for him to move up to 8-4. And Dave Koenig loses again. He lost in both of the last 2 games, but he is still firmly in the mix at 7-4-1. So that'll do it for this game. It'll also do it for us in the morning session. So at some point in the near future, we're going to take our lunch break and then come back with 4 more games in the afternoon. How are you doing, Conrad? How are you holding up? I'm doing okay, just for the record.
I'm fine. I'm probably ready for a sandwich or something. Other than that, ready for a few more games this afternoon. I'll probably go meet a couple of these folks for lunch. Yeah, looking forward to more fun games. I don't personally know when games are going to restart, but I imagine it'll be similar to yesterday in that I assume they would start at either 3 or 3:15 Central Time, where we are here in New Orleans. But perhaps
I don't know.
Better than me. Yeah.
I feel like we're ahead of schedule today. If we take our lunch break like now-ish, that would be a 2-hour lunch break. So.
Well, we had an hour 45 yesterday.
Oh, okay. So maybe it will be that long. All right. Yeah. In that case, yeah. So basically, just a quick kind of recap of what we've seen this morning. We saw a lot of the players that are doing well in the standings competing on board 1 here. A lot of interesting games. I have to say, closer games on the whole than yesterday, where there were a lot of blowouts. In this session, I should say, we still had some games where the eventual score ended up lopsided, but there were definitely much tighter mid-game positions for us to sink our teeth into. Just hoping for 4 more games like that this afternoon. I guess we're now past the halfway point here. So it could be good actually to get, if possible, just a quick, before we go to break, look at the standings and see how things are shaping up. That could be nice. Yeah. Do we want to, Conrad, break this down for us if you see this?
Sure. Yeah. And as we're bringing that up, thanks, Bio. Thank you, Jalapik, and everyone else for watching all morning. So it does look like we're still waiting on a couple of the games to come in. Rashid appears to still be playing his game, and Austin and Puneet appear to be playing their games still as well. So obviously that Puneet against Rashid game will be pretty important, and I do wonder maybe we'll get to see Puneet on board one later today. Kind of the only face that you really see until, of course, Josh Castellano, who we haven't seen too much of on stream yet, I think. So
yeah, I think we've seen
yeah,
most of these people at least once. And as you said, yeah, maybe no Puneet, Dave Whitley, or Josh Castellano as the last.
Yeah, we saw Puneet on Dave Wiegand's rack. Yeah, Punnitt.
We totally did. Yes, as we pointed out at the time.
So here's a question: what's more exhausting, playing for 8 hours or commentating for 8 hours? I could commentate for 24 hours. I can barely play for 6 hours. So
yeah, it's a good question. I would say that for this particular event, I felt so for me, it is a little bit different. Sometimes when I'm doing commentary, I'm also doing the production as well, like running the broadcasting software and managing all of that behind the scenes, which is already kind of stressful. In this particular case, we have Christian K of the Crescent City Cup team handling all of that. And we just get to sit here, talk to you guys, talk with each other about Scrabble. It's really, it's not as grueling. That being said, I felt like curling up into the fetal position yesterday after the 9.5 hour stream. So this could be a situation where the however many years I have on Conrad, 3 or 4, that's making me the old man here that can't take the heat of the long stream. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's a look at the standings. Again, maybe just quickly before we go to break, one more shout out again to our sponsor, PlayScrabble.com. Really, during the break, maybe a great thing to do to pass the time. Head on over to PlayScrabble.com, sign up, log on as a guest. Play a game, check it out if you're in the US or Canada. And obviously, still in beta, still lots of growth to be done with this site, lots of features to be added. But really do want to emphasize that this sponsorship is really, really awesome. And we hope to make it a success here. And one way to ensure that is to simply go onto this site and play a game or two, log on and play. So with that, yeah, go ahead, Conrad.
I was saying, and even so, just tell all your friends that we're here, we're streaming, we're playing, and your friends are probably playing here in New Orleans as well. If you haven't, of course, the obvious. If you haven't subscribed, I guess it wouldn't be subscribing; it would just be following the channel. Certainly would love that, and tell everyone, and come back after lunch. We will be here.
Yep, 4 more games coming at you later. Thank you very much to everybody who has been watching so far. Couldn't have said it better than Conrad myself. So we'll see you guys in a little bit less than 2 hours for 4 more games at the 2022 Crescent City Cup. All right. Yeah, I see it there. We are back for the afternoon games of day 2 at the Crescent City Cup 2022. Wow, it's been a really, really exciting day so far. We've had some pretty awesome games to start the day. Conrad, Bassett-Bouchard, my co-commentator and co-former national Scrabble champion. It's been a really fun day so far. I'm just hoping for more of the same this afternoon. How about you?
I mean, same. I mean, just looking at the standings, 4 people at 8-4, and a 7.5 and a 4.5 and a 7-5. I mean, like, it's gonna be a fun afternoon. We'll see if anyone can distance themselves from the pack, but right now it's neck and neck. Should make for some fun games.
Doesn't
Um,
seem like anyone is poised to run away with it. But then again, there's a lot of really strong players in this field. All that any of those people need to get a little distance is to catch a nice run of tiles. 2 of those players we will be watching right now between Austin Shin and Dave Wiegand, probably pound for pound, the 2 strongest players in the tournament field here. So,
yeah, and this must be, I think, the last round of the round robin, and it just so happens that I think they're the 2 top seeds, and that's why they're playing. So,
got it. Oh,
uh,
perfect timing.
yeah,
So, yeah, you can
you
see.
love when that happens.
Yep, you can see the 2 of them are getting set to play. It'll be Austin going first in this game. The 2 of these guys, 2 former North American Scrabble champions. Austin, a former UK Scrabble champion. A lot of pedigree going into this game. We've seen these 2 play a bunch on stream already and acquit themselves very well. So this should be a treat here for everybody to watch. And let's dive in.
The matchup I've been waiting for, and I hope that I suspect it will not be the only time we see this matchup. Ooh, ooh. Okay.
Oh yeah, so the streak of O's to start the game drawing there for Dave did come to an end, but yeah, not great racks to start with for either player here.
Yeah, I would say how about like War Park or something. But probably not quite. I think I needed a parka at lunch, but I didn't want to spoil, as Scrabble Kate mentions in the chat, that I look extra Portland today. And in fact, I am wearing a beanie and some flannel and some hipster glasses. So
very nice. Well, we'll at some point, we do have the game started right now, but we'll have to cut back to commentators and look at how Portland you are. I should also mention that I actually spent my lunch break getting my hair cut by my wife and sister-in-law, and I have to say that was much needed. I should be way more on point with commentary today, with approximately 2 or 3 pounds of hair off of my head that was there before. So, all right, we see Wark go down for Austin, who looked like he was considering parka, but I think I definitely preferred Wark over that play. How about you? Did I lose you there? So yeah, the reason that I was querying about Wark was just because the leave of RW is really not as likely to bingo as that nice combination of ARP. Much better bingo tiles. The W, we've been talking about it a lot. Those high point tiles do get in the way of your ability to play those longer words. And in Scrabble, that really is the equivalent of a home run play, as close as we have to a home run. Just checking in. Conrad, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry,
Okay.
I forgot that it was going to kick me off the hotel internet, and I was just re-upping it. So I am
Gotcha.
back.
Okay,
and
sorry.
and I agree. RE Work versus Parka, which I said, and nobody heard me.
Okay, good.
Because I was talking to a blocked internet connection.
Gotcha. All right, we're back then. We are back up and running. Sorry about that. Didn't realize.
No, all good.
Cool.
I'm just glad the internet at this hotel. I'm down the street at the Magnolia Hotel. Certainly recommend it to people. When the jury always seems to fill up every year for future years.
Yeah, and as we were talking in the morning session, definitely with all of you guys in spirit here from New Jersey. Wish I was with you guys in New Orleans, but I figured it is, pretty reasonable to do commentary remotely, but certainly in the future would love to be on site, getting some interviews with the players, doing some other forms of media to augment the broadcast, but we are just thrilled to have live Scrabble to showcase in this way, and hope you guys are all enjoying what the broadcast so far. As Dave plays Wound or Wound, however, I guess it's better to say Wound just because that implies correctly that you can put an S at the end of it.
Yeah, and
Austin plays Vamp immediately.
That's one of those things you love as a Scrabble player where you're like, oh, my tiles are kind of bad. I guess I could make this play. And then your opponent plays something such that you're like, whatever play just became an amazing play.
Yeah, that is like the opposite of this horrible feeling of having a great play or having a bingo, getting it blocked by your opponent, which is something that any Scrabble player, once you start to see, well, any Scrabble player, even if you aren't that accustomed to finding bingos, you're still used to finding that perfect spot that you'd love to play, getting blocked by your opponent. It's very relatable Scrabble feeling, I feel like.
Yeah.
And obviously part of that is you just have to remember, if the spot that you want to play in is good enough to make you want to play there, your opponent probably likes it too. So all right, quick moves coming in from both players. These seem relatively uncontroversial.
Yeah.
Maybe there were other things that could have been played with Wound for Dave, but those are really, I don't know, nothing really distinguished itself. I guess Odeon was a reasonable choice there for Dave, huh?
Odeon would have left O or
GN. It would have left. Oh, was there a U? Okay, sorry. Then I wrote the rack wrong.
Sorry, which we're talking just now, or you're saying? You're saying. Sorry, I thought you meant the first turn. I'm like, I don't think he had a D, but yeah. Oh, so just now, Odeon looks like a pretty solid play. Yeah.
Yeah, DEN is the leave after Goon, and NG the leave after Odeon. I think I would always prefer DEN in a vacuum, but 7 more points for Odeon, and maybe you pick an I that sweetens the deal a little bit with that NG combination. So that's very close plays. I'm not going to consider that to be any kind of big mistake. Just wondering if Dave saw Odeon, because I feel like he probably would have played it if so. But it has all those overlaps. So
I'm guessing it might have eluded him at that moment, because he did play Goon pretty fast.
Yeah. So either way, these are not. This is not like a game-breaking thing. These are totally reasonable. And Dave has. We'll see. I don't think he's likely to get a letter for like defunded or something like that.
But how about defunct?
To remove the funk from, to defunk, if he's going to try that through the K of work. I don't know about that. It's a clever try, but Dave might be able to get away with stuff like that against players of a lesser caliber than pretty much anybody that we're seeing on stream, let alone Austin Shin. But the players in this field are a little too strong for that. I think I can definitely recall the days when Dave was playing with the double challenge rule. I think I have you must have more stories than I do, but he has played some amazing phony words against some opponents in double challenge. He just has nerves of steel, I feel like. And realizing that he is... Yeah, well, didn't he play like Binox or something as a triple for like...
That's possible, but he played this. He played this in TWL.
Necroscopy. Oh my God! I mean, that's amazing, given that it is a word, right? Like it just happened to not be valid in that dictionary. So
yeah, but he's played that. He's played.
Okay, so there's Dave is
some crazy ones. Yeah.
So he can get creative, but in 5-point challenge, you really can't get too creative, just because your opponent has every incentive to challenge. So an
Yeah.
interesting play by Austin of just Vin here. No attempt to get rid of the O as well. Maybe there was no way of playing that O without creating more counterplay than Austin was comfortable with. And he's drawn a bingo. So
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the idea, is just try to keep it open as much as possible, or sorry, keep it closed as much as possible, and try to force Dave into doing the opening, knowing that he's keeping a pretty decent lead. I think this is kind of what he was hoping for. And note that I don't think he only has bailers here, yeah?
Oh, kilobars. Oh my God. Yep, good
Because
call.
he had kilobars last turn. I'm like, wait, oh no, he just drew the B to go with another I. He really has kilobars.
Oh, so there is an absolute crusher of a bingo that Austin is threatening here, from the K of work down to the triple word score of, oh, there it is. He spotted it. You see, he just changed his rack from bailors to kilobars.
Yeah.
And man, what can Dave really reasonably do that has any chance? He could play funked. Yeah. Oh man, he's gonna play vamped, which looks fine, honestly.
Yeah.
And through no fault of his own, Dave is about to get hammered with a pretty big bingo here.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it helps to have the foresight of Will's orb in order to know what's coming. But this is not one of those times that Dave had that foresight. So
immediately, Austin wasting no time. That's definitely, in this situation, looking at the board as it's currently constituted, if you were to concoct any wild imagination of what would my best possible play here, it would be a bingo from the K that reaches the triple word score. And sure enough, Austin has that, so there's no point wasting any time. He plays it instantaneously, and on we move to the next turn.
On we move. It looks like Dave, drew halfway decent tiles, but no bingo here, which I think is what he would have really, really liked. Maybe Furry or something could come down, but we now know that Austin is drawn pretty poorly. So
Furry looks pretty good through the R of kilobars, getting rid of the F and the Y. Another possibility would be just to play something with either Goonie or just even plop your Y down with Viney and Woundy. You could do that. If that doesn't have the advantage of using up your U, but maybe leaving just Funder is good enough. I don't know. I mean, you have some chance of drawing some bingos there. Maybe they're not as good as you would need them to be. So it might be better to play Furry. Dave will, if he spots all of that stuff, Dave will definitely be thinking. So, when you think about playing one tile off of your rack, it's really important for a player of Austin or Dave's caliber to literally go through the alphabet and just quickly say, what do I get if I draw this letter? What do I get if I draw that letter? And Dave will probably be, well, he's got Furry lined up here. So that would be that would be a perfectly normal play. So.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that that S is going to get blocked a lot by Austin next turn, just because there's just nowhere to play, right? Or at least ending in an S. Like maybe he plays through the V, that blocks the S. He may play alongside it, that blocks the S. It's just hard not to block the S, right? So any of the a lot of the one tile fishes that Dave might be looking for, he may not get to play if they require playing to that S.
It's a very good point. So, knowing what we see here from our perch as commentators, we know that Austin is sitting on a whole bunch of low point tiles that don't score very well and aren't very likely to even reach a triple word score, right? So Furry opens up both of the triples on the lower left and right of the board. I don't think Austin's going to be able to reach them, nor will he be able to score very well here. Yeah. So that's helpful for Dave. As he, did he just draw identity?
I think he found his identity, yeah.
Wow.
So Scott Jackson, that's how he opens the board after after Furry.
Drawing a bingo from the eye of kilobars will get the job done. Although it must be said that if Austin finds his overlapping play here to the R of Furry of Anir, right? He could play something... amazingly, Austin not being able to reach either triple in the lower left or right, as I said, that might cause him to play more of an overlapping play
Yeah.
alongside Kilobar. That being said, I
He has it
also
spelled
think,
out.
oh man, and that would be a crusher for Dave. Oh, there
Well,
it is.
it
Oh
is,
man.
but Dave will come back with a Diddy, right? That's still pretty solid, all
True.
things
That's a great
considered.
point. Yeah, good
Yeah.
point.
So it honestly, this removes some volatility. Like, yeah, obviously you want the bingo, right? But at least in this case, there's nothing crazy that Dave's giving back with his play. So
Yeah, and Identity would have placed a Y in the triple lane, which that's not that makes me uneasy. Putting a Y in a
yeah,
triple lane in that spot allows your
not
opponent
yeah,
to dump a lot of high scoring letters for a
yeah,
great score a lot of the
yeah.
time. So Dave doesn't get his bingo, but he's going to score really well and open the board a bit more in the process. So things are not completely bleak for him here. Um, Austin continues to, so it looks like he picked an S to his low point bingo prone leave, and he's close, but
Yeah.
not quite there.
And I don't think Diddy's really gonna quite help, is it?
I don't think so.
I'm assuming that he's gonna play that.
Yeah, so there you see it get arranged on the rack. Other ideas,
Entity's probably worth a thought too.
entity in the lower left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sidewinder points out potentially tied going down, making one and bed. That's intriguing. It doesn't open the board quite as aggressively. Yeah, it does preserve the S hook, but then
Yeah.
again, Dave doesn't have the S, so it's hard to know which pathway is better for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, close plays here.
What would you take? You got 35, you got Entity for probably a little more than that, right? Yeah, for 38,
Yeah,
38.
I think
Oh, Tiger's tied.
okay, there is tied. I'm actually feeling like I kind of don't mind Entity simply because the sevens lane parallel to Anir, where he just played, was really permissive of pretty much any bingo ending in an S, a D, an R, Lad, Lar, all of those things would still fit there.
Yeah.
Obviously, Austin might have an X or a W or something that incentivizes him to play in that spot. But I kind of don't mind, from Dave's perspective, taking a nice big helping of points in the lower left where it's not blocking anything actively, whereas tied actually kind of blocks a little bit. It's harder after that play to play 7-letter bingos that don't contain an S. So that being said, entity in the lower left does prevent you from, well, not completely, but effectively prevents you from playing through that V of Vin to open more space along the left side of the board, which you may want to have in your back pocket as a way to create more space at some point. So very close plays. Do you have a favorite play, Conrad, there?
No.
Yeah, it's close.
You had a better description. I'm just like, no. All the main thing I can think of is that this play does ensure that the board is going to be able to stay open. Like, that lane is very hard to block. You do run into some issues of like entity, and then it leaves Austin an opportunity to play, 3 or 4 tiles down, blocking both Warks and everything else. It's going to depend if he happens to have the right tile to do it, but he could really take good control of the board with the lead. So that's one thing to think about. This does make it probably hardest for Austin if he doesn't have a big play, which, so far as I can tell, he doesn't have a big play.
He surely does not, yeah. So Austin is in a situation here where all of the highest scoring plays available to him are through the V of Ven, and really that's just not what he wants to do here. Playing through that V to create a line or even expose the triple in a much easier place. Not what he's after. So instead, he just plays oil. That seems safer to me. He's got an S. If I'm Dave, I'm seeing that and I'm saying, man, Austin has an S.
Yeah, so that's worrisome.
Yeah. It makes me a little concerned in Austin's shoes there. As Emmy Hill 65 says, y'all Scrabble chat got too many rules for me. Sorry about that, man. You don't have to obey every rule that you see. We'll loosen up the rules for you a little bit. But good comment too from Mo Green about a near of maybe that was sort of a clue about how Dave should approach that turn. And now Dave doesn't need any more
It's
clues
entirely
after oil.
possible.
Oil is the strongest clue possible. Of course, Dave has an S of his own. So he, even with that knowledge that Austin really likely has one, I don't think Dave can somehow start playing defensively. He's trailing in the game, and he has an S of his own. So,
Yeah, but
we'll
he
see.
might be jealous to find out that Austin has a bingo to go with his S, whereas Dave has
Too many
almost good
consonants.
titles.
Yeah, too many consonants for him. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do here, frankly. Either he scores almost no points and keeps his S, or he cashes his S and doesn't bingo. So I
Yeah.
really don't know what direction he's supposed to turn here.
And the problem is it's really hard for us to say, given the bias we have of what Austin has, to really say, oh yeah, I would consider playing hints and works.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, or like ninths or
sure.
something. I mean,
Yeah. Or yeah, ninths. Yeah. That's probably
it's
worth it, right?
it is 26 points, and Austin, we see, as you said, he has this archaic spelling of jealous. That is a valid word, so he has spelled out his bingo. He's going to play that either with works or oils. There's nothing Dave can do to stop it. Um, so yeah, I guess Dave is getting ready. I think he's correctly realizing I have to take as many points as I can get. The nice thing about ninths, at least from Dave's perspective, is it opens the board a little bit further. And is Austin going? This is kind of interesting because, like, if Austin bingos here, which we know he will, what if Dave draws something really heavy in that
Well,
opening that he just created, right?
yeah,
Like it's
I don't know. I mean, you could make an argument for eulogias here. I mean, jealous is certainly
Oh
nice,
yes,
but
yeah, totally.
eulogias, excuse me, I can't talk, probably is pretty close.
Yeah, okay. So there are a couple other options
Yeah, he's
now
gonna
through nine.
immediately, and as I'm looking at it more, I think it's actually pretty clearly the best
Yeah,
play.
you can't just let that big scoring
Yeah,
spot alongside the eye of ninths. There's some scary stuff still lurking in the pool. The X, the Q could potentially hit there. Maybe there are certain things that might somehow fit with QUE. That's not impossible. So there's a lot of stuff that Austin needs to. I think for a cost of 2 points.
yeah,
Eulogia's 72 points, Jealous and Oils only 74. That's not a great deal extra. So that's a small price to pay to block
yeah.
off these nice new openings. Agreed with you there.
Yeah, this is probably a good moment to kind of mention this concept of, when we're making a play, we're also trying to consider our opponent's play, kind of thinking about what is the average score that our opponent might play, kind of looking ahead on their next turn. And if you think about this one, because the main scoring spot is that where the G now sits in Eulogius, uh, you know, Austin is more likely to make a small sacrifice in order to neutralize that spot because now Dave, on average, is going to score fewer points. So I think that's kind of what you just saw. And I think we're gonna see Dave do something funny, and I think
Oh,
he's
yes.
going to play a word that means a hat.
Get ready, Twitch fans. So we saw FAP yesterday not mean
Yeah.
what you all think FAP means. This word does not mean what you all think it means, but
Yep.
have fun with it. We're here
Fake
on Twitch.
news.
Yeah, we're here on Twitch after all. You guys can enjoy it. Don't go too crazy lest we be forced to break the ban hammers out on you all. But Dave playing Jizz right there for 49 points. Well, go ahead and allow this for now.
What's a wig?
Um, it is a wig, as you can see. So, anyway, yeah, we have to be careful with auto mod here, but that's okay. This is
Oh, be cute. Could have a cute bee
yeah.
or a
Um,
BQ.
why is it not letting me like officially allow this? Anyway, that's a 50-point play for Dave. That's obviously nice to keep him. I mean, you think Austin's bingoed a bunch of times here. Kilobars, Eulogias, those are really heavy hitting plays. And Dave has yet to bingo in this game. And yet, you look at the scoreboard after Dave's play, it's 264 to 205. That's not nearly enough room for comfort for Austin. And Dave has, I don't know if it plays anywhere yet, but
I haven't found a playable spot yet.
he
Yeah.
has some good tiles on his rack. So we
Yeah.
got to be careful.
And this is what I'm telling you, like, again, for those of you who are just tuning in, I live right on the same street as Dave in Oregon. And, we play every week. And one thing about playing Dave is no lead is safe. And I'll do this. I'll bingo like 3 times and he's 60 points behind. And I'm just like, why?
How are you
How?
still close? Yeah. How are you still close in this game?
Yeah.
So Austin plays beat here, and that seems fine. A couple other options that maybe gave more back to Dave. Certainly, eject through the J is a non-starter here because of the deject and reject hooks that it would give back, to say nothing of the triple lane that it opens on the left side of the board. So beat definitely looks safer. So yeah, no blanks yet. Let me give you guys a look at the tracking in just a moment. I will have that for you once I have Dave's rack here. You guys are pointing out Hongi as a possibility.
Yeah, Hongi is what I saw, but the Elkman found it before me, so we'll give Elkman credit.
All right, tracking should be good from Dave's perspective here, so you can see. Wow, look at Austin's rack. Holy crap. There is some serious beef on that between the Q and the X.
Where's the open O? I didn't say anything. So let's see. Looks like Marlon is going to have a bunch of questions and comments for specifically Will, not for me.
For me? Where did he say that?
He says, I have a bunch of questions and comments, and I'm just assigning them to you.
Oh, why do people say define words? That's because there is a chat bot that is helping you to, if you're not sure one of the words on the screen what they mean, you can type !define, and it will pop up. Oh, it didn't let you define Marlin or a Marlin command. Oh, you didn't define Marlin.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We need a Marlin command is what we need.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, we're glad you're here, Shelly.
Yes, that's a pretty compelling reason to be anywhere. So we're seeing Hog instead of Hongi. That's probably a miss, just because given that oils spot at the lower right, I mean, that spot's never getting blocked except by weak plays for Austin. So I feel like Hongi is a pretty reasonable way to grab more points. Yeah, I mean, Hog makes another hook. Do you think he was thinking about that?
It's also possible that he didn't know that Hongi takes an S in Collins, maybe.
That could be.
I don't know. Not that that's really the best lane ever, but gives you a way to start with an S. I'm guessing he just missed it, but really he could have played Hongiers, like those who Hongi.
Yeah. And pointing out rigid eyes will potentially play for Dave, even with these 3 eyes. So
Dave has been getting a lot of eyes this tournament, as he we saw yesterday, and he mentioned to me later in the evening, just lots of eyes.
Yeah, and this game appears to be no exception there. So, but sure enough, he will potentially have a bingo if Austin doesn't block it. I'm pretty sure Austin is getting ready to play Mux and Mz. That would be a pretty nice scoring play. The scary thing about it, though, is you use up your U and you keep that Q, the dreaded Q. So Austin's going to have to, oh man. Okay, that's interesting. So so Austin, instead of opening up the top of the board, which admittedly that is kind of scary, he takes 8 fewer points to block. I mean, there's just no great way to do anything here that both scores well and gives you any hope for the Q. So I don't know. Tricky. I don't think I mind Austin's choice there very much. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it forces Dave kind of into that one lane, which as we know he can't quite hit. He does have an 8 with the V and with the L, but in neither spot does it fit. into the right place.
Yeah,
So
It's tough that rigid eyes just got blocked like that.
yeah. So we might just see a one tile fish, perhaps.
Is it
IIERS blank bingo a lot.
I'm just wondering though, is it possible that he'll play jibe instead of just jib to create another lane, even though you would normally love to keep that E? If you were gonna fish your I, the best place to do it would be between the J and the B. And surely in any normal circumstance, it's better to keep your E just because the E is the best bingo letter in the alphabet.
Even better than the S.
Well, I don't know. Well, best bingo vowel, I should say. The S is very, very good. But actually, I think technically it is better than the S in that it is in more words, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, Kate FC. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that shout out. Oh, my God. That is clearly Austin playing to the crowd here.
Yeah.
Giving a moving tribute to Scrabble.
That is a moving tribute. To follow up on your point, though, Will, I think if you really want to open that lane, then play XI for 9, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Then you get a little more. I mean, yeah, I think that makes sense. I'm just wondering after XI, are we it doesn't, there's really no way to block oils as well. So yeah, I think
unless
that
you
makes
have
sense.
XIS.
But, yeah, which if Austin has that, then there's okay. Well, that's what I was thinking,
okay.
right? So Dave ends up actually playing his E just to create a little more space, and I didn't hate this idea, but I kind of
I don't hate it.
I agree with you that maybe the way to do that was to just plop an I down there. So interesting choice.
So Dave decided to draw another I.
Another I. Oh man. Okay, so that's just that's rough, of course. So interesting to think about. Yeah, maybe burning the blank for waqf. Okay, so that's a word that definitely is going to be new to a lot of you guys out there. A word that is incredibly, incredibly useful to know in the UK English dictionary to get that Q off of your rack without the use of a U. So Austin could really consider that. Let me give Dave his points for jibe. But
I mean, I think he's pretty much like he's going to get QI for 21 is going to be there. So I think you just address the threat right now and then know next turn that you're going to get QI if nothing else. And, maybe something crazy happens and you can, use your Q blank. All right, now we have cutie face. We did wonder if cutie was going to get added to the dictionary. So it clearly shows up.
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, it's like overkill with the T, right? Like, how good does the T need to be alongside the Q? We already have cat, which is, cat cam. We know the power of cat cam.
Yeah.
We need the Q to get some love with some other letters other than the T. But I think there are a number of different ways that Austin could go here. He plays face, leaving the T. What plan does he have to play like QAT somewhere? I wonder why not Bassett here.
Yeah, I would play Bassett. I think may as well take the extra points.
Yeah, just in general, obviously I get it.
Could be too. I'm not looking at the tracking, so the tracking could enlighten a bit of why specifically face, facet, fact, etc. But
give me a minute, I'll get that up from Dave's perspective. And then from Austin's.
Yeah. Now, before fishing off the eye is like a guaranteed bingo, but and it's noted that Austin has Parquet's fish fits in the bottom.
Wow! Oh my God, parquet. Well, parquet, right? Yeah. From to the bottom left is going to be just an absolute monster play if Austin sees it, and I really think he will. Oh,
I mean, if anything, it would be randomly missing the spot. Like I saw the word, but I didn't see the spot immediately.
Yeah. It fits down there to the tune of 141 points down there. Oh my. So if Austin spots this, it is officially game over for sure. So updating the tracking to show Austin's perspective here. We know he has that Q.
Yeah, so it looks like he has Quaver spelled out, and now that it's noted that Parquet fits on the right side too, that he may just not see it if he has Quaver spelled out.
Yeah, Parquet fits with lip. I didn't even realize that until just now. It fits on there for over 100.
Yeah, I mean at this point the game's definitely over, but
okay. Quaver, normally a 74-point play with the Q. You would love to see that, but actually an 141-point bomb gets past Austin here.
Yeah.
So Quaver, as you guys are saying in the chat, this game is effectively over anyway. Let me get the scores correct for Dave as well. So Austin's up huge here.
Yeah, and I would say at this point, it's worth noting in the standings that Austin is the only person who really has a good point spread. It's something like 370 points above Dave, who has the second best one, other than, of course, Dave Koenig, who has the tie. So that's not really
rendering
that relevant.
Yeah. Rendering his spread less important. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. So this is big for Austin to get a big win here. It's going to bring his spread to, I don't know, over 900 at this rate, but
over 9,000.
Over 9,000 at this point. Jeez, that's that's important. I know.
Yeah.
So Dave will at least finally bingo.
Yeah, true. So we'll see Dave bingo here. He's got a number of 7-letter words alongside LI. He can play soilier, noisier, a bunch of other things. So, but it will all be for naught. There are 6 tiles in the bag. The Reinked is making fun of my boomer meme stash, and I have a few memes that are slightly more recent than over 9,000, but not too many. I am a boomer. You can't expect that much of me.
Well, I will do my best. You are so much older than me that you're basically Gen X, right?
True, that is true. As we have discussed, the age gap and absolute chasm between myself and my co-commentator Conrad. So, all right, Dave looks like he's getting ready to play Soilier, which again, this will be a losing effort. How old is Will?
You're 45, right?
Yeah, I'm actually 46.
Oh, 46. Okay.
Yeah, 46 years old.
Yeah.
46 years young.
Yeah, and I'm 22. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and as Morris, Morris
classic comment. Shout out to Tianza somewhere out there. So Soilier is eventually the play, 74 points. Yes, I'm 30.
Scott does not seem to understand that we were trolling.
The actual answer to the question is I am 37.
Yeah, it's 37 and 32.
Yeah, I'm 37 years old. That's the real answer. So Dave bingos. It's going to be a losing effort for him. That brings his score to 335. Says mad. All right, the bag is empty now. No need for the tracking anymore, as we can see that we've got 6 tiles for Dave and a bunch of consonants and an E for Austin. And let's see what exists here. Oh, certainly through the R of Quaver. Looks like some possible nice plays there.
I'm assuming that's what we're going to end up seeing. And then Dave's kind of probably wishing he could have had one more tile to draw, given that he, drew some pretty decent tiles out of the bag. But I suspect he will just play ad raid and end the game after Austin plays in the bottom left.
He's got a nice place for it there alongside Soilier. Is that what we're
But nope, Austin does have Wept out, so he has I think he has noticed that there is a way to block it, and I think now he's really looking, well, if I play this, is there an outplay with my CNT?
Well, that doesn't help him that much, though, because Dave still has errata down in the lower corner for a pretty nice score.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Austin comes out super much better after blocking ad rate as opposed to taking his many more points. So what is Wept here? It's 25 points. Crew would be 39 points, so it's possible that works out similarly well. But either way, Austin has done quite well in this game to secure a win against the very, very strong, always dangerous Dave Wiegand. So yeah, just again, kudos to Austin for playing at a really high level while also being so involved in the organization and planning behind the Crescent City Cup. It cannot be easy. Conrad, so I know that you have been the director of this event, you've played in this event. You did say that you've never tried to do both, right? Like that's too much. That's the line in the sand that you won't cross.
Yeah, so when I was actually 22, and actually I was 21, I ran my first multi-day tournament actually with my dad in San Diego, and then we had Mark Milan and David Whitley helping us out as well. And I played in that tournament, and it was 100 and something people. John Chu broke Tish, and so like it totally screwed over our tournament. And I tried to do both, and I was just miserable. I ended up, I think, getting like 10th place or something. And I was like, you know what? I'm not ever doing this again. If I'm gonna run the event, totally cool, happy to do it, and I'm not gonna play. I'd probably play like a little small event, like if I was hosting an event at my house, if it kind of runs itself. That's probably
something a little more casual. The Crescent City Cup is far from casual. It is a big, pretty serious undertaking to get this many players in one place, including a lot of the best players in the country. So,
Yeah, and Austin, I don't think has a directorial role. He was more, helping out with the organization, so he doesn't have to really worry about directors' calls. Say.
Yeah, for sure. So Austin is definitely he's taking a little bit extra time to potentially calculate what is the best literal sequence. This is where Scrabble starts to look a little bit more like chess, where you know what your opponent has just the same way you do in a game of chess, and you can actually plot out the optimal line. That's something that I feel like in Scrabble, it's easy to say that, but in practice, there's not that many games where plotting the optimal line is the difference between winning and losing the game. Would you agree with that? Like, it's the skill of having really good endgame. It manifests itself, I don't know, once every 10 games, 15 games or something like that, where it matters a lot that you get the perfect end game or close to it.
I mean, I think a lot of what it is you come down to the end of the tournament and then someone beat you by 40 spread points in a 20-game tournament.
Yes,
you're like, oops.
Yeah,
I think that's a lot of honestly what it comes down to. Like, I mean, even like. I'll admit I'm good at end games, but I'm not great because a lot of times I just want to conserve my brain power, right? Like I'm kind of willing to take that little hit that maybe I'll lose the tournament by 10 spread points, just to not spend, just basically to avoid this situation. Why
grinding
spend
away
all this time?
Yeah, burning your mental energy on a game where you're up by 100 points. When you're going to need that energy, it's finite, right? You don't have an infinite, at least most of us do not have an infinite supply of energy to spend. If we did, maybe we could grind out every end game as best we could. But yeah, cutting corners is sort of a fact of life here in some of these tournaments, which are grueling. I know I've read many articles about chess players burning huge amounts of calories over the course of a long day of play in chess. And I can tell you, at least for myself, after a long day of Scrabble at the Nationals or anywhere, certainly at the Alchemist Cup where you play 9-10 games in a day, I just remember feeling like my brain was overheated. Like something in my head was like overclocking, basically, was the feeling that I had. I think the same general principles apply here, where even though you're sitting at a table and putting little tiles on a board and doing little else over the course of the day, you can really work up quite the fatigue over the course of a day of Scrabble. So
yeah, and I mean, I'll be the first to say that, like, I don't necessarily think Scrabble needs to be this like big, huge test of endurance of, having to play 9 and 10 games a day. I'm actually not a big fan of that part of some of the international tournaments. I get it. You're flying a long way. You should get your money's worth. I tend to fall more on the lines of like after about 7 games, I'm about done.
Yeah. 7 is typically the amount that we would play at a national championship. So, all right, crew is the play. And Dave is about to go out with ad rate for 28, which I'm sure he saw very quickly. And that's going to give us a final score of Austin Shin 472 and Dave Wiegand 375. Nice win for Austin here as he continues to work his way up the leaderboard. But we've seen plenty of Dave, and I'm sure we'll see some more of him as he is by no means out of the picture yet. It's still a game 13. That means we've got rounds 14 through 20 coming over the course of this afternoon and tomorrow morning.
Yeah. So. Yeah. And in honor of Austin, at lunch, I had lunch with Chris Lipe and Randy and Terry, and Randy and Chris sent in their entry fee for the Austin X Tiles tournament. And I was like, oh, I'll do it too. So Jalopnik will be happy to know that
more entrants.
More people signed up for that. I mean, I think we already knew we were going, but highly recommend to anyone.
Yeah.
Really, really fun city, Austin Shin. I'm sorry, no. Really fun city, Austin, Texas. up there with New Orleans, in fact.
Yeah. That's a bucket list city for me too. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be in the cards for me. I'm not sure. I am jonesing to get back out and do some tournament Scrabble. So hopefully one of these tournaments, we discussed that a little bit in the morning session, what tournaments we're interested in on the calendar. But overall, the big takeaway is that hopefully 2022 is going to be a year of some awesome tournaments, some classic ones. Like this, getting a little extra support, maybe some new ones that we haven't seen before coming on the calendar. A lot of reasons to be pumped about Scrabble this year, I think. Again, the pandemic just has to let us get some of that going. So
and you know, the more you come out and support and play in the tournaments, and even just watching, you know, that's how we're going to get more and more financial support, be it from a trademark holder or a licensee like Scopely, or, from anyone else in general. Just watching, supporting this really does go a long way. And I don't know if you want to remind folks will in between games what we're all about here.
Yes, for sure. The segue couldn't be better. And by the way, before we do that segue, we have to ask the chat to weigh in on two very important matters. First is, how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how Portlandy is Conrad's look today? And the second is how about this? On a scale of 1 to 5 stars, how good is the haircut that I received from my wife and sister-in-law during the break?
And then third question, how badly do I need a haircut?
Oh, wow. Oh, man. Allison and Becky need to come give you a haircut. So
also, I can't hear you right now, Will. Sorry.
Oh, because the headphones probably came out with that too. So anyway, to continue on to add on to what Conrad was saying, this is a really exciting event, not just because it's the 10th annual Crescent City Cup and it's one of the big crown jewels of our Scrabble tournament calendar, but because it is a sponsored event. We've got $5,000 extra going into tournament expenses, live streaming equipment, and prize pools from the players. And that is coming courtesy of Scrabble Go. Of course, I think a lot of us in the chat are familiar with Scrabble Go, with the modern twist on classic Scrabble. The only official way to play Scrabble on mobile. So hopefully you guys are all playing lots of Scrabble Go. But of course, also playscrabble.com, a much newer platform, which is a website. It is in beta in North America right now, the US and Canada. So hopefully we get some more traffic on there. Some of you guys trying it out, playing a game. Not only are we hoping to bring lots of over-the-board Scrabble content, but also really big ambitions for online Scrabble events as well. So definitely want to be shouting out that huge contribution and hoping for more of the same in the future. So so just want to continue to acknowledge that.
So Will, if people want to challenge you to a Scrabble Go game, can we dox you a little bit, or maybe to a Scrabble web game?
Yeah, so the Scrabble web, I think there's some issue that I have to work out with my Scrabble web account, but I would be very happy. I am doing streams on this channel right here, twitch.tv/Scrabble. Another plug would be to go ahead and toss this channel a follow, because there's going to be lots more Scrabble content coming your way here. Not just live events, like I said, but online events. At some point this month, we're going to have our very first sponsored streamer, and that is none other than Axer Typo, Josh Sokol. He is going to be coming to this channel and contributing some streams that we're very, very excited about. So lots more Scrabble content coming here. But yeah, at some point, I think we're going to iron this out. And basically every Tuesday, I'm going to be here taking challenges on playscrabble.com with my user ID, Wanderer15. So look out for me every Tuesday afternoon. And if you're wanting to challenge me to a game, that will be a great opportunity to do that. So yeah, that's a good plug for more streams on this channel. So yeah. What else? And what am I forgetting? Anything that's comes to mind? So yeah, another look at our hairstyles here before we have to get back. Yeah. Oh, some love for Cat Cam in the chat, of course.
And that's what we're missing, honestly. Well, even just a brief little hello from Fitz or something would make the fam happy. But
I think what I'll have to do is to take a picture of Fitz and maybe have him with Scrabble Go or Scrabble Web in the background, and I'll have to post that to social media, and then maybe we'll feature that on the broadcast tomorrow, and you guys can get your cat cam fix at least a little bit, because I definitely appreciate all the love for Fitz and Zoe and Emmy and all the cats. So yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think there has to be some kind of a line of demarcation between this channel and my personal channel. And I do feel like the cats are like on one side of that, but I don't know. I mean,
that's the money-making part of your stream, right? I mean, like, that's mostly why we watch you. So I can understand why you want to keep your personal IP to yourself. That's fair.
Yeah, harsh, but true. I'm not sure what's happening to my face right now. It looks like I've hologrammed out.
I mean, the universe knows.
Yeah.
The universe is like, oh, no cat cam. All right, your face.
Yeah, I'm going to
wait out for a while.
Yeah, if I'm not going to provide cat cam, I'm just going to dissolve into the motherboard of the stream here. Yeah. So. Yeah, no worries. I'm sure I wonder is this an issue with my camera here? I don't know. So either way, yeah, I could just be the most advanced commentary bot that's ever been developed. So yeah, while we wait for the next game to get queued up, I'm sure it's going to be a good one, whatever it is.
There's two Wills now.
Yeah, that's just our producers trying to fix me and turn me back into a flesh and blood human being.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, acid trip for you guys. But while we fix this, we could look at the standings and see how everybody is doing. I don't know.
Yeah, so this is the multiverse. That's true. We figured it out. We should text Meta right away. Or before we get zucked, is he watching?
I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening. Maybe I'll turn my camera off I'm going to just turn camera off and then turn it on again and see if maybe that fixes this. Yeah, that appears to be better. But we're looking at the standings now. You can see Dave Koenig with his half of a win there is going to put him ahead of anybody else that's sitting on 8 wins. But Austin just got his 9th win. And we'll see who else is able to join him. Boy, it could be Puneet, huh? That's quite the run up the standings that Puneet is making. We might have to see him on board 1, Conrad.
I'd love to see Puneet and Dave Wiegand next round. That would be cool. And Puneet beat Terry, which moves him into 2nd place. And look at the spread difference. 824 and 77, and they have the same amount of wins.
That's amazing. So really, that's a testament to just get your wins however you can get them, And ultimately, even though a lot of tournaments are decided by that tiebreaker of spread, most of them aren't. And usually the winner of these tournaments has a win total that trumps everyone else's. So Puneet is not doing well in spread, but he's doing great with record. I think he would be a great option for us to watch at some point. But obviously, if we go with Austin and Rashid, that's a great matchup as well. Hard to say no to that either.
Yeah,
So
we'll see who they throw at us.
Yeah, so bunches of good matchups here to watch. GI Joel said, "But hello to GI Joel, by the way." He says, "I will look like Robert Patrick in Terminator 2." Iconic performance by him. Yeah, I think the Terminator quote that I most frequently make fun of is I need your boots, your clothes, and your motorcycle. I love that one. That's an Arnold.
Well, so here to lighten things up for a moment, is there anyone in the Collins division you can do a good impression of?
Oh man, geez.
And if not, we can just go to someone else completely. Maybe someone in the chat.
I don't know. This group, I'm not sure I've ever worked on a good one for anyone in that division, but yeah. So getting word here that is it possibly going to be David Whitley and Ben Schoenbrunn that we're going to watch?
Oh, the Whitleys.
So that would be a first to see David Whitley on the stream. So that would be kind of fun. I do think Puneet is destined to be on stream at this rate at some point soon.
He's certainly earned the right. He's bound to make it eventually.
Yeah, but that has the makings of a good stream as well. Or a stream game, I should say.
Yeah.
So
if we had polling privileges, I would start the poll of what will the clock be for each player at the end of next game? David Whitley versus Ben Schoenbrunn. Under for Whitley being under 1 minute, and under for Ben being over 15 minutes.
I didn't realize. I'm not sure I realized that David Whitley has a reputation for being a slow player.
He's not the slowest ever or anything, but like, I think that if you have someone like Ben who plays really fast, you can kind of put the pressure on someone.
I see. But certainly I am aware that Ben Schoenbrunn is a very quick player, at least most of the time. I feel like he has slowed down a little bit over the years. But, it could be a tale of two clocks in this game.
Yeah.
So let me just make sure that we are ready for that. So this is going to be round 14 overall, and it's going to be the third out of our 4 afternoon games. Am I correct, or am I miscount? Was that I don't even know. I've lost track of time. I've lost track of space. I've lost track of my matter, my atoms.
This is only the second game, but I was really I just wanted to let you just ramble for a while. Honestly was letting you burn a little bit.
I'm just in the twilight zone here. So anyway.
I'm hopped up on caffeine, so go figure.
I see. So it'll be David Whitley versus Ben Schoenbrunn, and there is Ben working his way over to that seat. Benji99, one of the godfathers of Scrabble streaming, and somebody that really did sort of inspire me to start streaming when the COVID-19 pandemic started to descend. I just felt like Benji is out here doing this great thing to get some more content out there. I'm going to try to do the same. And boy, that has seemed to be a good decision for me as David is going first, and he picks some good scoring tiles. Certainly not a bingo here.
Cat wine. I like cats and wine. That sounds great. I'm sold. Anyone want to come over for cats and wine?
Oh man, that's a good combination, I would think. Yeah. So, all right. So for anyone again who remembers watching Ben Schoenbrunn play earlier, do not expect those tiles to be very readable. He is going to have them in every different direction. Upside down on their side, upside down on their side. Some of them are right side up, just to throw in a little twist. But we're going to do our best to make sense of the letters that he has. So what to do here for Dave? Play caw or something longer? That's really stylistic. I think I would probably play Wince here, though.
I'd play Wince as in Wince Castellano.
Yeah, whose son Josh
I
is
would yeah,
competing.
I would definitely play I'd play Wince here.
Yep, seems reasonable. Get that W and the C off and score 28 points. Caw scores significantly less, and even though it keeps a good bingo leave, it doesn't create a board that's that helpful for bingoing with that C out in space. That's very likely to be obstructed by a parallel play underneath. So I don't know. I think I'm happy with this from Dave, and we're gonna see. Oh wow, okay. I thought we would see Zex here
Yeah,
for
I thought we would see
sure.
Zex, but as promised, Ben likes to play pretty fast. So
Is there any upside for the X after this that I'm not understanding? Because I would definitely have expected to see Zex for 43 go down on top of Wince. But this
no,
is still a
I think
solid play.
I think he just played too fast. I'm guessing. I think he just missed it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Ben's record. I'm seeing 6 and 7. I'm wondering if this is one of those situations I alluded to earlier where Ben's top level game is just so high, one of the best players you're likely to encounter. But when you start to sort of pile up the losses from bad drawing or maybe a tough game here or there, sometimes you might get some of these types of plays from him. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I didn't realize his record was 6-7 because I think at the end of yesterday wasn't his record 6-2.
It was better. Yeah, it was better than this.
Yeah.
So, question from the Loco Croco. How did David get a tie? Dave
He
Comer,
tied David.
He tied another player named David. Yeah. So ties are pretty random, or rather pretty rare, I should say, is the word I'm looking for. Random is not entirely wrong, but it's very, very rare in Scrabble. Certainly much rarer than in chess, where draws are pretty common. I think I quoted my own statistics of I've tied like 5 or 6 games in like well over 1,000 tournament games. So it happens every so often. Yeah, I guess my endgame needs work.
That is amazing. Like I have to imagine. I mean, I can look myself up just on cross tables, which would cover, I don't know, 70% of the tournament games that I've played. But
sure.
I know that I've had multiple tournaments where I've had 2 ties just in the tournament.
Wow.
I have 11 ties in NASPA tournaments specifically. So I'd say probably across all things, probably closer to 15, 20.
Maybe I have. Let me just check. I mean,
I have you up. So.
Oh, okay. We have the right guy in chat too.
Yeah, 5.
Seth Lipkin. Hello, nice
5.
to see you. I have 5. Okay, so I was correct in my hunch. So tie percentage is less than 1%. It is pretty uncommon, but I feel like given the sheer number of games that are played over the course of a tournament, as we see Twilit be played, how interesting. That's a fun word. It scores 18 points, but I'm just wondering why not something like ZD keeping such a powerful leave together. But that's it's a reasonable choice, I guess. What do you have any thoughts about Twilit here? Just ZD would have left AELT, so that's why I'm. But Dave, look at that draw though. So
yeah, so in this case it didn't matter, but I'm gonna throw my money with CT as well.
Yeah, so either way, Dave's drawn that blank, and he's for sure going to bingo here. And I guess it's up to Benji to try to come up with, and that's going to be pretty nice, Telex with 5 overlaps. Seems pretty good. Yeah. Another, I guess you could potentially play Exert if you wanted to. Also parallel. I'm not sure how that stacks up between LW and RW. It seems pretty. I guess you do get a couple extra points from the X going both ways if you play Exert instead. So you maybe get a little extra, but very, very close plays. So we like that play from Ben, Telex.
Well, Loco Croco, welcome back. If we knew you once upon a time, we're glad you're back. If we didn't know you once upon a time, we're glad you're back.
Wow, look at this nice play by Dave by David Whitley here. Adicule. That is the only play score. That is the only 8-letter word that scores more than the plays hooking winced. So nice find. That's actually really, really nice.
Strategy asks thoughts on zit instead of ZT. That's the sort of thing that's getting debated a lot nowadays. I don't know where those debates are going. I would say personally that it's not even close, especially on this board. I mean, if you had a board where there are a lot of open consonants, I suppose, or like the pool dictated keeping an extra vowel, then maybe that. I don't know. What do you think, Will? Do you ever go for those vowel heavy volatile leaves?
I confess that I have dabbled in that in the past and have never felt like it worked out very well for me. I went through a phase. I went through a vowel phase, a rebellious vowel phase where I would keep the extra vowel if it was a good bingo vowel, even if it imbalanced my leave, just so that I could max out that bingo percentage. And I am over that phase. I have now mellowed out and prefer if I'm going to have an imbalance of something, I would prefer that it be consonants. So I guess there is a school of thought that, maybe sometimes keeping those extra bingo tiles together is quote unquote better mathematically somehow. But I don't know. It just feels like that level of variance of either you get a bingo or you have a weak scoring play because you have too many low point vowels is, I think having things be smoother in outcome is desirable. So
yeah. I think it's there's a time and a place for it, and it's this is personally, I would say, not the time, but
yeah. So a nice bingo by David Whitley of Adicule. That's just really quite nice. Oh, the question was any double doubles through LI? No, Adicule was the highest scoring play available for David there. So that's he well spotted to him. So Ben is Ben what's he gonna do? Is he thinking of playing like Ren or something? Is he? Wow, he's deking us. Yeah, I feel like he was about to play Ren. Maybe he'll play Noob.
Whereas No Spot doesn't have the J for Bungie.
I know. Yeah, dude, that is sad. Unfortunately, it would be great to see Ben play Bungie on stream. Oh, interesting. He's going to play Braun or Bon here.
Or maybe unbronze.
Beautiful. That would be quite the creative play if he plays unbronze. I guess that would, if you're very weak, that's what you have, unbrawn.
Yeah. I have unbrawn for sure.
That's well.
I don't do 50 push-ups in front of the UPS guy.
Oh wow, pulling that story out. So, yeah, I mean that's definitely that was a funny interaction that I did have. I did that in my bathrobe, actually, of all things. Getting furniture delivered. So he plays Braun. I'm just wondering, like, why not keep the R if you're going to go this route? I would keep that R just because you have the Windsor spot as a possibility, and just in general, if you want to keep more bingo tiles together, you're only taking a 1-point hit to keep a pretty nice bingo tile on your rack there. I would, if you're gonna play up there, I would play Bond for sure.
Yeah. I agree. Bond definitely feels like the right thing to do. Again, I guess a lot of vowels have been played. Maybe Ben has determined the tile pool to be pretty consonant heavy, but
possible. But then again, it's really early. Oh my God.
Yeah, noob is better.
Does anybody see what? Okay, Zooglia. Oh man, there is just a gigantic play here from LI on the board.
I saw it. I was gonna let people find it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm just not sure. I don't have a great understanding. Ben surprises me a lot of the time with knowing words that I don't expect him to know and then not knowing words that I do expect him to know. So I have no read on whether he knows this word of Lispound. It plays off of Li on the board. And there's another spelling of it too here. So
I don't know why he'd know something Collins that is that low probability. If it were a TWL word, like the American English Dictionary that he used to play, but
oh man,
I just don't know if he would know this word.
Let me update the scores here. David's play of Sink puts him up high. That was a pretty uncontroversial play. He had to play his cue without. Ooh, where is he putting that tile? Where is that tile going?
Wrong place, Benji. Benji.
Where is that tile going?
Benji, what are you doing? No.
Oh,
no.
This feels like
no.
All right. Well, that felt a little bit like one of those carnival games where you're trying to control the arm to get a toy, right? Like,
yeah. I would have had that down so fast Whitley wouldn't have known what had hit him.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean,
what had list pounded him for that.
Pretty much what pounded him exactly. So.
Yeah. But hello to Raw Jersey, who is definitely from New Jersey. And Mitsurugi, how's it going? And King of Lettuce as well. Yeah, it does seem like Ben might be a little autopilot, tilty, whatever. I think he might be 0-5 today, and at best 1-4, I think. So, again, no idea if he knew the word, but yeah. So the Whitleys now have a lot of vowels, but having that second blank is certainly gonna come in handy. This seems like it's either an exchange or probably an exchange. And now I do have to wonder. I'm not looking at the tile pool right now, but it seems like it's probably very consonant heavy. So I do wonder if this is a situation where holding on to an A was right. It may not be. I mean, it looks like only one A has been played.
Yeah, so I think the question that was asked earlier, I'm not sure if it was about keeping vowel heavy leaves early in the game where you can know less about the tile pool, right? It's very like at the very, very start of the game, the question of keeping that extra vowel is more salient just because it is more stylistic. But this late in the game, when you can look at the tile pool and see some concrete trends starting to emerge, then yeah, there's absolutely times when you can look at the pool and say, wow, there's a lot of consonants. I'll keep A-E here instead of just an E or something like that. I don't think that was the question. Yeah, keeping vowel heavy leaves on boards that don't have scoring options, right? Which is more of a debatable topic.
So this is going to be a fun next play for David, who has, K lead, but he'll be able to play Ladylike, or maybe something Kylie, which scores a bunch, leaving A blank, and he sees Ladylike.
He sure does.
We find,
I'm just curious that David has arranged his tiles that way. I mean, we were talking about things like picking up on behaviors of your opponent, whether they have tells, right? Like if you notice that your opponent only puts their tiles like that and crosses his arms in satisfaction.
Yeah, this is
when he has
that is a tell if I have ever seen one.
Yeah, that's that's something to note there. But so Ben's gonna go ahead and play Gov. That's a pretty reasonable play here, getting rid of some of his weaker bingo tiles and saving the better ones. But David Whitley is about to lay a pretty nice play down, Ladylike for 90 points. That's going to hammer Benji. So Ben is drawing his new tiles and observing the bad news there that he's about to get hit with 90 more points and be down by roughly 100. So let's see what Ben drew. And it's not great. Too many vowels there and a U. So is Gov better than Vog? That's an interesting question. I mean, Vogue does score 2 more points. I think the point that Ben was going for there by playing Gov is to make it literally impossible to overlap and go down to the lower left-hand triple word score, and that preserves the value of his S really, really effectively. So if ever you're going to sacrifice 2 points there to do something like that, that does make a lot of sense to me, to make sure that your S just remains this pretty devastating play, especially with SP on the rack, which is kind of nice. Should Ben, and in this situation, Ben has an option to play his S here and make sinks as well. But I think he's going to keep it to try to continue to hit that really big play at the bottom of the board. But oh wow, Whitley's got a nice rack here.
And I would say, how long will it take you to find his bingo? Can you find it?
Let's see. Can I find? Oh, I do see it. Yeah, it goes to the eye.
Pretty cool.
That's cool, really neat. Really neat.
So we don't have to spoil it yet. I'm sure someone will spoil it in the chat in a sec. But David does have a bingo, and it might not be exactly where you think it is.
Yeah, very cool.
We know that Sidewinder finds like a lot of bingos.
He finds
a lot of bingos.
Yeah, he's pretty reliable for sure. So yeah. I think Whitley will eventually work his way around to spotting this. I think this is one of those where he's going to be looking for bingos all around the board. Eventually, he's going to get to off the beaten path and find this, I bet. But it's not a lock. This is a weird seeing that there is a bingo to the eye of Adicule is not something that you're immediately thinking of when you see this rack. So we'll see. We'll see if he gets there.
Yeah, I think this is more of like you see this, you're like, oh, so often when I have this rack, Digirati just like jumps out. I should look for an eye. It's not gonna be like there's an eye. I wonder if I can bingo to it, right?
Yeah, true. So we shall see. Yeah, Liz Pounds. I'm not sure. Lispund. That was a big one.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's funny too because Ben played a word that kind of rhymes with that, right? Like all he had to do was move that S slightly down and then move all the rest of the letters of sound down one place, right?
Yeah. So now if he comes,
okay,
he has it looks like he missed the spot. I will say Ben tends to show up in stream chat after a game. So this might be awkward when he says, "So, y'all, what did I miss?
How'd I do?" Yeah.
We're going to be like, well,
there was one thing. Yeah, there was one thing.
You got pounded by something.
Yeah. But obviously, this is a miss here for David Whitley. That gives Ben a little bit of life that there's no way that he's going to know what Whitley had, but Ben did dodge a bit of a bullet here that preserves his chances. He has 2 S's, and again, he did set his big S hook up at the bottom of the board. So even though he's down 100, and David Whitley is sort of on the verge of bingoing at some point. Oh, we're going to see poos here. We saw some other bodily functions before, and let's just fill out our bingo card. Why not?
Yeah. I will say in double challenge where you lose a turn, I might consider playing Sonoras there, given that David being from both Texas and California and the desert, and you
think that would make him less likely to?
I don't know. I'm just saying I would consider it.
Yeah, interesting. It looks word like. So, yeah.
4 games tomorrow. It appears that Benji might now have an orphan.
Yeah,
it does play, but in kind of old timey Scrabble parlance, orphan means a 7-letter word that does not play. It obviously does play on this board, but he did in fact draw an orphan. He literally has those tiles. So can't really argue against me on this.
That's a good point. So yeah, orphans with the archaic 2-letter word ST. That's a really valuable one. Anyone that's been playing Babel Royale, I'm sure has learned the word ST pretty quickly, and just as useful in Scrabble as it is in that game. So All right, nice spot of turf there for 29 points. The only issue with it is it leaves him a little vulnerable to vowel draws. I think it's pretty reasonable for David, though, to play that. I'm just wondering, like, what else would he play? I was thinking maybe he might play something like frame and bell at the top of the board. But this is reasonable to play turf and block that S in the upper right. That makes a good deal of sense too. But orphans, here comes orphans to cut the gap quite a bit. So the score is going to be not nearly as daunting to Ben now, and we'll just see what he's able to draw out of the bag. That'll be a big difference maker here.
Yeah, though it looks like Omov will come down pretty quickly for David, I'm sure, which is a great great way to score points and not open much.
Yeah, Omov looks good. Also want to shout out the play of Beam parallel to Orphan.
Yeah. Nice.
That's another option. Omov certainly gets all the clunkiest letters off the rack, and Beam leaves you with your clunkiest letters, but it scores quite well.
Scores all of the points.
Let's see what Ben's drawn here. A J. Pretty good letters. Where does he have any real scoring pop with them? Looking around, not seeing yet. So yeah, who's the body language, Benji's body language. Hopefully now, after getting orphans down, he can regroup and say to himself, you know what, I'm still in this game if I get the next bingo down.
Yeah, so, and since David did play Omov, it does leave Jihad, which seems like it would be the pretty simple scoring play that offers more.
That
more
looks great.
In the future.
Yeah, looks really good. So the real question, though, is David has jibe on his rack. Is he going to have a pretty easy play? Ooh, man, he has cabinet now. I'm not sure if that fits anywhere, but it's kind of dangerous. Once Ben plays Jihad, what is going to be playable from the J down there? I'm just looking.
Yeah, almost some bingos even, but...
Yeah, almost like there are a bunch of J words like abject and bedjant and stuff like that, and none of them fit right.
Yeah.
Jason.
Oh,
there
Jason.
We go.
There it is.
Jason, very nice.
From one of our top Collins lovers. When I think about people who just love Collins, that is who I think of as.
Yeah, so. Of course. So, all right, wait a second. Where did the Ben's J go? Oh, it's in his hand. Okay, I was going to say I thought he put it on the board. So, all right, hold on. Let me give David Whitley his points for Omov because he got a whole bunch of them. He's at 328 now to Ben's 258. Even 70-point differential between the two players. So Ben can really cut that. So Jacent, if Jacent is really the only play with the rack of cabinet that goes down, I'm not 100% sure. Like, that's not a lock that David Whitley will see that word. And if he doesn't, I don't think he has a great way of doing very much there. So this is, oh man, oh no. Jaffa is, okay, this is,
was this taken out?
I mean,
it is very much like a word of not liking people. No, it stayed in.
I guess it's in, yeah. So this is a pretty big error, I think. So Jaffa for 28 points compared to Jihad for 48. That's an enormous scoring gap, and I don't think that the hanging the J in the triple lane thing, that's bad, and it's definitely going to cause Whitley to score much more frequently after Jihad, but I don't think that is worth the 20-point sacrifice here.
Yeah. So here's the question for you, Will. For people who know what Jaffa means, do you think that Nigel Richards, who is a Ronzer, has ever called someone a Jaffa? That is a question I will leave you with.
I would say definitely never, like, verbally. I'm gonna say he's never said it, but I bet he's thought it at least once.
You bet he's thought it.
Yes, I
All
do.
right.
I do. I bet he's thought that somebody is a Jaffa at least once or twice out
Yeah.
there. So yeah, so not to get too not to spell that acronym out, but Jaffa is an acronym for just another Aucklander, and then there's an F in there too.
Yeah.
F's in chat.
Friendly, right? Just another friendly.
Yeah, just another
Aucklander.
friendly Aucklander.
Yeah. Just another fig jam Aucklander.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a classic word that I've missed, I think, against you in a game online at some point. So anyway, so Jaffa, I don't think that was an active choice over Jihad. I think you need the extra points here.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, not all the time does your opponent have a play to the J. So you can definitely get at situations where, in Ben's shoes, you can outscore your way back into this game by playing Jihad. Your opponent doesn't have a play there, and you've hit the J again on the next turn. But instead, we're going to see a pretty nice play underlapping. Wow, that's actually going to be a lot of points. Yurd under there after Whitley's bar in the upper left. So game score is very close. 326 to 350. Let me get you guys the tracking from David Whitley's standpoint. He has oh wait, he has a bingo here.
Yeah. He has a bingo. I'm gonna call Marlon out a little bit, who says the commentators wrote off to Rust, and I would go ahead and say I think Will's been more defensive of the Rust than me. I've been saying these people live with other Scrabblers, play with other Scrabblers, and I don't think it was Rust. But
yeah,
I'm gonna keep my.
I'm on the Rust train. And I respect anybody that's a little bit less charitable, but I feel a little bit rusty myself, and I'm imagining being in that seat that the players are in and missing something that I know I shouldn't, and feeling like it probably would be because of a little bit of rust on my part. And I feel for them, I feel for these players, but I do understand it that, it is, part of the gig to try to stay up to date on your word study and word knowledge. And yeah, it's I think the level of play has, on the whole, been quite good today. So
yeah, definitely. If we just looked at everything between just yesterday and today, it would stand to reason that that Rust was involved. But that was a hot play, but not the
that
right one.
was a hot play. But yeah, I think Entodic, if David Whitley had spotted it, that would have put this one away pretty conclusively. But now this gives Ben a little bit of wiggle room to potentially make a fish or do some other clever thing to try to secure himself the win. That comment by Joel, I will agree with. I would say, given the players involved and the level of play we're accustomed to seeing from those players, it was a bit surprising by that basis. Yeah. So, wow, Ben plays really fast. He doesn't seem to be that interested in thinking super hard here. I mean, I feel like there were at least some moves to consider, and he has 10 minutes on his clock to do so. So, yeah, that's interesting.
But I think Ben will be the first to tell you that he does get kind of streaky.
Yeah. So we'll see what Ben draws. Let me show you the tracking from David Whitley's POV now. Stand by for that. It's coming. So it actually is a pretty good set of letters from David's POV, just because there are not very many consonants. So that's the upper right is showing you the tiles from David's POV, and you can see there, I guess there are a few threatening things, but it could be much worse. And in point of fact, Ben does not have anything that I'm seeing.
He has EAU and AUE. That's what I see.
Yeah. Kenji says, listening to Will be so charitable is kind of amusing when you look at his annotated games. Yes, I'm trying to be more charitable to myself as well, which I assume that's a reference to the fact that sometimes I can get a little down on myself when I make certain mistakes. But I think in general that I've mellowed out a little bit with that. I'm not quite as enraged when I see myself make mistakes. Trying to realize that there's a happy medium between not being satisfied with making a level of mistakes that I think I shouldn't be making, and also feeling bad at, trying not to make Scrabble an unpleasant experience for me. So always trying to find that balance.
Yeah, and I think that's part of it, right? I mean, I think both you and I have moved much further into a different role within the community, right? We're not. It's hard to justify the level of needing to feel like you're playing perfectly every game if you're not actually playing outside of tournaments, right? If you're not studying as much,
For sure.
I play once a week, right? That's it.
Yeah. It's a fair point. There are lots of these tournaments that I have been covering in other ways than playing and streaming that. So it's true. As we see Theik be played, and I'm pretty sure that basically David Whitley took a look at his tracking and said, man, I really don't see very much available in this pool. And it looks like Ben is going to challenge. Let's see if we can get challenge cam. This is our golden chance.
Yeah.
Can we get challenge cam?
Do you think that's pronounced Theik or Theik?
There it is. It's challenge cam.
Come on. Oh,
Wait.
and it's
but
not
it's
the people we were expecting.
It's a different challenge.
Ooh,
okay, no
unerring.
worries. All right, somebody in a different game challenged unerring, and now we're going to see
the play was valid.
The relevant challenge here, which is Theik. I would say Theik, and you see it is valid. Beautiful. Challenge cam. So all right.
That's 10 points.
I guess there were a handful of Ben could have had rearouse or something from the R of Yurd. Like, is it possible that blocking for David Whitley was better than just playing Theik? I mean, I'm not sure, but maybe it's possible that blocking was a more winning play, just given the situation. I don't know. Hard to know. We'd have to look much closer at the pool.
Yeah. So Ben seems pretty checked out at this point, given that he just threw in the towel, even though he's down by a bingo at most.
Well, the bag is empty after.
Oh, sorry, bag was empty. Okay. Yeah. My bad. I did not realize
so
that. That would explain
it. If ever there was a reason to be checked out, this is that reason. So David Whitley after Theik and the challenge up to 425. Ben after his play of a C up to 369. Nice. And David Whitley has Omen plus another E. I don't think he can go out here.
Yeah. So I guess, you are supposed to just play HE there, right?
Yeah, I think not emptying the bag and not losing to rearouse has to be better. But this, that's not, I don't think there's too many other situations of Ben having bingos there. So it's like the difference between, 100% win and 98% win or something like that, which obviously that doesn't feel very good when Ben has the bingo and you lose the game. So those are the sorts of situations where if you get them right on a consistent basis, 100 times out of 100, you're going to win 2 games that another player would lose.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna put your charitableness on the spot here. If and when Ben comes into the chat, which person in our chat is going to be the first person to tell him that he missed list pounds?
So which person in our chat?
In our
or
chat.
The two of us?
Oh, no. Well, I'm not going to say it. So.
Okay. Well, I would definitely say Jello Mochas would be number one.
I would have said Jello Mochas as well. So I guess there's no bet to be had here.
Yeah. Okay. So we're agreed on that. But outside chance that it would be Scott Jackson to deliver the bad news to Benji in a way that only he can. So we'll see. I would think, though, that if Ben is really sort of not feeling it here,
Yeah,
and I don't know, maybe he won't come to Twitch chat. I'm not
he
sure.
might, is possible.
Yeah. So either way, this was at least at the very least an interesting game. There were a few moves at various points that were kind of fun to think about one way or another, but certainly a couple of misses on the part of both players, frankly. A couple bingos at various points. Digirati and Entotic for David Whitley, and of course List Pounds for Ben. So yeah. So all right, looks like Neem is the play for 25 points, the highest scoring play for David Whitley. And
David
Ben
Winter.
plays, yeah, right. And Ben plays Rune. I think Ben is a RuneScape player, if I'm not mistaken.
Still?
Or at least a former RuneScape player. And that's going to be it for this game. David Whitley 450 to Ben Schoenbrun's 387. So yeah, another interesting one, and things are probably. I wonder. This probably helps David a lot to get back into the mix at the top. But obviously, at this point, we'll be keeping a little bit more of an eye on the standings just to see how things are shaking out. Sorry, Conrad, what was that?
I mean, I was gonna say, he's only one game back of other David who has a tie, Dave Koenig. And in that case, this brings him up to the same amount of wins.
Matters.
So it'll see. I mean, spread doesn't really matter. Koenig's spread is over 1,000 now. So
okay.
I think he will keep that advantage.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. Puneet and Austin will be playing next, and the other two Daves will be playing each other as well. I imagine we will be seeing one of those games. If I had to throw money at it, I'd say Austin and Puneet, but
we gotta get
we'll see.
Gotta get some Puneet on the stream, and then we basically had almost everybody. I think the lone holdout that would not have been on the stream would be Josh Castellano, and we've seen everybody else. The re-inked shots fired on these two players for their poor etiquette, not squaring the board. We did have a question.
I think Whitley will do it immediately. I think he was just putting in his tally slip.
Yeah, he's back to square. So yeah, we did have a question about that yesterday. And of course, the reason that the squaring the board happens, for anybody that's watching this and saying, well, why are they doing that? It is just to make it incredibly obvious to the next players that come and sit down here that there are indeed 100 tiles in the set. You can easily see that with your four 5x5 squares. So it's just kind of a courtesy to the next players to use the board that, yeah, all the tiles are indeed here. So
oh yeah, look at that. Dave and Puneet looking up a word in the background.
Oh, I wonder what that
does not usually end well for whoever isn't Dave.
Yeah, great point. Dave's challenge record has to be among the best of anyone in the game.
Yeah.
I think even I cannot compare to his, I think.
Let me tell you, as I've mentioned in chat, we have our little club that plays at a brewery in Portland on Thursday nights. And we've had this club going for well over a year now, and we've honestly only missed a Thursday if someone was out of town. And I did something that I had not done in the previous year plus that we had.
You successfully challenged off.
I challenged off a phony against Dave.
Oh man,
he'll miss bingos and stuff.
That's an achievement unlocked right there.
It was, and it was an instant challenge. I insta challenged him.
Oh, that is pretty baller. That's pretty baller.
It was a thing you'd know from TWL too. It was I had played LOGGIE and insta challenged off the S-Hook.
Wow. Oh man. So that's pretty impressive. Not a lot of people can say that about Dave Weekend.
So now Jalapik says, I played Bing in 5 games a month ago and challenged off 2 phonies. Now I would say to you, how many beers had he had? Because if I recall correctly, there were some beers that weekend.
Yeah, the beers factor could play into it for sure. So
I mean, don't get me wrong. When we get to s'mores stout time of night, we're usually 2 or 3 in. Usually Lola will order s'more stout, realize that she's not going to finish it, and then pawn it off on one of us.
Nice.
So,
yeah. Yeah, looking at other people's highlights there in the chat. Scott says Adam Logan challenged a valid bingo I played, and then he self-deprecatingly says, I don't have many highlights, as a joke. Of course you do, Scott, but that is a great highlight. Not easy. I remember, isn't it true, Conrad, that at Alchemist Cup, in the game between Dave Wiegand and Adam Logan, one of the two of them started with the word Forder, Forder, and neither of them challenged it. And then one of them pluralized it, and the other didn't challenge it either. I'm almost positive. So
I didn't know that.
So the two of them can each say that Adam can say I got a phony past Dave Wiegand, and Dave Wiegand can say I got a phony past Adam Logan. So very, very rare to hear of anything like that happening at that level. But I seem to recall that taking place. So yeah. Alec is already like monitoring the chat for Ben just to make sure that we can talk to him about his play. Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Yeah. And want to call out Scrabble K8 saying that some player videos posted on the Facebook event page. I actually very briefly stopped by the tournament room and saw Lila doing some interviews with people. I know I saw Joey Malik, one of the top players in the American English Dictionary. But I am now completely distracted because I would like to know what Sidewinder played against Nigel that he got away with.
Oh,
I've gotten Nigel to hold something for like 2 minutes. That's about the best I've done.
That is 10. the ultimate achievement unlocked is playing a phony against Nigel Richards successfully. A phony bonus. Oh my God.
Yeah. A bonus. Do people who say bonus, do they call them phonuses? Because I really like that.
Yeah, who knows? I've not heard that term, but maybe we can get that going.
Oh, and it looks like Ben is in the chat and sees that not only did he miss list pounds, but that people were already talking about whether or not to say it. So he's now seen the whole thing.
All right. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. That's a tough one for sure. Not the easiest bingo to spot. I mean, for me personally, I would need to be really locked in to feel like I would find a play like that every time. So no shame in it, really. While
we wait for Sidewinder to tell us, so I've played Sidewinder in a tournament twice now. The first time I made one of my favorite plays ever, which was patently ludicrous. In that game was lost. I had a bingo. The only way I could win was if the bingo played somewhere. So I legitimately hooked an eye onto the back of Elliptic to make Elliptic Eye. I was very proud of the play. It got challenged off. And the notable part of the next time we played was at Alchemist, obviously. And we sat down to play. I was feeling great. And by the end of our game, I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. That was right when the Alchemist sickness hit in, was in my game against Sidewinder. I just wanted to die.
Yikes. Yeah. Well, that's really, two exciting stories there about playing a great player in Sidewinder. But
don't dox Nigel's cell phone number though, please.
Yeah, that's
hell. We just doxed that Nigel has a phone.
True. Yeah, I'm gonna guard that information with my life, definitely. Yeah, so, but yeah, good stories here, everybody. So, David Whitley also in the chat saying, "Did I miss anything?" Yeah, a couple things, but all together, pretty well played game. On Gad, you had Digirati to the Eye of Adicule. It fit under there. And on the play of Hot, you had Entotic with the Gad hook Gade. So those would be the two plays. Other than that, nicely done against a strong opponent in Ben Schoenbrunn. So acquitted yourself very well. So yeah, but we'll definitely, at some point, we will continue to look in on the standings. But I think it's pretty likely that we're going to see Puneet Sharma playing in the next round, just because we have not seen him yet on stream, and he is doing more than well enough to earn a place. Oh man, he's playing Austin Shin next. Yeah. So the Austin currently in first place as well, winning a tournament which he was instrumental in organizing. So there you see it, Austin Shin doing very, very well. And Dave Koenig has rebounded. We saw Dave lose a couple games on stream in difficult fashion. He lost that game to Rashid Balagun that had to have stung, but he's still back up towards the top. And oh man, this a critical game between Dave and Puneet. We
Exactly.
saw we did see the challenge computer.
Yeah.
So not sure if that factored in. And then Erickson Smith still doing pretty well, right at the cusp of the green zone.
Yeah,
so,
but that's a big difference. You know, Puneet and Austin to both go up to 10 would put a whole game gap between then third and fourth, with Dave, then being half a game behind Dave in Whitley. And yeah.
Yeah, it's a good call out from Emmy Hill that maybe that's something we can start to add at some point. I definitely have all of the completed games. I'm staring at them right here. Just have to share with my producer, with our producer, Christian. But for now, I think we will not be offering that. Maybe tomorrow we'll add that feature in, but we'll see. Christian's already juggling 1,000 things on his end. So yeah. I don't want to overload him, but certainly there wasn't, I don't know what position in our previous game would necessarily have been worthy of super analysis, but we've had a few that were really interesting. So
yeah, and it will be cool, hopefully in the future, to have a feature to kind of like broadcast games, or even just having a second helper in the background who can just quickly mock stuff up, So
yeah, no, I had every expectation that a play that Marlon would want to look at would be Koenig's play of Faw. That one I think would be something that Marlon had strong opinions about, I bet. Frank's, another interesting one. So there were some cool positions. These are good suggestions because we really do actually, my ambition also is to do some post-production stuff with that. So suggestions for plays that would be really, really interesting for us to, or for me or both of us to do a deep dive into after the fact. We have this amazing content, 20 games worth of really high level Scrabble play. We don't want it just to sort of languish after the event is over. There's a lot we can do to wring a lot of great extra content out of here. So I'm eager to hear some plays and moves that people would like to see broken down even further.
So I'll take this even a step further and say, what if we had a post-game show? And what's that freaking NFL one where they do like they have like each have a minute or two to talk, and they all just like shout at each other about nothing, and none of it makes any sense. They just want to hear themselves talk.
Yeah, we could do like a Scrabble first take, or one of those things.
Can you imagine? You can host it, and then you'll have like Marlon and Kenji, and maybe Nigel. Okay, realistically though, you'll get a few people. And you just
sounds great.
All right, what did you think of this play? And someone will buzz in and then start talking. I think that would be pretty funny.
I
forget what the name of that show is, but
there's a bunch of them. Like, what is it? First Take or whatever the show between Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith, where they scream at each other constantly. Like we can get that going and have it be pretty compelling content, I think. So good call out that we could use a little diversity on that panel, Shalisi, for sure. Early Scrabble says, do one of those early 2010s Call of Duty montages of all the bingos that's super over edited. That's actually a hilarious idea.
Yeah.
So a lot of great ideas coming from you guys.
Oh, it's Sir Fink. Look who it is.
Sure.
It's
so
Sir
first
Fink.
of all, you can always see the standings here if you want to. We can always, so the standings are always available via the command standings in the chat. So, let's see. Actually, let's do a quick check and see if any familiar faces are doing well. Wow, Joey Malik is crushing it in NWL, 11.5 and 1.5. Several games clear of anybody else. And then in NWL Light, Josh Greenway doing very well. And Annette Oberstad also doing very well, 10 and 3. That's awesome to see. Churro on Twitch, if anybody is familiar. She's doing awesome at her first ever Scrabble tournament. Not to dox her unnecessarily, but I'm not very surprised that Annette is doing that well. So well done to those top performers there. And in the Collins, let's take a look at the Collins light division and see who is having a good run of it there. Ao Adeyeri is doing pretty well. Laura Wolfson behind, and not too many surprises there. Lola doing pretty well, hanging tough there at 6 and 7. And yeah, so good job, everybody.
So what do you think? Should we send Kate over to your house to just like kind of scream up from the front doorstep? And Kate, you could also drop off a gift for Will.
Yeah, we could. I mean, I think Kate has been in contact with Allison about possibly doing stuff like that, and I think it's because we have the sisters-in-law here that we all did COVID tests and stuff like that. So.
Oh, I said standing outside and shouting.
Yeah, she could stand if she's willing to stand outside in the cold and shout. She can. It's up to her, and maybe my neighbors. So. All right, so very soon we're going to get to our next game, which is going to be Puneet Sharma versus Austin Shin, who is currently leading the field in the CSW division. So while we have a few moments, just want to quickly continue to do our plugs. Again, really want to continue to thank our sponsors here, and that would be Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com, which is contributed a really, really nice extra $5,000 to the Crescent City Cup this year. It's gone into streaming equipment. It's gone into amenities for all the players across all the divisions, and has gone into the prize pools of the divisions that we are watching here on stream in Collins. And just want to continue to say that that is a really, really awesome partnership, and we hope it's the first of many that we can begin in our tournament community. So yeah, huge shout out there, and definitely really want to emphasize that in order to really make that sponsorship worth everyone's while, please head on over to playscrabble.com, sign up for an account, play a game. It is in beta, so if you are from outside of North America, won't be able to play on there just yet, but if you are in the US or Canada, would really help if you head on over there and play a few games. Let me know what you think. Still in beta, lots of bugs to squash, but hoping that this becomes a real foundation for our efforts to grow Scrabble as a game, as a brand, and as an esport. So there you go. Just want to continue to be on message with that. And I think I'm seeing the players are not yet sitting down to get ready for this game. But Conrad, you probably know Puneet a little better than I do. What's the scouting report that we can have on him?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Maybe Puneet will be watching this later, and he'll call me out. But no, Puneet, he's very like intuitive player, kind of goes with the flow, pretty a little streaky. An interesting thing about Puneet is if he ever decided to play in the American lexicon, his rating is below 1,000, so he could actually play in the bottom division. This is one of the top 20 or 30 players in the
amazing,
in the country for the Collins lexicon, and he could play in the bottom division.
Oh, he should do that just for the troll factor of that at some point. That's amazing. I didn't realize that. There are some other amazing examples of players who switched to Collins early and their NWL ratings are really anemic compared to their Collins rating. Yeah, that's always funny to think about.
His is the classic one. He once played Wakf in a TWL tournament, and his opponent basically said, "Are you effing kidding me?" And
yeah,
he's like, what? Crazy? It's a word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So dictionaries can't live with him, can't live without him. So yeah, that's hilarious though to realize that. So Jalopix
a question
sharing
from
his rating. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say a question, actually a good question from Cesar asking if players can stand during the game. I know you can get a special exception to like play at a higher table if someone does need to stand and you just be playing at a higher table. Scrabble Kate and I once got approved to play games lying down because both of us weren't feeling well for various reasons. I had food poisoning on my end. That was not a fun day. Oh, it's Doug. It's Doug. I
Yeah, I
assumed it
think
was
that's
Cesar
Doug.
because
Yeah, I was gonna
well,
say, I
because
think
Cesar
that's
stopped
Doug.
hadn't said anything in a few hours, so I figured it was Cesar.
Gotcha.
Hello, Doug.
Yes.
um,
Yeah, I've seen players standing before with players with back problems every
yeah,
so often get the opportunity to play while standing.
yeah.
I have seen that. Yeah, fortunately, I've never needed a special dispensation to play in some special way, but hopefully if that ever happens, nobody will mind if I need to lay down or sit on my side or do God knows what else.
Yeah.
Um,
One of my favorite ones was actually that same day where I was playing in it was the Nationals and I had food poisoning and I think it was I was about to play I think it was Chris Lipe and I'd been telling all of my opponents hey, I've got food poisoning. I may stand up and run out of the room. It's nothing personal. I'm just and I believe it was a certain expert Scrabble player whose name starts with J and ends with Lee, and not Jennifer Lee, ends with Ley, who informed me who's sitting next to me informed me that you have to, you can't go to the bathroom if you don't have a full rack of tiles. And I looked over to him and said, "Cool, I'll just puke on you." Uh,
oh my.
so
Yeah, sometimes the rules have to go out the window, and nature calls, and whatever else needs to happen. Cynical Ad asks, "Are there any rules regarding the orientation of tile placement?" Yes, I do think the tiles are supposed to be placed right side up. I don't know what the rules are specifically, but I'm pretty sure there has to be a rule that the tiles need to be.
isn't it as long as more than half the tiles are played in the correct order, it's considered a valid play or something?
Oh, I did not
And
realize
you just
that.
automatically like change them wherever.
Yeah,
I'm not
not
sure.
I don't know. I'm not sure the rules to that extent. I've never seen tiles be all bandified on the board. Um, so anyway, looks like the players are seated. We got Austin on the left going first against Puneet on the right. Should be an interesting game. Our first experience with Puneet on stream, but definitely not the first we've seen of Austin. We've seen him win a bunch of times. So yeah, these guys are ready to rock. And am I finally understanding time and space here? We have two more games, this and one more.
Actually, it turns out just for you, we're gonna do an extra Nightbird tonight, and you're gonna have to stream the entire thing. It's gonna be
Oh,
30 Blitz games, and you're also gonna have to keep score too, because the viewers want the score updated at all times. But for this tournament, yes,
oh
only two
God. Oh man, don't even joke.
games.
I feel good. I'm feeling good. My stamina is up to it for two more games here. Is this now? Wait a second. Is this round 15 or 16?
Oh my goodness, Will, you're killing me.
It's
You just told us you'd
it's
figured this out.
16, right? I think. Okay. Or no, it's 15. Ah,
There
man.
you go.
All right. I'm getting there, everybody. Okay, Austin going first, and he is not going to play Bettage, but he'll play something else, I'm sure. Um, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so
So
Joel
yeah.
confirms what I thought to be the case. In this
Ah,
case, yeah, if you're
okay.
Austin, I'd much rather go second with that rack.
Oh yeah. That's certainly the odds of playing baguette or some other nice food word or gettable or something like that are pretty good. Oh, look
Yeah.
at that. Puneet is sitting on a pretty good rack of his own. It looks like after begat for Austin, which looks like a pretty reasonable play to start. I can't imagine what else I would play. Puneet's going to play Goonier. and he will strike first in this game. So Austin is in first place going into this game. Do we actually know? Hold on, I'll check this myself. We don't need to go to the Oops, don't need to go to the standings. I'm curious to see whether Puneet won his previous game.
No, because he would have been 10-4 as well. So it looks
Oh,
like
right. Okay.
Dr. Bing beat him. Looks like he will probably play Gunir, and he will promptly get bingoed on by Austin.
In response, yeah. Yeah. So Austin opening the game, Puneet's gonna bingo, Austin's gonna bingo back, and we will just have to find out what the players draw after that. Will it be bingos aplenty, or will somebody get slown? Or slown, that's not a valid word. Will somebody be slowed up by weaker tiles?
Now, the anagram of Sloan is a fantastic word. I should say there are 3 of them, but the one that is actually
swollen.
Swollen.
Yeah, swollen. Right. Swole has been added to the dictionary too. So that is like one of those, like, Collins has a lot of archaic words, and then also a lot of words that are too cutting edge even for NWL, and swole is one of those, I think. So all right. So let's see. What will Austin play? I'm sure a double-double or something. Through the eye, I have to imagine. Not sure what else there might be. So, wait,
Gunir?
It's chat. What?
I did tell you earlier on when you asked me for the lowdown on Austin. If he has any weak spot, it's some of the higher probability or smaller words he sometimes does give up some points on.
I'm stunned by that. I feel like that's a quite I don't know, maybe that's my NWL background. I feel like I've seen that word a 1,000 times.
Yeah, so I will, as Jalopik actually points out, Austin, one of his best friends is Jesse Day. They are 2 people who are actually pretty outspoken about challenging quite
I
a bit.
mean, we were talking about that, how it feels like players don't challenge enough. So if anything, in 5-point challenge, you should challenge more than you should, right? Like, I know that doesn't make any sense syntactically, but like, you should challenge anytime you have any kind of remote lack of confidence in a word that gets played. It's only 5 points. There's not that many games that are decided by that margin. So the upside of getting a word challenged off is so high compared to the downside of giving extra 5 points. Yeah. So totalize the play for Austin here, going to 100 points even after this bingo.
Yeah, a couple hellos here to Keith N as well as Beth Mix, 2 people who are clearly not afraid to dox themselves.
Brownest, wait a second. Brownest.
Oh, it still fits?
Fits.
It still fits? Oh, Puneet. You know he's looking like he knows Bistro and Brownest is what it could be.
Wow.
Let's
Brownest still fits. Oh my God.
On,
I was thinking, like, is there any chance that, like,
come on.
Austin can play a lot of things that expose the S there, like Coleus and all this other stuff.
I see Brown.
He's got to see it, right? You're seeing Brownest. You're looking at that.
You have to look, right?
You got it. Yeah, this is amazing. Look at all those overlaps.
He's
beautiful.
He's staring at the board. Yeah, I feel like once he sees it, it'll just be insta play, right? Yep,
there it is.
I do. As soon as he sees it, it insta goes down.
85-point response for Puneet. Oh man, that's a very, very nice play. Look at all those overlaps. 5 different overlapping plays. Well done by Puneet right there. Nice. So that's a pretty flashy play. Just look at the board with all that, with all those long words. This is a really nice expert board between 2 top players here. It just has a nice aesthetic look to it to me. So anyway, Austin still doing just fine. He's not losing by that much. He's got an S. There's a big S hook with totalizes on the board. There was a debate, why needlessly create volatility? I mean, Yeah, and there's a lot of hooks with totalize that you could have avoided there.
Yeah,
So I
but
think I agree. I would probably not play totalize.
yeah, as I
But
mentioned yesterday, though, when you asked for the rundown, is that Austin does tend to play quite open, so it's possible, he'd rather take Panit on a nice wide open board, and I don't know. I personally would not play that, but I think that's
yeah,
what he's thinking.
Austin's mantra is to be, scoring never stops. I don't think he cares that much about what his opponent scores. I think he's going to sit down every time he plays and expect that he has a good chance of outscoring his opponent no matter what.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is definitely, and that's what makes Scrabble so fun, is it is a little bit of a philosophical difference between how Austin plays and how you play and how Dave Wiegand plays and how I play. And I love that, right? That's what makes Scrabble so rich, to watch other people play and see how they would approach things. I try to treat it as a learning experience every time. I don't believe that I have Scrabble figured out to the maximum level, and I will continue to try to learn from players like Austin and Dave and you and everybody else at this level of play. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but what does Austin even do here? I guess the trick is there are very few good scoring spots, and he has very poor scoring tiles. So I'm just wondering, like, is he going to try to play something under the B of brownest, or is he going to try to play something in a totally different part of the board, leaving the totalizes hook open for himself?
I mean, you can still play Bolt or whatever, and the totalized hook are still, generally speaking, open. You can't
Yeah,
end in
true.
an S anymore, I guess. But
Yeah, we should take a moment to look at Punit's rack, which after his beautiful many overlaps bingo, he's drawn a pretty nice rack there too. He's poised to bingo with the second blank in any number of places. People are saying he might play pitchier to the R Gunir. That would be pretty good.
yeah, or Mephitic was also
Oh man,
suggested.
even nicer. All
Yeah,
right, Bolt is the play as you
yeah.
suggested.
Had a feeling that was going to be coming
I'm
from
thinking
Austin.
like maybe a play like just LOT, taking a couple fewer points on top of Begat just to make
Yeah,
another S hook. I thought maybe that had some merit to it just to create
yeah.
another spot, but I think this
No,
is fine.
yeah, no, I'm on board with what you're saying.
So yeah, I mean those plays are so close on the scoreboard that it really does become more of a stylistic thing.
Yeah,
But the T of Bolt opens up a little bit heavier hitting, pitchier than before. Now it's
yeah,
going to score 88 points compared to 80 to the R of Gunir. So,
yeah,
and then Austin's going to bingo again. So this is going to
yeah.
be a wild start to this game.
Yeah, and it, noting that now this is Puneet opening with 4 bingos. He's now more than, I think, halfway to the record of most bingos in a row to open a game. So,
Well, it's 4 bingos total between the players. It's the 3 for Puneet,
or oh,
right?
sorry, I meant three in a row. He is now halfway to the record.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
Yeah.
that's
So
what I
let's see what
meant.
he gets. Let's see if he can go for 4, right? So Puneet is
Yeah.
3 for 3. He's hitting 3 for 3 with 3 home runs. Can he hit a 4th here out of the bag? Let's find out what he draws. So obviously Austin is going to cut the gap a little bit with another bingo of his own. So yeah, we'll just have to see what happens.
Yeah.
Punita is slow rolling us and not looking at his tiles. We won't figure that out. All right, insulate spelled out. That's going to play to the E of begat if Austin wants it. He also has lutenist to the T of totalize. I saw that be pointed out in the chat. So a couple different options. And I think it is safe to say Puneet is not bingoing again, unless he gets more creative than I can imagine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's probably still going to score pretty well. What happens after Austin plays insulate? Assuming he does that because he's down far enough where Opening the board seems justified, right?
Yeah, so if he
Lutonist.
instead of Lutonist, so if Austin does indeed play that, boy, it puts an eye out in space and kind of a scary. Oh, he'll play fixed. Puneet's gonna play fixed through the eye.
Yeah.
And score a boatload. So, yep. So this is a totally reasonable play by Austin to keep the board open, but it's going to be met with basically a bingo score in response by Puneet, and he's going to remain up by a ton of points. Not only that, after playing fixed, Puneet will keep CK on his rack, and I'm sure somewhere score very well on his next turn after that too. So let's see what Austin draws. Oh, too many vowels. Okay, I thought it looked like Austin might be on his way to another bingo after that, but it seems like not in the cards for him here.
No.
So Puneet,
a lot of points in the cards for Puneet.
Yeah, he sees it quick. Look at his time. He's not even under 20 minutes yet. Look how many tiles have been used. We're literally at basically the halfway point of this game, and Puneet still has 20 minutes on his clock. That'll happen if you're playing bingos, right? Like, there's not a ton to think about if you have bingos that are obviously best, right? Like, once you see brownest, you're going to play that. Once you see pitchier, you're going to play that. Yeah. So nicely done, though. You gotta play the tiles you're given. So.
Yeah, and now Austin really needs the scoring to not stop here. I mean, lots of vowels, but he should at least be able to score some points.
Looks like he might play peanut underneath underneath fixed.
Nice, yeah.
That's a lot of points. The scoring will not stop with that play.
Yeah, Jalopik says Puneet is usually a slow player. I think the last 10 times I've played Puneet, I've had him either overtime or under 1 minute.
Yeah.
And he knows it too.
Yeah. That's great then. I mean, I came up in Scrabble as a very slow player. So when I was able to have games like this where I was able to bingo a lot and play quickly, it was such a relief just knowing oh man, at least I'm not going to go overtime this game. I have steadily gotten a little bit faster over the years, but definitely relate to the slow poke experience. So
yeah, I will say, as someone who came up, I came up playing Blitz Scrabble on ISC. I'd played 25,000 Blitz games before I ever went to a tournament.
Yes.
But until when I was 14, 15, 16, it wasn't until really a couple years in that I ever used more than 10 minutes a game, which, to be honest, is I'm sure, for example, Scrabble, whatever the letters are, would back me up here that younger players tend to play really fast. And I eventually started to play very slowly, and now when Dave and I play at club, honestly, we usually both have 12 minutes left.
Yeah. Well, there is something to be said for this idea. Wow, Austin has Wireman on his rack.
It fits. You gotta look for your overlaps.
It fits alongside Total Eyes. Oh man, that's huge. That's going to be huge. Yeah, and I really can't imagine Puneet ever blocking that either. So that's a major lifeline for Austin back into this game. Imagine if Austin wins this game after getting hit with 3 bingos and a 60-point X play. It's not out of the question once he gets this bingo down, especially if Puneet draws more eyes here. The eyes have bedeviled a bunch of players that we've watched on stream. Anybody from a background of Scrabble, Babel Royale, any word game, anybody knows how devastating multiple eyes can be. So
now, while you were perorating about this, he took out tiles CANIK, Canik, then took out an I, and then took out wait for it, let's hope, and did not draw the other end because Canikin would have fit in the same spot.
Oh my.
So amazing. He actually almost also drew. Yeah,
that would have been incredible. If he had fit that Canikin there. So it would have been 3 bingos, a 60-point X play, and then a Canikin bingo with that many overlaps. would be unbelievable. So a good debate going in the chat about where to play for Puneet. So the question is Kina. It looks like he's getting ready to play Kina's to the S of Insulate, which looks like a perfectly solid play for him for sure. It gets rid of at least one of his eyes. You know, you would love to use two of them here, but there's no great way to do that other than like Tiki to the T of the first T of Total Eyes, which that is not typically that would not be advisable in this particular situation. It would actually be amazing, but I don't think he is likely to do that. It does not make a ton of sense. Oh, Kina and Tot is being suggested. Maybe you can, I guess. Oh, look at that. He's going to play Assini, and that is absolutely a devastating. That is a devastating play to Austin here. Yeah, interesting. I guess, yeah, there's a lot of different Kinas there. You can play it in the top left. You can play it down low through the Eye of Pitchier for the most points. You can play it to the T of Total Eyes for 28 points, doing a little bit more to defend the board. Assini is pretty reasonable, actually. I don't think of that as being much worse, if at all, than any of the Kina choices there.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like it's a clear way to try to just shut down the board. It really takes out a lot of space in general. There's something to be said for that when you're winning by about 100, and Puneet may just want to try to just clamp down on things.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense at this score for sure. If the game were a little closer on the scoreboard, you could see going for more points, playing Kina and any of the other spots.
But in the end, is it just me or that if Puneet, I mean, obviously Wireman would have been played, but look what Puneet drew that would have played through either one of the T's had the T's stayed open.
Koftgari.
he blocked Koftgari on his own.
Oh my god. Unbelievable.
And look at Puneet. Puneet has found Koftgari too.
Well,
he's pretty close.
I think he's close, right? Maybe he's misspelling it a little bit, but yes, he's absolutely. I think he's aware that there was a word through the T. Whether he would spell it correctly, we're not exactly sure. The letters are not in the precisely correct order, but they're close enough that I think he's definitely thought of it there. So. All right, Austin plays Mew up there. Man, he's got good scoring power with that rack. He's definitely, if somehow Puneet does not play through the Eye of Pitchier, Austin's going to hammer that spot with the Z.
I don't know exactly what he needs in a case like that. You need a big Z play, saving a good lever, a big power tile play. The Z is obviously a good way of doing that. And then immediately try to find a bingo somewhere else. Obviously, that would open a new lane as well.
Yeah, so I would expect Puneet to hit that spot here. Something like Firk, which it looks like he has set that up on his rack, Firk, through the Eye of Pitchier. It really is not that dangerous to put a K out in space, and it scores a bunch of points here. So I would be.
Don't want to put that F out in space, though.
Frenzied. Oh man, how is he gonna do that, right? Like, how could you possibly put an F there? There's definitely plays, there's definitely racks where Puneet would score through the Eye and put an F in that K spot, and Austin would play Frenzied. Puneet does not have a rack like that right now, unfortunately for Austin. So nice play for sure. Firk, 45 extra points for Puneet. He's up a lot in this game. So now Austin will have to content himself with
Zia
something.
For 32.
Zia for 32 looks fine.
Like he's got Zia for 32, yeah.
You could play parallel to Bolt as well if you want to play something like Zine down there as well with Zoe. That's another idea. Seems like reasonable options here with the Z. But again, Austin really is down a lot. He's gonna. Well, I guess Puneet's rack has worsened quite a bit, so I don't know. It's I think this is still firmly in command for Puneet here, but we'll have to see. Let me get the tracking up for you guys. Stand by.
Interesting note from Joel there, noting that you could play Koa, setting up the F. AR would set up ARF for a bunch of points.
Oh, how interesting. That's a very, very creative play. Like that a lot. Confixed is still in play. Yeah, Jalapik mentioned it earlier, but it's no less possible now. Oh wait, it is. Where are the C's? The C's are played, so it's not possible. But other than that, it's not. The C's and blanks are all gone. But other than that, it's still possible.
Yeah.
Sorry. So yeah, which there aren't. So yeah, Austin.
Jalapik thinks 3 blanks there.
Yeah, unfortunately not. No 3 blanks. Maybe Scrabble will get innovated in the future and we'll have 3 blanks and 5 S's and stuff like that. Expansion tiles. Like new Magic cards. So yeah. So we'll just have to see which Z play Austin opts for. Not sure where he'll go. He's having a good think about it, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Totalized and Dizen. That could be
or
nice.
Totalizen and Frenzied.
Yeah, right. Archaic past tense of totalize.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Dizen seems pretty reasonable just because it gives you an unlikely shot, but still a shot to get back into the game. Austin has plenty of spread to play with as well, so he can afford to lose by a little bit more should he decide to go for a miracle win, unless Dave Koenig should happen to get a second tie at some point, or Austin should happen to get one himself.
True. Yeah, which, again, the ties are quite difficult to come by in Scrabble. Certainly compared to chess, where it seems like draws are the order of the day a lot of the time. At the World Championship in chess, at least not this year, but the previous, between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana, the 2 players literally drew every game headed into Armageddon. So, yeah, we did point out Zine there, I think. I think I mentioned it.
We was like the first thing we mentioned.
So, and okay, Z is going to be the play up top, maybe. Austin's put it on the board, and that's it. He's committed that play. So it takes, there's a bunch fewer points there, 32 to 41 for Zine or Zine. But maybe keeping the N increases that bingo percentage enough that it's close in valuation. I don't know. I think I would go for the points here. It feels like 10 extra points is pretty good, but nice rack for Austin here. Where does this? I'm sure this fits somewhere, but yeah, like donories. But does it fit in any of the good spots? Like exciting. the M or that's not terrifically exciting. He really needs something from the M or K here, which I don't.
Yeah.
Not sure he has.
Miss Derner, or
sure,
Kindros.
Great suggestions for sure. As Puneet very quickly, reports of Puneet being a slow player are greatly exaggerated, I think. So
yeah, I'm full of it. I said that Ben and Dr. Bing would play fast and that Puneet would play slow. So what do I know? We would see Donories as a potential here for Austin. And
stand by. Let me get these scores up. Austin has more points.
Yeah, it looks like Donories seems to be the thing, right? Retiniads, no. Disorient, no. Is there a 10 for the A and the T and the I?
Yeah, it's a disappointing bingo here because 65 points is definitely need more than that here. So hold on.
Yeah. Are there? I guess there are still enough tiles that he'll get another draw. If another full rack, but I don't know what Puneet has against Sue. I don't know why you want to avoid Sue, but I guess that's his problem.
Yeah, it's
Sue, we miss you. We miss you at this event. Hope to see you to Sue to Sue soon.
to see you soon.
Yeah, to see you soon, Sue.
Yeah, Austin's probably just looking all around and saying, "Can I really do no better than 65 here? Because that's not likely to be enough." But maybe
not only that, it blocks the M too, right? Like it blocks his most fruitful lane.
Yeah, you need to figure out a way. Obviously, there is no way. But Austin's saying to himself, "How can I bingo and leave that spot open as a potential threat?" I don't think I mean, he's going to have to bingo when eventually he sees that. He probably already sees it, frankly, but he will eventually have to get this down. And then what will Puneet do, I guess? He has that S is going to be nice. Avoid Sue. I mean, I don't know. It's not going to be that many good scoring spots that I'm seeing on this board. Certainly not after Donaries. Ironically, something like movies would be, or moves.
Right. Yeah.
Would be perfect for Puneet, but that's not going to be in play after Donaries blocks.
Yep. Yeah, he can play Suave and totalizes, open up a triple.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I mean,
I'm kidding.
If you're Austin, right? Like if he was in Austin's shoes, that might start to make sense, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe Puneet will do that just for the content, just to give us things to dig into.
Just for the content. Oh, after Donaries, it will give him the anagram of Avoid Sue, which is if Dave were to be up to no good, he would be Davius.
Or just like an archaic spelling of devious.
Yeah.
Davius.
Yeah. There's Daevious or Davieious. Either one of those are valid.
Yeah, they're anagrams. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. So that's what I've come up with. Really, the point being that neither of us know what he should actually play.
Yep. Okay, so Austin correctly finally deciding that he doesn't have anything better than this, and that is his only bingo here. So he's going to cut the gap quite a bit, 343 to 394, but that's still in that zone where Puneet is up by 51 and should be able to score something like 20 points. And really, Austin, let's just look at the tracking from Puneet's point of view in just a moment. I'll show it to you. And you can see from Puneet's point of view, he's mostly worried about Austin drawing something crazy from the K of Ferk. And look at this unseen pool. Not very good, right? Look at that.
No. He did draw a bingo, but
oh man, that's actually he drew stunningly well given the pool, actually. And I don't see Puneet doing anything that will possibly give Austin a chance to play a raid here. No. So still in good shape, but I guess Austin is like with that as his starting point. If Puneet uses the U and draws the Q, he could be in a bind, right? Like, well, there is a U of insulate, I guess. But who knows?
Yeah, good point from Deldar182, who suggests that Lyard is an available play for Austin and unlikely to get blocked.
Yeah, very unlikely unless Puneet plays something that I wouldn't expect, like what, Yuva or something on top of Gunir. That would be I wouldn't imagine Puneet putting a letter into space here. I don't think Yuva is going to be what he plays. He'll play something else. But this is not a clear-cut position. I mean, there's no great scoring play available to Puneet. Puneet would definitely want something scoring, 30 here to stay ahead of any subsequent bingo. Anything other than bingo to the triple from the K, like a 30-point play would outpace it.
Yeah. I mean, you could really say that like last year was really really 2020 was a dark year.
Nice. I may be a boomer that's getting tired from streaming for however long, but I can still look at the board and see the pun. Dark year through the K. Shout out to those who have seen a feared from the F of Ferk making the totalizer hook. That's very, very nice. Liard is still definitely better. Just to use up that Y and put the very dangerous D out in space with an E in hand for an ED hook. Yeah. So for an ED bingo, I should say.
Well, you started to pick up OU.
Oh, man. Is he gonna? So the joke play of OU, of OU off of the R of Gunir being potentially the only play that lets us play a raid. I don't think we're gonna see that. Funny suggestion though. Yeah, I guess you could play like
just devious.
Devious would be hilarious. I mean, honestly, I would consider literally playing something like I would be hesitant to play my U, but I would want to at least try to keep my A if I was going to do that, so I can play Qua through the U of Insulate. I am a little worried about drawing the Q here if I'm Puneet. But maybe otherwise something like Natalie Zed calls out what I was about to say, just outa through the T of Insulate. Right? Like you have too many vowels. You can use 3 vowels here and score 17 points.
Yeah. But do you want to use that many vowels when you're looking at that pool? I don't want to use that many vowels. Great point. In a million years.
At least you still have 2 on your rack. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, but you're blocking your QI draw. I mean, there are other spots to play QI that are less enticing. I don't know.
It's it's a tricky situation for sure. I mean, Puneet is still in really, really good shape here. I think he is very likely to pull through in this game. I have to imagine that he's still going to do well. I guess if you really are scared of the Q, you could play Ova instead of Yuva in that spot with or on top of Gunir. Just to make absolutely sure that if you draw the Q, you have a nice wieldy set of letters to use with it. And there's Auda, which I think is a reasonable play. But as Conrad said, the downside here is what if Puneet draws like QJ something, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
QJ something would go a lot better with your leave of EISU than other stuff. And Liard is going to really crush here.
Yeah. So Puneet himself now has an outside shot at drawing a bingo. Let's
That's true. Yeah, Puneet could draw a bingo too. So he draws. Wow, QU out of the bag.
All
so
right,
that's all right. I think Puneet
seems good enough. Unless Austin himself looks like Puneet is holding here. Makes sense if you wanna think.
Yeah, those for a sec. No rush. Those 5 points matter. All right, let me get you guys to tracking because this is starting to be important to see that. So Austin is sitting on AER, and he is going to have some combination here. Puneet does not challenge, I don't think. Players conferring about something. So there's 3 tiles in the bag, and Austin has the only 2 vowels left. So just looking at that pool, you can see Puneet's actually done very well to draw at least the U along with his Q here.
Yeah. So it'll really kind of come down to what Austin draws here, I suppose. There's a miracle to be had. This is when it would be.
Yeah, somebody, you guys are pointing out just playing queens at the bottom, making bolts or something like that. That would score 41. It doesn't look like there's a ton that can even hit that. Is there something? Let me see. You hit. So to the D of Liard with this pool, ADEHJLMRVY. I'm not even sure there's an 8 there to worry about. So we'll have to see. Puneet's got 7 minutes to think about this. Oh, still on hold. Austin should draw some tiles and start thinking. Yeah, so anybody watching, the rule that in tournament Scrabble, when you're thinking about challenging your opponent's play, you simply say the word hold to them after they've made their play and hit their clock. And then if you decide to challenge, you neutralize the clock and head on over to the challenge computer. But you can't just hold indefinitely and force your opponent not to draw tiles. After a certain point, I think it's like 10 or 15 seconds, maybe even less now. If your play is being held by your opponent, you can still draw tiles out of the bag and take a look. So Austin finally doing that, which I think is well overdue, that he should get some time, or maybe he's not. I think, he just was fixing his tracking. So anyway, Austin is well within his rights to draw new tiles here, but he's choosing not to. And Puneet is just going to take a good look, and I think he's going to eventually correctly decide that there really is no threat of a bingo here from Austin. So he can do almost anything he wants. Head mark. What's this? Catch up. What's this? I'm behind on something. Sorry. Oh, where he has tiles? Why hasn't he looked? I don't see on his rack. Am I crazy? I only see AER on his rack. So why isn't he looking at them? I don't care if he's drawn them. He needs to look at them, right? Like the point is he needs to start looking at them and see what they are. I don't care if he's drawn them. Look at them. You're allowed to look. You're allowed to look. Just separate them on the rack.
Or get a second rack.
Just don't mix them with your tiles. Yeah, well, you can put them on the rack so that we can see them. Why are you guys so crazed? I don't understand. I don't get it. We'll just chalk it up to a misunderstanding. Shelly's upset with me. I don't understand why. So
I left for like 1 minute and all the interesting things have happened apparently, except no actual Scrabble.
Like, you are well within your right to put those tiles on your rack and separate them from your other tiles. That is the rule. I have done it 1,000 times. You don't have to mix. I set them off to the side on the rack so they're not mixed. Oh, well, then I'm breaking the rules every time if that's not the rule. Nobody's ever given me a problem with it, so. All right, let's not worry about that any further. Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate the love from you all.
I think I'm back now.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I think my internet died for a minute there, as I had to step away for a minute.
So yeah, Puneet. Oh wow, markedly. Yeah, that's technically possible through the K. Wow. Oh.
Haymaker?
Oh
Haymaker?
man, he got close. He got close. Yeah, he got close to markedly. Change that H out for an L, which was there. That was there.
Yeah.
So there was a possibility here. Oh, well, so putting the S down, so that blocks markedly, right? Quins blocks that there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No possible
I don't think anything is left. Yeah, Quincy, I don't think fits there. So anyway, all right, cool. So nice play by Puneet. That correctly, I think. Well, hold on a second. Look at his rack.
Wow.
This isn't. Wait a sec. This is
Huh.
not. This is not like a cut and dried obvious win for Puneet here. JELVV is pretty gross. I think there is a pretty good chance that Austin can figure this out here. There are not going to be that many places for Puneet to play all of these letters. My gut feeling here is that Austin can win this. Am I crazy for thinking that?
I don't think you're crazy. Oh no, because he's got Hay lined up already. Does he have an outplay after Hay?
So where even can Puneet can play his J on top of Liard, right? So JAR. That's a place to play, but that leaves you with ELVV. So if Austin plays, so Austin's going to potentially play Hay and Oni, right? Is that what we're pointing out?
Yeah, I'm assuming it's that. And does that set up? Does he needs to set up an outplay, right?
After that, what I guess you have to play your J, and then you would play Dram and Totalized.
Oh right, Totalized. Duh, I forgot about Totalized.
So this is
is that enough?
Oh man, that's insane. Holy crap. Yeah, sorry, hold on. So the score of this game is accurate. It is currently 452 to 394. So Austin has this beautiful flexible rack of tiles, and Puneet has JVV. So I feel like this is a shocker. Puneet was up the whole way. He bingoed 3 times, hit an X-bomb, and then just hit a really rough patch of tiles. And I think Austin's going to steal this game away from him. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, Puneet did not need to play what he played. Quins did not have to be the play. I mean, QIN, like my internet was messed up, but like there was no reason to play that many letters.
So yeah, I wonder, like, what is he supposed to keep a vowel there? Like, you have to worry, I guess it's the cost of doing business, maybe, that you're going to lose to like markedly or something like that. Or maybe is he supposed to play just like var there?
Well, think about it. If he plays QINS, he has, I mean, right, like loved. Yeah, LUVVED, saving the J. I don't know. I guess like.
Yeah, keeping that U, maybe oddly, it helps you get the J off, right?
Yeah,
like
actually,
sometimes
I think Mo is right. Play totalizes and Sook set up your I.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, this is an unforced error on Puneet's part. It still sucks. Like most of the time, he's still gonna win. It's just, I think he was 100% to win before Quins.
Well, he would lose to markedly. After
yeah, he was in almost.
So you can't get quite to 100. Yeah, you can't get, but it gets you pretty close to 100. I don't know what else you're gonna lose there. Wow, Chess Bunzo at his first ever Scrabble tournament is 7-8 against seasoned players. That is awesome. Great job to Chess Bunzo, a streamer also on Twitch. Definitely. Lurking. I've lurked a bit watching Chess Bunzo learn some more Scrabble. That is so cool that he has made it out to his first Scrabble tournament and holding his own. That's super impressive. Lots of first timers. Again, I'm really excited by that. Best 4591 says, "Do you think Auda might have been a mistake?" Yes, absolutely. Yes. I think in hindsight, I mean, there is this like Scrabble thing where you look back at the actual outcome of the game and you say, oh, that must have been a mistake. And a lot of the time that's mistaken, right? Like you can make a good play and get burned for it. And the play was not a mistake just because you got burned. But in this case, Auda playing 3 vowels into a pool that has so few vowels remaining. You can see, as David Eldar, former world champion, hello, David, in the chat, is saying, this is why Auda can burn you.
Yeah, and note that if you went back in the chat, you would hear us also saying, even from the beginning in this case, we did say, maybe not.
Yeah, I think Yuva or Ova. If you want to guard against a Q draw even more, you can play Ova, and then when you pick the Q, it's not as bad. Or you can just play Yuva and have a better leave anytime you don't have the Q. So one of those two plays, even a bingo to the A, is so unlikely, and you can withstand it a lot of the time once you score well afterwards.
Yeah.
So I think the general consensus is that Avo or Ova, it surely would have worked out better in this case because it blocks Liard, right? Like, that's the fact that Austin was able to get Liard down is amazing. Sorry. Let me get the score. Really important that we get this score correct.
Yeah, if this were still the correct score, then I think Puneet would still hang on.
Yeah, I apologize. So this is the score.
Good.
So the score right now is 434 to 452. So you can see Austin threatening a pretty big play with totalized that there's literally no way for Puneet to block. G.I. Joel says Churro just moved into first in NWL Light. Even more impressive. Not that it isn't impressive for any newcomer to do well, but Churro and Ned Oberstad about to win her first ever Scrabble tournament. Very, very cool. How many losing draws did Puneet have? Yeah, definitely low odds, but they're, non-zero odds. Certainly with another V. So Quinn's kept a V, right? So there's another V lurking in the pool, unseen to him. The tracking no longer necessary, by the way. The bags are empty. So, yeah, this is just like a stunner. I mean, Puneet had Austin on the ropes, and Austin very cleverly continuing to fight back into this game. Yes, Best, that's correct. The one and the same. So this is amazing. So Jar is the play there for Puneet as expected. It brings him to 470. Looks pretty good, except VLVE on the rack is not going to be enough to withstand Dram here for Austin, and he is going to go ahead with Puneet's extra tiles by a score of 477 to 470. Amazing. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. So
dang.
Yeah. Quite impressive. So this was an absolute banger of a game. I mean, holy crap. So we saw Puneet come out like a house on fire with 3 bingos and a 60-point X-play, and then just Austin. This is truly the embodiment of the scoring never stops mentality, right? Like this is scoring never stops right here. Yeah. Oh, you like that quote? Sorry.
Oh, I absolutely love it.
Yeah. So this one was potentially the most entertaining that we've seen.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I feel like we've all been in this together for the last 2 hours, and it was really about probably 20 minutes at the most, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Looks like Puneet is briefly recounting the game, but
yeah, the bad news is it's going to hold up as a narrow win for Austin. We have it as a 7-point win for Austin. And that's very, very impressive. Oh, man, Best says, I think this has been a great first full game of Scrabble. Yeah, they're not all quite this exciting.
No, but this one was fantastic.
Yeah, this was an awesome comeback by an awesome player in Austin Shin. And
an Austin player.
And an Austin player. Yesterday we this is every game is like this. Not quite. Yeah, extremely lucky for sure. This score does reflect the Goonier challenge. I do have that in here. Yes. Nope. I have that. I have that reflected in the score. So yeah. So
Joey,
anyway,
I could go on for like 8 more hours and it would be totally fine. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't want to give up my time in New Orleans, but in general, I could keep going.
that's amazing stamina. How is that possible?
I watching Scrabble if I don't have something else to do, which I usually do, but if this is like the thing that I'm have plans, I love watching people who are really good play the thing that's had such a huge effect on my life. Not to say that it hasn't for you too, but I don't know, I can just keep going.
Yeah, I think it's not about that, and it's more about just pure stamina, just not having the stamina to go too much. So we got one more game of the day. I'm good. I got energy. We've resolved this issue with the rack. I'm sorry I was not understanding that. I may be the code of conduct violator here, that on a courtesy draw, I take my existing tiles, and I slide them off to the side, and then I put my new tiles off on the other side. And if somebody challenges my word off, I know what to put back in the bag. So that's if that's against the rules, I'll have to change.
Yeah, I mean, you just got stripped of your nationals.
I know,
and everything.
Congrats
it already happened.
Congrats to Mac Meller. Congratulations to Mac Meller, the 2017
his second different kind of national championship. I think he has us all beat now.
Yeah, amazing. So
those of you who can guess, Mac Meller, one of the best younger players to ever play the game, what he was a national champion in. Well, I would say first, he hasn't actually won nationals, but what is he a national champion of? That's a trivia question.
I don't. Do I know this? I
think one of us has told you before, I'm sure.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. How is this possible that I couldn't know the answer to this?
Yeah.
So.
The hint is that the national championship of this thing typically takes place in Westchester. So.
Oh God. National championship of being well off.
Well, the person who runs it is certainly well off.
I'll have to think about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was a lot to dig into while we're looking at this game. Don't have the ability to cut to my Quackle screen right now, but there was a ton of cool stuff in this game. Puneet bingoing a lot. We thought that when Puneet played Assini to block wiremen that Austin had, I really thought that was it for this game. I thought that was going to be the inflection point. But somehow, even after a big 45-point Ferk play for Puneet, that was where his tiles started to slow down. Austin hit his Z for 30 points, bingoed, hit Liard for 50, and then that Endgame sequence, man, that's amazing.
Yeah,
I am amazed by that.
I think the thing I just hadn't realized for a minute there was that I thought Puneet was just up by too much. I didn't realize it was, if you will, this close. It wasn't that close still, but like I thought he was still up by like 100. I didn't realize it was, I'm making air quotes right now, like only 60 points.
Yeah, after Quinn's, that play of Quinn's, he's up by 58.
Yeah.
58. But yeah, Austin had this beautiful endgame rack that had the H, the M, the Y, all tiles that are really quite good in the endgame, right? Like H, M, and Y are notoriously good in the endgame just because they fit in these nice little spots. They score well with shorter words that you can make these two-turn sequences. And as Austin did, he scored super good with his H and Y, and then had an outplay that was literally impossible for Puneet to block.
Yeah, and this is like what we talk about when we say, it's what you do with that middle 50% of those games. This is kind of like the 26th percentile. Like you're almost certainly going to lose. How do you just play really, really well throughout an entire game and at the last second just swoop? I mean, he just swooped.
Yeah, totally. It's a very, very impressive. And again, it is often a mindset thing too. And I feel like the scoring never stops thing, that is Austin's catchphrase for a reason. And it's not necessarily like Austin is an incredibly creative player. He finds ways to score points. in difficult situations. But I feel like the catchphrase is almost as much of a mindset thing as it is a Scrabble skill thing. It is this like, I am never going to stop coming for the win in this game. And not only this, like Austin, if you recall, he competed in this other event that we did with Scrabble Go, where he was playing in the NWL dictionary, not his dictionary. And in the finals of that matchup, he was up against a really, really good player, Cecilia Lee, who got out to a 3-0 lead over Austin in a best of 7. He was up 3-0 and managed to win all 4 of games 4, 5, 6, and 7 to win the series. That's the score. That is the scoring never stops mentality. So well done to Austin. He's doing quite well in the standings right now. It would be cool if possible. That game took a while to resolve, so it'd be cool to just get a quick look at the standings. I think we're going to have our final game of the day coming up shortly between Austin Shin and Dave Koenig as well, who is in the hunt. But let's just see. I don't know if the standings are available and just to take a look at before the players sit down to play. I would just love to see them. But even if not, we will have them available here to look at. So is there a third day? Yes, we have one more game today, and then we will have 4 more games tomorrow, the final 4 rounds of the tournament to determine who the official winner of the 10th Annual Crescent City Cup will be. So that will be a lot of fun. It'll start at the same time as it did yesterday and today, which is 10:30 a.m. Central Time, the local time of the tournament. So, man, this has been a really entertaining day of play, Conrad.
Yeah. I mean, after yesterday, I was sort of just like, oh man, 8 more games, and they haven't disappointed. I guess I'm not surprised, right? It's day 2. There's kind of psychologically feels like there's more on the line. Everyone jockeying for position for tomorrow's final 4 games. I don't know. We got one more here. I think this should put Austin in a pretty good place, but I suspect that people named David are going to continue to try to track him down, because last I checked, there were a number of them who were pretty
Davids.
Close.
Yeah, many Davids. Let me just see. I'm taking a look at the enhanced scoreboard. So literally the standings right now, I could tell you Austin is in first place. And then trailing him in the standings are 3 Davids. So Austin in first, Dave Wiegand in second, David Koenig in third, and David Whitley in fourth. So anyone not named David is having to look up at a slew of those people here. So nicely done to all the Davids.
Yeah. Shout out to Ronnie Boy.
Ronnie Boy, my OG Boggle compatriot, says Will puts the courtesy tiles because he knows all his plays are valid. Frankly, that is a reason why I do that. Like I feel like, oh God, you're gonna hold me and force me to think about this obviously valid word. I'm gonna look at my tiles. I don't need to be held back. But yeah, no, I'll have to ask for official confirmation about my my etiquette, my over the board etiquette. So yeah, link for the red and green scoreboard. I have it here. So we have this here, but that can be found by going to the links in the standings command as well. So anyway, just real quick, I think the players are almost ready to start their game, but while we have a minute, just continuing to be on message, on brand, just want to say thank you once again to Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com for their sponsorship of this event. $5,000 contributed to tournament expenses, live streaming equipment. I think the live stream has looked amazing. Definitely want to have a huge shout out to our producer, Christian K, for making this look so good. It's actually amazing. And then, of course, to PlayScrabble.com, new website available in beta in North America only for now, which, again, we're really, really hoping that this site becomes a great pillar for Scrabble as an esport going forward. So encourage everybody that is able to check it out to head on over and take a look. So we got one more game before that's it, one more game for this stream before our day 3 will start tomorrow. And it's going to be between Austin again. We just saw him with a pretty epic win over Puneet against Dave Koenig. We've seen a number of times. I think it should be another great game, Conrad. I'm expecting anyway.
I would definitely expect so. While we're waiting for the next game, question to both you and to the chat. I already have my answer ready to go. What Scrabble player would you really like to see start streaming on Twitch? Question goes out to anyone. I think everyone already knows who I would like to see start streaming. So leave it up to someone else.
I mean, I have some thoughts. I would love to see more Conrad on Twitch, first of all. And I always I want to give a quick signal boost to David Eldar in the chat, who I find extremely entertaining to watch stream. Just want to say we should all be getting his follower count up more. He is an awesome player, former world champion, has a really strong claim to be the second best player in the world. And definitely want to shout him out. But let's see, who would I want to see stream Scrabble? Man, if only the technology worked out, I would love to see Emmy Hill in the chat stream some Scrabble.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to see Marlon streaming. That would be great. Yeah.
Bans. Just ban somebody looking for some followers. We got plenty of followers. Hopefully, if you guys all follow the channel, we won't need this guy to come in here and ask us to buy followers and viewers. Anyway, do you have a ready answer for that?
Oh, yeah. Stefan Rao would be hilarious.
Oh, that's a great answer.
He already knows I feel this way, so.
Yeah. So excellent answer there. Stefan would be a treat to watch. And all right, looks like the players are seated and are almost done placing their tiles back in the bag, as Dave seems to be explaining something to Austin. I
would, Marlon. I would love to see. I would chip in to help get Marlon's stream set up for sure.
Oh my God, totally.
He promised to stream every couple times a week or whatever. Oh, I'd kick in.
So anyway, definitely hoping that over the course of 2022, I would love it to start to be more and more obvious for us. Like, why would a good Scrabble player be interested in streaming? Like right now, it feels like a lot of work for not that much gain. So I'm hopeful that maybe by the end of the year, it will start to be more clear, like, hey, look, we've got this built-in audience of people that's really interested in watching Scrabble on Twitch. And that can start to make it worth people's while. So anyway, that's my dream. Let's see if we can realize it.
Yeah. So. But and yeah, that's what we can keep doing, is to try to provide those opportunities. But like at the end of the day, us playing Scrabble in the first place takes a lot of intrinsic motivation, or really for anyone to do something at such a high level. So if you can get that out to more people, maybe the intrinsic motivation is there.
Yeah, for sure. Couldn't have said it better. So, yeah, people pointing out sus on Austin's track here.
Or Doug's.
Yeah,
Dougie's.
I was thinking something with Doug's as a shout out to Woogles.io in the chat. So, yeah, but looks like Austin's going to very quickly play Gids. I mean, this seems reasonable, but I do balk a little bit at placing the S in that spot on your first play. I don't know. I feel like I might opt for something like Sugo here. Yeah. But I don't know. I think it's just fine. I'm not thinking that this is like a huge error by Austin or anything like that. So yeah. What do you think, Conrad? Are you philosophically opposed to, on a low scoring play like this, putting good letters out in spots like that?
I don't care too much at the beginning. I don't think. I mean, it's 8 points, right? And so the way that I really look at my opening plays, I mean, unless I want to look ahead multiple turns, is I'm really just doing amount of points I'm getting now, amount of points I think my opponent is going to get, and then let's say amount of points that I think I'm going to get next turn. And do I really think that the difference between Sugo and Gids is nets 8 points? And to me, the answer is no.
Yeah, that's fair.
Quackle might disagree. Happy to be proven wrong, but that's basically how I would approach this.
I think those two plays are very close to a coin flip, and I do think it's just I don't even know what influences decisions like that. Would it be like bias, like personal bias from feeling like you've gotten hit with one too many big plays to the S to start a game? I don't even know how I make decisions like that. But I often
have get those principles going, you know.
I know. I often feel like on situations like that, depending on what side of the bed I wake up on, I might do different things, right? So I don't feel like I am that consistent in my decision making on those sort of gray area starting plays. Oh my God, there's
out jinx.
There is a cool play. Yeah, unfortunately for me, if anybody watched me compete in the Westpac Championship, there is no such thing as a jinxer, but there you can out jinx. Oh no, he played too fast. Okay, this is still fine. Like out jinx isn't massively better than jog, but it is a bit better. It is a bit better, I think. So out jinx, Austin kind of just assumed that jog had to be best here, and it is a perfectly good play. But out jinx maybe the slightest improvement. It's 7 more points there and gets rid of both the J and the X in one go. So still solid. Dave's got Tainier.
Yeah,
this is a pretty classic rack that looks crazy to new Scrabble players. But to seasoned veteran players that have been studying the dictionary, this word comes up quite a bit. All those vowels and those two low point consonants to go with them. You see this bingo played quite a bit. Wait, wow, what are we saying?
I learned something very sad today.
Oh, yeah. Oh man, that's old. That's very old news about the legendary Scrabble player David Gibson. Yeah.
Oh no, but with the ghost of Dave Wiegand, I mean, I thought everyone here knew that like that was something that we created during COVID was a Dave Wiegand bot. Honestly, like I thought everyone knew that at this point.
Jeez. Oh, sorry, the scores. I need to be doing that so you guys can see what the scores are. All right, so starting out, Austin, even though Dave started out with the first bingo, Austin is still ahead. Oh, look at this.
I was going to say, I would challenge it for 5 points, and I think I might have tried it.
Wow. Wow. So this is really such a good looking word, but of course it is not valid. So I totally do not fault Dave Koenig for trying this. I would have
tried it for sure.
I feel like this would stay on the board in a lot of double challenge games, but it's not going to stay on the board here. Austin, we just talked about it, right? In the previous game, Austin is more apt to challenge words that he's not 100% sure of than almost anybody.
Except you're wrong.
He's not challenging this one? Oh.
I don't understand, but
wow.
I don't know.
Very surprising. Very surprising. That's amazing. So this is just like this is the exact type of phony that looks so obviously good. It does give Austin this bingo in response, but Austin had bingos all over the
earliest,
right? Like he had bingos everywhere after this. So that's not why he left it there. So this is just pretty impressive, frankly, to get a phony bingo meadowed, not a valid word. Dave gets that across on Austin, who is very, very difficult to get a phony past. So
well,
Austin's
I got resex by him last time we played. So
resex. Wow.
Or was it sex? Yeah, it was resex.
Sexer is valid.
It's obviously a word. Yeah, I played resex. I chickened out of Orifexes and then played resex, and he let resex go.
Oh, okay. So not your finest hour, but still you got away with it. So can it really be that bad?
Oh, wow. Wabin.
Uh, oh, wow. An absolutely bonkers bingo finds its way onto Austin's rack. I am going to say he's going to find this and play it. I'm going to guess he will play this. Sincaria. Oh, man. So just to show you guys, Austin has this word playable through the A of meadowed here. And that is going to be bonkers. I should say, though, if Dave Koenig plays his best play here, arguably, of unlove,
Yeah.
he will block it.
Yeah.
Right? So unlove. So Dave's got to find this. He's got to find that, and he's also got to know. He's also got to know that that's a word. It's not obvious, right? Like unlove is a very strange looking word, to cease to love.
Yeah.
I will never unlove Scrabble. But I will unlove Dave if he blocks this beautiful bingo. No, just kidding. I mean, I don't really have that much of a horse in this race, but
Yeah.
I want to see this bingo get played, kind of.
Yeah. Wabin does point out he has had Yokons spelled out. And so Austin does tend to spell out the word that he's thinking of. I don't know that he's trolling us because he had Arroyo spelled out in a few games ago, and he does tend to spell out what he's thinking about.
True. So
how about
I don't
unhave?
then again, Austin hasn't spelled out anything. He hasn't even alphabetized his rack, so he might even just be like, he might have seen Sincaria very quickly and not even touched his tiles because he's excited, right? Like I've done that before. I've drawn tiles and been like, holy crap, I have something really cool. I can't even bear to touch my letters.
Yeah, he could be in the camp of like, how like not tempting fate. Like if you spell it out on your rack, then like somehow
it's gonna get blocked.
Fate is gonna know that.
Superstition. It could be superstition for sure.
Superstition never stops.
Nice. So I mean, this is a huge swing here. Dave has to figure out a way to block this. I will say though that where is he even going to play that doesn't block this? Like he can play something with his H overlapping meadowed, right? Like how or something HAO. I don't even know where he's supposed to play that's not going to block Sincaria. So I feel like we're destined to be disappointed for all of you Sincaria heads out there in the chat that want to see this word be played. I don't know if it's going to happen here. So
no, I would have played unlove about 3 minutes ago, but wide open board. Certainly lots of things to iterate through here on Dave's end.
Yeah, we'll see. It remains to be seen what's going to happen. I would be surprised, like I said, if Dave comes out of this play with some play that doesn't block. Like I just can't even see what that play would be. Like Vile parallel to Axion. That doesn't seem. No, I mean, Unlove is significantly better than that play. Yeah. That would be a huge miss.
Yeah, I think there is a big Sag in our future, and that's about it.
Yeah. Well, Dave's taking a long time. Dave is normally, I don't think of Dave as being that slow of a player. I think he is able to recover from a time deficit like this, but he's taking a long time on this turn, really long time. So I don't know. I feel like I worry at how long he's taking here. Even if he does end up with Unlove as the play, he's way lower on the clock than Austin, who is a quick player.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I mean, he obviously hasn't seen it because at this point, it's like once you see it, it's so obviously the best play. I think the question is, what else? Like, let's say he doesn't see it. Like, what do you, I mean, you were talking about this already, but it's like, what do you do?
True. After that play, it's much more murky what to do. It's much more Merly what to do. But There's how seems as good as anything if you're gonna discount Unlove. But just to really hammer home, Unlove to that E of Meadowed, it scores 34, but most importantly, it gets rid of pretty much all the clunk on that rack. The UV combination, again, we've said it a bunch with UW, which is even worse. But UV is pretty terrible. And when we say that a combination of letters is terrible, what we simply mean by that is there actually just aren't that many words containing those two letters together. And it restricts your options anytime you have those letters. So when you have a combination like UV or UW, you have this like gut feeling that these letters are bad. But the reason why they're bad is that they naturally restrict the options that you will have with those letters. There's not going to be as many words. There's not going to be as many bingos, all of that stuff. So hopefully that's helpful to anybody trying to understand, like, why is it that we see combinations like UV and UW and start to groan and say, oh, these are so terrible.
Yeah. Can't wait till Love and Uwu both get added. It'll totally change the game.
Uwu is gonna be. I mean, Uwu has to come. We have to. That's one of the big reasons that we need to promote Scrabble on Twitch, so that we get Uwu in the dictionary and Poggers. Yeah. No, I'm very sorry about that to GI Joel in the chat. That we hope that Pog becomes a Scrabble word.
Yeah, Pog has got to become a Scrabble word.
Pog is coming. Pog is coming. Maybe not next update, but by 2030, I predict that Pog will be in the dictionary.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a pretty good marketing move for HarperCollins or someone to go ahead. Well, I'll finish my thought, but it looks like he's putting down how, which sadly means no Sincaria or neocons.
Yeah, all the good stuff for Austin was blocked. Although it is worth noting, he still has like something like KAYS, Ks, and gigas, right? And Doty. That's going to score really well, but it's not as flashy as Sincaria, of course. So Austin's still going to be fine here, even though the nice plays we wanted were blocked. Pog is capitalized. Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, but I can't think of any other Scrabble words that it's surprising that they were added, even though they're capitalized.
Okay, so Kai.
Counterpoint.
Yeah. So Kai is the play for Austin for 30 points, leaving Yarns. I feel like K's there with Doty scored 54. That feels like more than enough to take the points there. But, Yarns will definitely lead to some better outcomes on the next turn there. So, the PogChamps thing. Yeah, the guy was apparently toxic.
No, I thought it was that, and apparently I don't know my meme anymore. I thought that the meme or the emote itself was misappropriated, and it wasn't the Pog guy.
Oh, no, I thought it was him. I thought it was the original PogChamps guy was deemed to be problematic for some kind of January 6th stuff, which we don't want to get too political here, but yes, that's not cool. So, all right, so Koenig plays Love. That seems pretty reasonable. Again, the same issue facing him on that rack as I was talking about, the UV combination. When he played How, he wasn't able to get rid of either one, but this time he does get rid of both, scoring 16 points. And Austin has consonant overload. So let's see. Scores are accurate. Cool. Now I feel like it's a bigger gap between that Doty and Gigas spot than other candidate plays. I feel like you gotta play there.
Yeah.
It scores 50 points to play Waze in that spot. So
it's certainly pretty good.
So what else are you gonna play if not that here? So
Way and a lot or something, and that ain't great.
Okay, maybe he will do that. That's not terrible, I guess. It's definitely not as good. It's a sacrifice of 17 points on the scoreboard, so That feels like more than enough to cash your S instead. So maybe he's just not thinking of that spot. If he plays somewhere else, I'm going to take that as confirmation that he's just not thinking of it. And it looks like he's about to, right? He's just set way up on his rack. So he's probably just not seeing the Doty possibility. So yeah, it's a 4chan, 8chan conversation.
The 4chan guy really is still a software engineer at Google.
Wow.
It's a well-known fact, at least within the company that he works at. I assume outside the company too. I'm sure you could Google it in half a second. Scott is asking what this emote is. It is clearly a PogChamp.
Yeah, that is the PogChamp emote. I think Twitch, the story of that is Twitch hold a contest. They literally let people vote for what the next PogChamp was going to be, and it became that snake guy. Swy and Gigas. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So if you want to play Swy there instead, yeah, that's all right. I mean, Waze would score 8 more points than that, but at least with this, you keep your vowel. That's better than nothing. And maybe you don't want to give back the W for easy plays to the triple, though I don't think that's particularly salient. That feels like an average play. Oh, we're getting a challenge.
Yeah,
challenge
so
cam.
What I didn't know is apparently Giga takes an S. I mean, it always has taken an S, but I think that GIGA in owl, I think just means something completely different. It doesn't actually mean a jig, and GIGAS is actually like a standalone 5, or at least it was for many years. But now they are defined together, so it's possible.
I remember like all these Final Fantasy games where all these big giants guys were called the Gigas, Gigas. So I don't know if my brain is spoiled by video games or what, but I feel like I'm very familiar with that word. Yeah. So anyway, challenge cam. That's a shout out to Christian K, our producer, again, for getting that set up. It's really cool. I don't think there's been challenge cam before.
No.
So that's pretty neat. All right, Rafe is the play here. I wonder why not an N instead. I feel like the R is just a better letter. I guess there's one more R unseen to Dave than an N, but I think that's not enough for me to want to. I definitely would advocate R's over N's.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think that's the tiniest little imprecision. Yeah, hooks as well. There are a bunch of hooking plays that go on top of REIF, Trafe, and Preef. Could be thinking about. He does have the T.
Yeah.
But this is not a big difference between those two plays. Again, though, we've mentioned it a bunch of times. These tiny little distinctions between plays sometimes make a huge difference on the future of a game. Often they don't do anything to dictate the future of a game, but sometimes they are pretty huge. So, all right, Narc for Austin. He's got a blank now. So Austin is up a fair amount. Let me get the players' last couple scores in here. It's 234 for Koenig to 296 for Austin. So Austin, he draws a Q, though. So that Austin was on the verge of like a knockout blow here if he was able to draw a bingo, but that Q is going to slow him up just enough.
14 Domino says, I like to share my unique brand of trolldom with butthurtness. I cannot argue against that. I've never seen such a butthurt troll in my life. It's true.
Well, look, it's Twitch, right? If you can't handle trolls, you shouldn't be on Twitch. That's what I say to myself.
Twitch,
so, whatever. It is what it is. And now Koenig is in a tough situation, and an
interesting little fish down there at the bottom of Vent, or little not fish, little dinkaroony.
Oh, like just playing Vent. Oh, wait, you meant through the N of Axion, or Yeah, that's I don't know. That seems reasonable. At least you keep one of your E's after that play. That that play down low event doesn't really make it. I would like it more if it put a hook or something on the board for you. So I guess event is fine. It's 7 more points. Yeah, I mean, this is not. Dave's going to need some serious help here in the form of vowels, something, right? That he could draw a blank, of course. Oh, there's some vowels.
Yeah.
Poet men. Yeah, not quite, I don't think, but we'll see. Anyway, Austin is, as we said, he's going to be slowed down, not slown down, but slowed down a little bit by the queue. So the
Maybe
question
he'll be
is
swollen down.
swollen. Yeah, his rack
Swollen
is swollen with that queue. I guess really it's do you plop your queue down on top of the eye of Tanii, or do you exchange, right?
Yeah.
I guess I would probably take 11 points here. I don't know.
I mean, to be totally honest, I would go through the what's in the pool and do the math. And since I haven't done the math, I cannot tell you. But I think I would need to bingo with a solid, I don't know, 60 to 70% of the remaining tiles.
Yeah. So just real quick, right? Like what happens if you play that and leave DLNOR blank? If you draw an A, you get Norlands from the N of Axion or Ladrone to the R of Wraith. If you draw an E, you get Ladrone again to the RE of Wraith. If you get an I, I'm sure you get Trinodal from the T of Merliest. I feel like pretty much any vowel. The question is, what happens if you draw some consonants? And maybe it's not good enough there. So
the chat seems to think that Austin is actually setting up orchards from the Owen Meadow. I would argue that he has not found it and is actually trolling us because he's looking for the open eye for Richards.
Oh, very interesting. Well, I guess we'll find out. But that would be great to set up Richard on your rack.
Yeah.
I feel like he would put that blank as the second tile, though, right? Wouldn't he play Richard? Wouldn't he set it up as Richard?
It's a sticky S.
Fair enough. True. All right, so we're seeing that P hook. So Dave was clearly aware of it, at least when he played Prafe. Not that it's a big deal one way or another. He's going to play op, leaving a couple vowels. This seems fine. It creates a lane for him to, well, it's not that good a lane. TE. Bing. Oh. It does accommodate sevens there, so it's all right.
Yeah, in this case though, I think he's gonna get
he's getting orcharded. Yep, orcharded. Nice play by Austin. Austin was already up going into that turn. Now he's gonna bingo again, and it's gonna take him to 383 to 280 for Dave Koenig. So Austin is on the verge of sealing this one up too. We just saw him in the previous round with a thrilling comeback against Puneet Sharma, and now it looks like he's going to withstand this meadowed issue. That's pretty much the lone blemish on this game for Austin. Although, I mean, there were a couple moves there with the Doty hook that I might have taken instead, but pretty close plays. So Austin's played quite well here.
Yeah.
Yes, it is going to be 9:30 Central Time again tomorrow for the final 4 games for sure.
Yeah, and I'm guessing we're going to have some amount of Austin versus, I would say, against Daves in general, but
he's going to run a gauntlet of Daves.
Yeah, it's possible it'll be a lot of Dave Wiegand's because looking at the standings, Dave Wiegand is the only person who's 1 game behind. Assuming that Austin wins this game, it would also imply that Dave has to win his game. Which could put them, depending upon what happens, a clear game and a half and 2.5 games ahead of everyone else. So I suspect there's going to be a lot of Austining and Daving, but we'll see what happens in the last games of both Dave Wiegand and David Whitley.
Yeah, I mean, could anybody really complain if we're just going to get a ton of Austin Shin versus Dave Wiegand down the stretch? Man, that gets me pretty amped.
It gets me prety amped. I'll have to make sure that
you got to take care of Dave. Yeah, make sure he doesn't
I
drink too much. All that.
As far as I know, Dave has every plan to go to Frenchman Street tonight to listen to jazz. So I suspect that I don't know that I will be doing that, but I do suspect that Dave will be coming home pretty late tonight. I'm going to guess certainly after midnight, if not after 1. But to his credit, he has played the final day in all sorts of different mind states. So
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he'll be okay no matter what. But then again, every bit of energy helps. So
yeah.
I just want to point out, I've just taken a peek at the standings, and literally the only player that we have not seen on stream just yet, Joshua Castellano, must have won a ton of games in a row because he is up to third place at 10-6.
Wow.
So nicely done, Josh. Who was just coming off a win at the Albany tournament in the Collins division not long ago. So
cool.
He's up there. We could see him work his way into the mix on stream as well.
It'd be nice to finally see the Castellanos on stream. Honestly, the only Castellano we've seen on stream thus far was Wince. The opening play of Wince.
Yeah, we did see Wince. That's right. That's the only
That's the only Castellano.
The only Castellano we've seen so far is an opening of Wince earlier. So anyway, hold on. What is the Austin? Oh, right. Austin did not play Chi. Hold on. He exchanged. So I have the scores wrong. Let me fix this real quick. Hop and Orchards were the plays for Dave. Let me just make sure I have that right before we get any further. I don't want to mess this up if the end game gets close. Orchards was played. Okay, now I have it right. NNTTEME. Okay, so the scores are actually, I gave Austin credit for playing Chi when actually he exchanged. So he doesn't have 383. He has 372. Still in firm command of this game for sure. And I'm going to bring up, it's late enough in the game that we can bring up the tracking in just a moment to show what Dave is looking at from his POV. There we go. So yeah, tracking for Dave consists of a blank ZQ1S. Not a great looking pool. It's kind of short. The pool is currently short on bingo consonants, which Dave, ironically enough, is heavy on. Yeah, he's seeing that he has tenement, but there's no E. So he'll have to come up with something else. Unfortunately, that E in the upper left corner of event is not quite in the right spot for him to play a nice bingo here. So what does he even do? Unfortunately, he's down by a lot, and he has no great way of scoring much. This is a really tough situation. I really don't see anything that stands out to me as like an obviously good play.
Yeah, not much. This is one of those moments where you're kind of just like, all right, I'm kind of ready for the day to end.
Yeah.
The last game of the day, you're down by 100. You got, I mean, I suppose, the game's not over yet, but it's not.
Wow, he's going to make a play of nest for 5. Now that I didn't see coming. I feel like at the very least, the score of the game is such that you need a few more points than that.
I do agree. I mean, I think in his mind he's thinking, or he's using
bingo twice. Yeah, you got to bingo twice if you're him. Oh, he's drawn the
Yeah.
blank, so he's going to bingo once, almost certainly.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Certainly, Eminence will play.
Yeah.
I think what he is using is the fact that spread is not so much of an issue for him at the moment.
True.
I still think he has quite a bit on David Whitley. And so, you have a little more room to play around and go for these super high volatility plays that won't work very much, but do maybe increase win percentage a tiny bit.
True. It's well stated. So working in Dave's favor here is that Austin still has the Q, and he will have a way of dumping that Q now that he's
Q babies.
Nice.
Where my Q babies at?
Yeah, Q babies. I don't know if that's coming to the dictionary anytime soon, but we'll see. I mean, we were talking about other politics stuff, so I don't want to get into QAnon too much. So I'm sure there are some Q babies being
I
made.
was just saying like Scrabble kid or Scrabble people having children whose names start with Q because they're obsessed like XP Morgan's cat named
Ah,
Q like
okay,
is
fair enough.
Katja, but Katja spelled with a Q, you know?
Got it, got it. Yes. Um, oh, Brett AI Bretty
Yeah,
says
like
my Quinn Xavier. Yeah,
see,
let's
there's the
get
Q
some
baby right
nice
there.
Scrabble names. Yeah, there is a punter. I think a pair of punters in the NFL whose last name is this, and I love it. I love it. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is the name of two punters in the NFL, I think. Bojorquez, the J, the Q, and the Z, all in one name. That's a great name. All right, Eminent goes down for 79. That cuts the gap quite a bit, actually. So, but Austin with his rack of Q babies is still going to be in pretty good shape here. It is worth noting that I think Kiff is an adjective, right? I don't think Kiff. Yeah, so Kiff's is fool's gold here. You can't hook an S onto that. We'll see if the players are cognizant of that. Austin playing Kiffs would be a big mistake. That would be a game loser for him. But seriously, like if Austin plays Chi in the, I guess the logical spot to play it, which no, he should play Chin to the N of Nest if he's gonna do that. Oh man, but what's he gonna do here? I'm a little concerned for him that he might play Kiffs, but I mean, it's Austin Shin. He knows his way around a Scrabble board. Oh, the Z. Oh, man. Okay. All right. Let's think about this. There's a lot to delve into here, Conrad. Are you seeing this?
I am seeing this game.
The
What am I looking
Z.
for?
The Z made its way onto Dave's rack with a big
Oh,
Z spot
yeah.
alongside Eminent. So here's the
Yeah.
thing, right? Austin can play Chin to the N of Nest, or he can play Chi alongside Eminent. The problem with Chi alongside Eminent is that it still makes a Z spot, right? Like there's a big Zin spot alongside there that he's going to get hit with Zoril if he plays there. So
Yeah.
it's going to be very difficult for Austin to make a play. So why
Hmm.
not chin to the other end? Yeah, that's fine. I think that might be the best way. Do you still get hit with Yeah, I think you avoid getting hit with a big Z play. Austin has to play chin to the first N of Eminent to avoid getting hit with one of those massive plays.
Yeah.
Really come up
Wow.
with that. It's a big difference between that and all of his other options that use the Q here.
Certainly still
Mm.
hoping he's not going to play QIS, but
Okay, instead he just plays Babe, which makes all the sense in the world. You got to block
yeah.
that big Z spot. I think this is a totally reasonable way to go. Um, Liking that choice. Um, so dodged he not necessarily dodged a bullet, but he correctly guarded against the Z, all the different options that he had there. Um, yeah, I've seen a bunch of like how is Babby formed and Pargnant and other stuff. Great old internet memes, which the re-inked must know that I'm aware of because they're like
Yes.
20 years old.
Well, you're both boomers,
The
so
boomer memes, yeah,
yeah.
I'm aware of how girl get Pargnant and Yahoo Answers.
Yeah.
Fine. So, um, yeah, Glenathan says, hello to Glenathan, by the way. I guess Zen isn't in here. It is, but the Zen plays that are countering Babe are not that damaging. The Z does not hit super hard there. Let me get Austin's score right so you can see that he's actually well clear of Dave here. So, yeah, what did Dave just do? He just played Oi? Wait a second. I didn't even see what happened there.
He fished off an I saving AILORZ, and I don't know what is in the pool, but I suspect he was fishing for some combination of Zoarial for 500 billion or Zorilla, and I'm guessing again he's down to a minute and a half,
Oh,
probably just trying to come up
Zoarial.
with a
Okay,
yeah
Zoarial and Oil, which obviously Austin is gonna block pretty much every time unless there's a second spot somewhere for it. But yeah, okay, I get it. So Austin plays cheese. What did he just draw? An E out of the bag?
yeah
So
uh
Austin is
an
or
L. He drew an L.
an L. Okay, I'll fix that. I'll fix that after. So all right, yeah, Dave is down to almost no time, so that's definitely Valorize. He could hit Valorize. Very
Yeah.
clever, actually. So if that's the plan, is to threaten sort of a phantom bingo to the Oi spot, hooking the L and hoping to draw Valorize, that's actually a pretty good plan. There's not that great of a there are not that many great plans available there.
So
Apart from that.
are we saying that there were no more of the letters left that no, the L was in the bag, right? Oh, you're saying sorry. You're
He
saying threaten
needed
the phantom the yeah.
he needed the E to be in the bag, and he needed Austin to maybe. Well, how many tiles were in the bag there? Two
Well,
tiles
it's
in the
either
bag.
way, right?
Yeah,
He needs
yeah,
the E to be there for Valorize, the A to be there for Zoarial, or the L to be there. And then if he leaves one in the bag, Austin has to guess which one.
yes.
But most likely with one in the bag, I guess Austin should be able to figure out that there's nothing from the V. I think Dave was just going for either one and then maybe threatening Valorize and then maybe Austin misses it and blocks Ois. I'm guessing that's what it was.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying that whatever the other tile is in the bag with that two tile in the bag scenario, it has to be something that at least gives Austin the threat of Zoarial or Zorilla to worry about, right? Otherwise, he doesn't have to block anything.
Right.
So that's a good strategy for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, your winning chances are not great. Still, after that, you have a very, very precise requirement for the two tiles remaining in the bag to be very, very specific. As we see Austin play Ape. Sorry, let me get these scores. Austin is way higher now. The score is 485 to 410 after these plays. Dave playing Lun for 13 more points. So obviously Austin is still well clear here. Oops, hold on. It was 423 for Dave, and Austin down to just LO on his rack. Oh man, that amazingly that play of Lun blocked. That's amazing, actually. It blocked Austin's best outplay. Does anybody see what Austin? Okay, yeah, you guys see it. Jello Mocha's old and azole. So Dave, very clever play under time pressure. I'm not sure if he saw what he was doing, but yeah. So nicely played here in the end game. And the final score of this one after that last play, Austin's best play of all, 501 for Austin Shin to 423 for Dave Koenig. Another interesting game.
Yeah. I mean, Dave kind of, in this case, give him credit for making something out of not much because meadowed. And then Nest did beget Eminence. Again, it was a fortunate draw to actually get that bingo, but who knows what would have happened if Meadowed hadn't been tried, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge swing in the game to get away with that there. Of course, Austin had his bingo, but so Austin's going to get a bingo with that Merlius rack no matter what. Dave is not going to bingo with ADEEMOW.
Yeah.
Right. He has to play something, I don't know, meowed or something. So very, very big difference there. I guess maybe an inflection point would have been if Dave plays Unlove instead of How, he might get to a bingo slightly faster, right? Maybe he gets a bingo a little quicker. Because really at that point, once Austin plays Orchards, we know Dave's going to need 2 bingos to get back. He ended up getting 1, but was a little slow to get that second one. But overall, good effort here for him. So yeah, well, all right. Austin Shin is going to move his record up further to 12-4. Worth noting also that Austin, I believe, is the defending champion of this event as a live event. Back in 2020, he was the winner of the Crescent City Cup when it was held at that time. So he is still technically defending his live championship. So he's in good position, but he's going to have to fend off an army of challengers here. Wondering if we can get one final look at the standings here before we sign off for the day.
Well, no score yet from Dave Wiegand. So that's nope. Literally, just as I said that, he beat Eric Smith 471 to 460.
Oh man,
keeping him just the one game behind
the devilish
Austin.
The devilish man, Dave Wiegand, with a spread of exactly plus 666. Very devilish spread for him, trailing behind Austin. We just saw Austin win his game, so he's going to stay ahead of Dave. Even had Austin lost his game, he would stay ahead unless he got blown out by virtue of his point spread. So Josh Castellano has managed to fight his way through the army of Daves, to work his way into contention here. So I assume we're going to see him at some point tomorrow on stream. But that's
I don't know how
it,
the pairings
Conrad.
will work. It'll be interesting just to see the pairings, right? Who, is it going to be Austin versus Josh and Dave versus Dave, or is it going to be Austin versus Dave and Josh versus David?
I don't know. I'm sure all those guys are going to be, butting heads at some point tomorrow. I don't know what order they'll play each other, but I have to imagine there will be a lot of matchups between that top group tomorrow. Appreciate the kind words. Yeah, no, cat cam lovers, you'll have to wait a little longer until I stream next on my own channel. Appreciate the good vibes for the cats. I'll go pet them for you guys.
Oh,
yeah, so man, make me tab. You guys are spoiled by my channel point rewards. But anyway, Conrad, we made it. We made it through 8 more games. I'm feeling pretty good. I know you're saying you could do 8 more. I'm not sure I could. So mercifully, we are at the end of the action today. But 4 more games coming your way tomorrow to determine whether Austin Shin is going to retain his lead in this division, or will Dave Wiegand, Josh Castellano, Dave Koenig, who is going to threaten Austin Shin? We'll have to find out tomorrow. I hesitate to make any prediction, Conrad. Do you have any prognostication you would like to give before we sign off here?
Josh Castellano is going to win because he's right behind you. No, I don't know. I think it'll be a good morning, and I'm hoping for some good fun games like this morning. Right?
Yep, for sure.
That's the way to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I know I ask you for what are we expecting when I have no idea what to expect, and that's the whole point of Scrabble. When you sit down to play, you have no idea. Am I going to have the same rack as my opponent today? Am I going to see a crazy triple through a W for 149 points? There's no way of knowing what's going to happen, and that is why.
But I can certainly tell you though. Yeah, I can certainly tell you the scoring will not stop. That we can be certain of.
We've seen that enough to know that is absolutely true. So anyway, gang, thank you very much for watching. It was a lot of fun. Yet again, we'll be back tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. 10:30.
Wow, I get an extra hour of sleep.
No. 10:30 Eastern Time. I'm sorry. 9:30 Central, 7:30 Pacific. 4:30 p.m. Central East Europe Standard Time or whatever. So yeah, same time as it's been the last couple of days. Sorry, I misspoke. And yeah, again, just a final plug. Once again, this stream brought to you by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. Really, really grateful for the sponsorship that's been provided here to boost what is already an amazing event, the 10th Annual Crescent City Cup. Looking forward to our final day coming at you tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everybody. Catch you later.